what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, bang,
Hello everyone and welcome! The LCQ is now here. One final shot for these ladies and non-binaries, of course, to make it into the VCT Game Changers Elite coming at the end of the year. TASHBUNNY here alongside Raf. We're your hosts and analysts for today. And today, for this particular match, is going to be very exciting.
Incredibly exciting and energetic, much like our host TASHBUNNY. I can't believe I've completely forgotten what it's like to be with Tash on the desk. You know, it's just minute one, your boots are on the ground, you're off to the races. But that's exactly it. Again, the stakes are so high. Everybody wants a chance to compete at Elite, and I feel like this is going to be one of the most demanding tournaments for all our participants today, and if not for the whole LCQ.
It's gonna be super exciting. Of course, we have the big names already done and dusted out of the league, which leaves a lot of space as well as chances for the newer teams to really grow and thrive coming into this competition. And it's honestly really exciting when we go back into like the teams coming through, because we start to see these very familiar names coming around, names that we've seen in those big teams back in the day, and now they're just forming a team playing with new other players to really see what it is they can build from ground up themselves as they start again the new chapter.
That's exactly what I mean by demanding, as again, some of these teams and again players are not super familiar with the environment that they're being thrown into, but it is definitely a trial by fire, Tash.
Definitely. As we are going to go into the game after this, I think that we are going to be understanding or seeing the roadmap of the VCT Game Changers. If you guys were not aware, we are currently in Stage 2, the LCQ, where currently we have a $10,000 prize pool at stake, where we get 2 teams to qualify into Elite, which will be joining the, I believe, the 4 or 5 teams that have already qualified into Elite. That's happening soon. So coming into today, there's another way, another way or another chance for them to qualify. And I think that in this situation, it's very, very dire, because this is the final chance for them to get into Elite. And of course, when you get into Elite in stage number 3, you have a $35 prize pool coming, 35,000, sorry about that, prize pool coming through, where they are going to be trying to make it into champions.
Absolutely. And, you know, I can level with Tash here when she is that wealthy. $35 and $35,000 are not that big of a difference, according to Tash.
Oh my god. But anyways, here are the playoffs teams that will be making it through. We have 8 teams in total. Be My Team, BOTT, Deviant Topaz, MLT Esports, Nana and Friends, Neons, Nyx, Kyosei, as well as the Hero KDA. Now, some of these teams we have seen before in Open 2 and Open 3 who didn't make it, and some of them are completely new teams that really threw us off guard.
Threw us off guard is a great way to describe it, especially with the, again, just the emergence of the players from the Hero KDA and, again, other versions of some of those teams, Tash, but the true heavyweights and, again, the opposition that is quite stacked against them, which is our top 6 already lying in wait for whoever survives the LCQ.
Yeah, now the teams here, I would say they are familiar household names and familiar suspects that we are seeing. Team SMG this year had a great year coming forward. I think they have really created the power team to really solidify themselves as a team compared to last year, where their previous roster was a little bit more close in terms of, I would say, their form with other teams, alongside RRQ Kaguya. Now we also have Orangutan X, as well as Scythe NWJ, Full Sand Sapphire, as well as Global Esports Phoenix, who got the final slot on 6. Now we have 2 more spots for these teams. Who will be taking it home is going to be the question. While some of these teams are completely brand new, they are some of the players definitely do have that competitive experience, and the experiences for these teams will try to lead them into this $10,000 prize pool.
As mentioned earlier and in previous broadcasts, this is the type of money where you can only find lying around in Tash's apartment. It's one of those loose change type of things. But again, guys, jokes aside, that is still quite a hefty sum. So aside from the glory and the chance to, once again, ascend, that is, again, a huge chunk of change. Maybe not for Tash, but for everyone else, absolutely.
Yeah, $10,000 is what they're looking for. $2,500 for the first and second place. Now, as we come into this tournament, I think that for a lot of people, we know that we may not be seeing, or we are not going to be seeing the big teams' places. They have already qualified, so we can put that out of the way. I think just to really, set expectations for you guys, let's have a look at the brackets, because when you look at the brackets here, you're going to be seeing some new teams that probably we have never heard of before. But coming into this substream today, we have Nana and Friends versus Nyx Kyosei in the upper brackets. And the lower brackets for this particular stream, we're going to be watching the hero KDA alongside BOTT. Now, we have already seen Nana and Friends and Nyx play before this, I believe, or at least the players have been playing before. We've casted their games, we've done analysis for them. The hero KDA, we've seen them come into the tournament twice in Open 1 and 2, I believe. Now, BOTT is a completely new team, which I am so excited to see what they can bring to the table.
What can they bring to the table is a question for a lot of these teams. But talking about BOTT, I believe this was... Actually, no, it is Point of Authority Blossom, formerly known as. And I feel like this is a type of team where we've talked about how solid their fundamentals can be and how their protocol is very, very present. It's just how they can deliver that on a consistent basis is something that we're pretty much demanding from them. And again, there's just a level of truth to that for all these teams. It's going to be a slog. It's going to be a grind all the way from top to bottom in our LCQ.
I think what makes this competition very, very exciting as well is the fact that now that with the, I would say, the bigger teams out of the way, we can see these teams sort of really not only try, but really thrive as well without being so oppressed by the bigger opponents. This also gives them a chance to, for teams who don't make it, this is the chance for them to be able to experience competitiveness, to experience how it's like to play on the bigger stage. Because now when you look at the difference between all of the big teams who have already qualified into GE, alongside these newer teams in LCQ, I think what is lacking between them is literally just that competitive experience. I would say that individually, all of these players are very, very talented. They know how to play. They're very, very mechanically skilled. It all comes down to how they thrive under that pressure, how they thrive in moments where everything is against them, economy-wise, I would say lineup-wise, or even getting counter-strategy. What are you going to be doing? How can you manage that mental as you move into the game? Because I think one of the biggest factors that we can see from the teams that lack that competitive experience is the, I would say, the tilt.
True. Again, dealing with the mental warfare aspect of the game, and plus just to kind of iron out those smaller details that make a great team is still something that we're excited to see from some of these lineups. But speaking of lineups, Tash, we are going to be introduced to, again, one of our competitors very, very soon.
That's right. We are going to be seeing our 2 series for the day. But the first one, we're going to be seeing Nana and Friends. We have Angel Lawfey, Sanderi, Cupcake Izanagi or Izzy, as well as Nuki. Now, these players we have seen play before, again, under another team. And some of them have been playing in bigger teams, especially Nuki. Keep an eye out for her.
Absolutely. And just proving to be a problem on many fronts is this team. As we've looked at their record, they are pretty decent when it comes to defaulting. And talking about the previous banner they competed under, it was the greatest name known to man, the Capybara Gang. Why change it, guys? What was wrong with the Capybara? The deceptive nature of the Capybara.
Listen. Capybaras were on trend for a little while on TikTok, and now we move on from that meme, okay? Nana is the new one. But let's have a look at the next team we have. We also have another team called Nyx Kyosei. Now, Nyx Kyosei, I believe that this team is like a puzzle made out of so many different players that we have seen before. We have Somebody One, which used to be Capricious. We saw her play on OG alongside RRQ. We've seen Con, who we used to call her Miha. Delbisky, one of the most, I would say, very, very strong players I've seen so far, especially last year in GC. So I would say that this team, while we don't know the name of the team, the players are definitely someone or people that we've seen compete before.
Oh yeah, and just looking at how this roster is constructed and just looking at the previous record, especially against Nana and Friends, it did look like there was a lot of issues on the side of Nana trying to break through that initial layer of the double duelist, but obviously Piety had to stand above the rest with her performance. And again, when I talk about being pretty layered, is that once you deal with, again, the likes of Somebody One or Capricious, or again, anybody who's running that secondary duelist role, there's still a third layer of the controller, the cleanup crew, and the backline, which has proven to be quite effective in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, now if you guys didn't know, Nana and Friends as well as Nyx Kyosei, this is technically their rematch. Now, previously Nyx Kyosei won against Nana and Friends 2-1 just a few days ago in the Swiss stage, where we saw Ascent, Pearl, and Bind with 9-13, 13-4, and 13-7. And it shows that Nana and Friends, when it comes to, as Graf mentioned earlier, the default style play, especially on Ascent, they thrive. When it comes to set plays, that is where we can really see teams like Nyx Kyosei really shine through. Now let's have a look at the map select and see what exactly is it going to be the same picks or will it be different this time. And we are going to be seeing, wow, the only thing different this time, instead of Pearl, we're getting Fracture. What do you think, Raf?
I mean, we talked about how good the defaults are for a lot of these teams. I feel like Fracture is the type of map that will pretty much stress their playbook, because aside from just kind of building chemistry and getting to know how everybody operates, now you throw in a more structured approach, a more execute type map and play style. It does kind of get a little messy at times, so having that as a second map, I think, is incredibly smart. And Nyx Kyosei banning Pearl, which I believe is one of Nana and Friends' stronger maps, is already quite advantageous for them. And we talked about this many times too, Tash.
I wouldn't say that Nana and Friends thrives on Pearl, given the fact that Nyx Kyosei actually defeated them 13-4. So there might be an issue. So again, while it might be a map that they're strong in, it might be a different proficiency coming in for Nana and Friends. Now, I think I really want to talk about like what we can expect from the players here. If you look at Nyx, right, I think for Capricious for a long time, a lot of us had our eyes on her as this insane jet, insane movement, very sharp sort of duelist. But I think since she joined RRQ as well as this team, we start to see her take a back seat running that flex. We saw her on Sova, we've seen her on Jet, and the Sova will definitely be seeing her play on the Ascent.
I really like that development, because at first it just, when you look at players like that, it's just super, I guess, very forward aggressive and a hot-headed type of play style. But once you kind of reel them in and add a little bit of temperance to the mix, they become that much more refined, and they can channel their energy and their fragging on, I would say, a cleaner approach, right? Because again, I feel like this is true for a lot of our Jet players, especially on the younger end. There's just something so exciting about flying over everybody, being faster than everybody. But at some point in time in your career, the game is going to slow down, and that's only going to benefit, well, said player.
That's right. And we also are going to be seeing, I think the reason why you're putting Capricious on this flex roll is because I think it gives that space for Delby to be able to frag out. Now, if we remember her last year, she was one of the most insane fraggers that we've seen on VCTGC. I would love to see her come back again, because it's been a hot minute since we've seen her here. Now, we also are seeing a lot more of an initiator heavy role as well, which really shows that what we can expect from Nyx Kyosei is this aggression. Now, for Nana and Friends, the question that I have for them is, do they have an idea on how exactly they can, I would say, stop this sort of very aggressive style play? How can you do what can you do to counter-strat them? Because it's not like they haven't played each other for a while. It's just quite recent. And I am in this understanding, or in this belief, that if you have just played another team and you're doing a rematch, I would say the losing team may learn a lot more coming forward into the next game.
Especially when data is presented, right? And you talked about how Pearl would be a pretty decent map on a normal day for Nana and Friends. I think something that we forgot to mention is perhaps playstyle compatibility. Sometimes it just doesn't work against some other teams, and with Nyx Kyosei constructed the way they are, and again, Nana and Friends just having trouble peeling those layers away from them, getting that fragging power so they can somewhat, again, simplify the game and just, again, try to play at their own pace. Again, I feel like that's so much to ask, right? First, you gotta peel off the layers, then you gotta dictate the pace, and then so on and so forth. But hey, that's what the LCQ is about. It's kind of demanding evolution from everybody across the board.
Yeah, and I think that I really want to talk about Nana and Friends as well, because I think while we have seen them play, we didn't see that impact that we wanted to see. Because coming back into their previous games, I don't think there was an impactful game enough for us to really talk about them, because it seems like, because again, the way they play is heavy onto the default, but you can't exactly have that sort of playstyle when it comes to maps like Fracture, Bind, Pearl, even Split, because you do need to take that proactive measure, especially on attack side. What are you going to do when you go into those chokes? How exactly are you going to execute into that set play? And what are you going to do to really figure out where the clues are going to be? How exactly are the setups going to be? And how are you going to be counteracting that? because we haven't seen that quite yet, and I'm really curious how the Nine Friends are going to be able to do it. Because again, when you are a new team, or at least if you are a team looking at the players from next Kyosei, you got to think, oh my god, we've seen these players play. They are a team with a lot of experience. Is it going to intimidate you, or are you going to answer the rally call?
That's a good question too. Like, aside from just the technicality of the game, it's really more of like a mental thing. It's like, oh no, we lost to this team once. Is this our chance of redemption, or are we gonna fold again? And you mentioned it at the earlier portion of our broadcast. Sometimes experience really will carry the day for a lot of these teams, and it becomes like this endurance test for which team can hold it together longer. And that's just how Valorant can be sometimes. It's not all about super explosive set plays. It's not all about, you know, the paper X W key every day, although that is my preferred medium of,
It's very fun
play,
to watch. It
is so fun to watch, but there's just so many ways to do and just to approach the game. It's really one of the loveliest things about Valorant.
Yeah, that's right. But for now, we're gonna be going to a break, and when we come back, will we see a round 2 between Nyx Kyosei and Nanan Friends? Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you in a little while.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with
Well, that was a very, very long break, but we are now back at the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific. This is the LCQ day number 1. Tash here alongside Raf, your panels or analysts for today. And today is going to be very exciting, especially this game, as we are going to see a rematch between Nyx Kyosei alongside Nana and friends.
I was trying my best not to sneeze there at the beginning, if you guys didn't notice. But yes, the rematch, and we talked about all the things that would be running into the minds of our players. Is Nyx Kyosei going to finally at least try to have a repeat, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not swapping the scores around? But again, on the side of Nana and friends, they did get one map already in that previous encounter, so that's something that they have to focus on. They have to tell themselves, guys, we are only one map away. And again, just mentality first. LCQ is going to be a test of endurance.
Yeah, let's have a look at the map. Sorry, not map select, but rather the... Oh, but anyways, we are already in the game. So anyways, we're just going to start it off right here. Let's see what this first map is going to be like. Take it away, Vic and Quack.
Thank you very much, Tash and Raph. Yeah, we're already in game. Sorry for the tech issue, but you know, just jumping straight into things, Vic. To be Nyx Kyosei, Nana, and friends, they've maybe faced off against each other before, but you know, I mean, what do you think of the map select and everything?
I think it's interesting. With Nyx, you're right, they faced off before. Nana and friends were the ones who won on Ascent last time, but Nyx is the one who picked this map. So they definitely want to come in, redeem themselves, and show that they are the superior ones at Ascent. I mean, I could see no other reason why they would do this. Also curious, though, Nyx is much stronger on attack-sided historically throughout this recent game changers group stages, and they continue to begin on the attack side. So it'll be really interesting if Nana and friends can continue the trend of their win on Ascent last time, and they're really going to need it because judging by the second map pick, Fracture, Nyx also tends to have a slightly better track record there.
Ooh, and that's why, I mean, it's kind of interesting as to how the team selected which side they want to play on. So, you know, you might think maybe it's a little bit of preference, and that's kind of what I have to lean towards. And also just kind of looking at how the teams are structured. Yes, you know, Nana and friends, as the name suggests, they're friends. They used to be the Capybara gang. They don't have a coach. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Nyx Kyosei, ex-Zolmaraki players and all, they have a coach with them. So it might lend to some of these differences in how they play. And that's kind of the thing that, you know, you might be worried about if you are a Capybara Gang, Nana and Friends fan. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, no, that's a really great point. I think when you have a coach there, that third party kind of watching from outside, it does lend to a lot of additional perspectives. And I
oh my God.
love these logos, these team logos so much. It looks like Raf's shirt. It's Raf's shirts, it like separated into logos.
Which is, I guess, kind of what we needed for the matchup today, just to divide the audience a little bit.
Whose dog is that? I want to know whose dog that is.
If we get an interview.
That's the question. That's really the only thing I want to know at this point. We can see we have mirror comp matchups right now. These are the same comps they used last time. And we were talking a bit about this. It might also come down to the IGLs. You know, you were talking about coach being on one team, but the IGLs also is just going to be a really big factor who's going to make those calls. What I find really curious is Som, also known as Capricious, previously, I think she's going by Som now, is that flex player. Oh, she also switched her role. She's a duelist this time. Yeah. She's a duelist this time. Yeah, that's right. She was, Delbisky was on Jet last time. So yeah, I think this could affect a lot of how they're going to be going to Ascent.
In fact, I think that's why they definitely picked Ascent. But, you know, we'll see how it all plays out, right? I mean, Som, you might pick the Jet, and she might have a different impact as compared to how, I guess, players like Angela play Jet. You know, slight differences in the amount of first kills and first deaths that they both have. For me particularly, Angela actually has a lot more first deaths, and that's the thing that hurts the most. You don't want to die too early, and that's what I'm going to look out for.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Som definitely last time, even on the Sova, had the highest kills. She was the MVP last time. I'm really curious to see how she's going to be playing on this Jett. And you're absolutely right. You don't want to go in as a Jett with just one kill. You want to get in there and make a lot of impact, create a lot of space. So this is what we're going to be looking for on both sides.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I kind of wish Tasteless was here, you know? With this agent
Why?
composition.
Are you not okay with me?
No, I'm okay with you, but look, we got the perfect mirror comp, but already things are heating up into the A site, just diving in. Som, unfortunately, not going to be able to find anything much, and close range contact, a bit of the frenzy coming out through from doors, and a bit of a trade coming out from Nyx as well. They might be able to get the spike planted, but look at the positioning coming out from Nana and Friends right now.
That's right, and Delbisky here is trying to get into trees. They don't seem... They know that she's there, trying to get those kills, creating some pressure while that spike is down.
It's just a little bit of pressure though, Vic, and unfortunately not enough. She's been easily dealt with by Cupcake, and now maybe if we break the door as we go through Heaven, the players from Nyx are going to be faced with so much pressure. Muck will just rain down upon them, and that's the pistol round to Nana and Friends.
Isn't Muck that Pokemon?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, or it's Mook or Muck. But yeah, pistol round is where it all begins. And as we know, pistol rounds really it can help define the next 3 rounds to start. This is really a good way for them to begin.
Economically speaking, right? And at the same time, just thinking about how the rounds played out. I mean, the way that Nana and Friends played out this pistol round on defense, whoa, it's pretty good.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Well, into the next round, and going off of what Victoria was talking about, economy on Nana and Friends side now, they're looking a little bit better. So some buys coming through. Nyx not backing down, though, with their own Sheriff buys coming out. Som trying to explore middle a little bit.
Yeah, they're looking for that pick right now, trying to get any information possible. You can see they're playing really for information here. That spike is all the way practically near their spawn, while Som wanders around looking for something to walk into her crosshairs.
I guess this is what they call the tactical cycle, Vic. They're waiting for Nana and Friends to kind of peek out, play off the information that they get, but Nana and Friends are disciplined right now. Fragment was spent by Nuki, so she knows that there's a little bit of presence towards A short, and that's why we have a 3 stack towards the A site from Nana and Friends.
Yeah.
But at the very same time, Nyx is rotating back towards B, so let's go.
Yeah, I mean, Nana and Friends knows they don't need to push out at this very moment. They just need to wait for that push into site, and here they decided to go into B.
And it's quick, Vic, and as soon as they made a bit of noise, the rotation from Nana and Friends already come towards the B side. Spectres will rain bullets everywhere. Muck getting a triple kill. 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is just easy days for Nana and Friends right now. They're looking like they're holding their defense really well. It's always tough walking into Spectres.
Alarm bot out.
And if this continues, it's gonna upset our predictions, Vic. Because we thought Nyx would probably do better on the attacking side. But right now, with the way that they're pushing through, Nana and Friends being that safe, that careful, just kind of luring Nyx into traps again and again. Well, it comes down to the 3rd round, though, if Nyx can turn this around with their full buy.
Well, yeah, it's up. It's again at this rate, they have the superior guns at the moment. They finally have their full buy, as you pointed out. But Nana and Friends, again, just patiently holding, waiting to get the information to see what Nyx is up to. It looks like they're setting up for that A entry.
Yeah, that's a good way to go through it. Drone first, maybe clear out wine. But look at the positioning from Nana and Friends as well. Angela just a little bit more forward towards A short. Maybe a bit of an off angle coming out from Nuki. But at the same time, Cupcake inside of Hell. If she can hold this position long enough, buy those rotations over, do a bit of damage, it could be good, but unfortunately she's only going to be able to take down 1 with her. Nyx already has the sight, and at the same time, a lone Killjoy player, I think it's Delbisky, all the way lurking, coming out from A main. And Nana and friends are very aware of it. That's why they're checking out A short right now.
That's right.
Recon comes through though.
It does. The information was really critical. They've completely flooded into site really quickly,
No way.
and that retake,
Last player
this
standing.
post plant is going to be everything going to the next round. Izzy with nothing but a bit of util to try to get some info. But it's not quite enough.
Close though. Actually was kind of close, Vic. I was surprised. The moment I saw Muck swing out with the Spectre, in round 3 that is, based off of the recon from Ice, she was able to take down 2 players who were positioned on Generator. But that said, you know, with the firepower that Nyx finally had, they managed to turn things around. So standard start for both teams.
That's right, and you can see Nyx now just hungry. They look like they're about to charge into B very quickly. They're ready to flood into site. They know exactly what's set up here at this point. With the Killjoy and that initiator. Sova hiding back of Boathouse. Saw Marty getting as much space as possible.
Ooh. Well, you could hide in Boathouse, but not for long, especially if Sam's watching the angle. Angela fights back though with her own Vandal. Now dashes up front in towards Delbisky, but the turret slows her down. Good information. Nyx just holds their ground. 1 player left coming out from Nana and Friends, and fortunately she's not going to be able to do too much. The old Capybara gang, the Cuppy Cake, she's trying to find whatever she can, just positioned outside of defender spawn.
This is
Recon.
really tough. That's a Cuppy Cake. Yeah, uses her remaining smoke. She could, if she can isolate these fools, it is possible she gets 1. 2. Is she gonna get that
Vic.
3rd? It's happening. These omens
Paranoia.
can get really tricky.
Oh, but she's running out of time. There's quite a bit of pressure on her shoulders. She checks every angle, but unfortunately, Wiley swinging on her mouse. Shoe knee. Oh, puts an arrow to her knee at that moment.
Yeah, the knees, they're a weak point, you know? It's really hard when you get kneecapped. It looks like they're gonna try again.
Do your arms get heavy as well, Vic?
You are
Maybe-
not about
Okay. But it is a 2-2 start. And that's how you kind of want to play, you know, I guess a 1-on-1 situation. Previously a 1-on-3. Good attempt by Cuppy Cake, but Shuni just repositioning herself. That was good. Now on to the next round. And we have a bit of a fake coming through. Paranoia sent in towards B, and it forces the players from Nana and Friends back towards site. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad just going deep into mid. They have options here. In fact, they might be going in for a B split. Or are we rotating to A, really?
Yeah, this is really fascinating. Nyx, at this point, you know, we were just talking about them being stronger on attacker side, and it looks like they've completely gained their momentum now, and they're just charging in with Som
Oh my
and the
God.
Cavalry. Misses a critical first shot going into B site, but it doesn't matter. Site is cleared,
Spike planted.
and it's for their taking.
That's one way to take space. And now you've got Angela along with her teammate coming up from behind. However, the turret has given away their position, and you only have sheriffs in this one spot, so it comes down to the sharp shooting. Peeks out, and Piety along with Delbisky will take her down. Maybe your predictions are right after all, Vic.
My predictions are always right. Quack.
That's true. That is true.
No,
I've learned.
I'm about to jinx it. I just jinxed something here. But we're just going based on data, right? This isn't random predictions. It's just facts. The facts are Nyx has a better track record here on Ascent, but both teams, and honestly, a lot of teams are very good at Ascent. It's one of the oldest maps in Valorant, and one that I know we both love as well. And most players just know this map really well. It's really about outsmarting each other. Especially when you have mirror matchups here for comps.
yes.
It's really about outsmarting each other and really digging into that strat book and finding each other's weaknesses. And you can see Nyx has figured it out. All they have to do at this point is flood into a site, and it's theirs for the taking.
Right? Everyone's so used to it by now. And along with how, you know, Nana and Friends' economy hasn't worked out so great, Now the Killjoy lockdown placed onto site itself, creating so much space, because if you're stuck inside that field, you get detained, you can't shoot, you can't do anything. Nana and Friends has to respect this, and they're slowly setting up for that retake. Now pushing out from Tree along with Heaven. A big recon stuck onto her Chuni, and Piety has to swing around on a swivel. A double kill coming out of nowhere. Cupcake trying to fight back, but now the push going through onto site itself. Delbisky holds it down, and that's how Nyx claims their 4th win.
It got a little bloody there, but that initial Killjoy lockdown was so important, keeping them out of sight for so long, creating that pressure on defense. And the chaos just ensued. So, I mean, at the end, Nyx is in the lead at 4 points.
And that just, again, goes back to your point about their attacking round win rate, Vic. Because looking at the numbers now, it is a 62% statistic that they have on the attacking side. If they can keep this up and secure even more rounds, let's say we end the first half with, like, I don't want to jinx it, you know, but 8-4, 9-3 maybe? Nana and Friends will have a tough time on the defensive side, especially given their defensive win rate on Ascent, which is, you know, it's pretty good. But against 62%, 58 is just not high enough. Cupcake now getting flushed out of wine. She might be stuck in this corner, and Angela's trying to bail her teammate out with this Marshall. But again, it's just buys that aren't that good enough.
Well, Nyx has definitely changed up the tempo a little bit after conditioning them for these flood pushes. And you can see how NAF is responding to this. They are pushing up, trying to hold any aggressive pushes. But with this change of tempo, I think it was just a really good call by Nyx.
Yeah, Som making a lot of these plays, creating the space on the site, but Muck denies it outright. 2 shots back to back. And that's going to be 1 player down. They're going to have to pick her back up, the KO. Because that's what you go into once you pop her ultimate. A down but not out state. 4 players from NAF now. Just trying to retake. But again, not the best guns in hand. Nyx holding down some of these positions as well. Khan not really allowing anyone from NAF to pick up that rifle. Angela has the blades though. But at this range, it's a little bit tricky unless she goes for right clicks. She does manage to secure a kill. Nuki getting a couple as well. And suddenly, you have everyone from Nyx dissipated. A bit of friendly fire as well on towards Angela. But you know what? You've got the round win, Vic. It's all good. 3-4.
That's right. Nana did great there. They had at their disposal, while they didn't have the superior guns, they had a lot of utility. I really like how they executed here, making full use of all of it to take control of that post-plant situation.
Here.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with Angela and her Blade Storm, I think that was one of those things that dismissed Khan. And at the same time, the way that Muck just held down the push on her own with 2 Sheriff shots, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it completely was. But now we're seeing their ults up online, especially that Killjoy lockdown. I expect that coming into play here because now with the scoreline coming a bit closer, we're getting close to that first half end. NAF definitely wants to get as many rounds as possible in the bag.
Be great if they can tie up the scoreline right now. That's also why they're playing so defensively, and I believe there is an operator at hand, Angela, trying to make sure that nobody crosses mid 2 safely. But that's also why Piety smokes it off completely with her dark cover, ensuring that her team would get safe passage towards A short. But this is where Nuki's positioned. Franklin sent out. Oh, we're just diving in.
Blade Storm is down. Unable to use it, but Piety is making sure they get in.
Well, I guess you don't need to use it if Piety's getting all these crispy shots, like in her name. Hunter's Fury used to kind of delay the spike plant for a second. You know, you could close in the distance off of that, but that said, it is a 3-on-4 situation. You're gonna have to even out the odds somehow. And this lockdown could be a way, but look at the positioning from Nyx right now. Som immediately dismissing Muck. And that is a backline opened up. She could push it off of this. Teammates trying to hold as well, but nobody's watching the site. Nuki comes through with a double kill of her own. And that is tying up the score 4-4.
Yep, it is back on 4-4 right now, and they looks like they figured it out. That post plant retake. I'm really curious going into this next round now how each of these teams are going to be adapting to each other.
I'm not sure how you're gonna do it. First of all, Operator is still a really strong tool. The lockdown was used, so you might be able to go in a little bit more aggressive. But looking at the buys that Nyx has right now, unless there's a very fixed game plan in how they want to take the site and maybe overwhelm some of the Nana players, it's gonna be tough, Vic, because Nana has been so safe so far.
That's right. They've been very safe, and it's been ultimately paying off. Now with Nyx, with nothing but Sheriffs and half armor, they're still choosing to go into B site where they know that Killjoy is set up. At this point, they probably realize Nana is really good with that util, and baiting all that out could come in handy.
You're right, Vic. I mean, they did the paranoia. It blinded the Killjoy turret, but still, when you have Cupcake just instantly using the From the Shadows into sight to hold down the line, that is good damage. Shuni, though, taking her out. And all of a sudden, Nyx has captured this point on the map. Two players left from Nana and friends, and they are trying to retake with whatever they've got. A lockdown, though, pushes them back. Nuki has no choice but to push up front, given her position. Gets traded by Som now. She did do a good bit of damage. It's up to Angela in a 1-on-2. Operator at hand, though. Oh my goodness! The cloud first, and then she scopes in. Shuni, 1-on-1. Here's the footsteps. And unfortunately, maybe a little bit of a careless push from Angela towards the end. Gives Shu a free kill in a way.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Angela was really lucky on that first one, but her luck really didn't hold going into that second face-off there. But Som's repositioning, going really deep onto their spawn, really surprised Nana, and that ended up paying off for Nyx and, you know, keeping them slightly in the lead, which they really need, because now it looks like Nana only has half armor.
And that's kind of the thing about these two duelists, Angela as well as Som. Really aggressive, very forward-thinking, forward positioning, but even if they die, they're actually creating so much space, a lot of chaos for their team to kind of capitalize off of. A bit of presence towards B now, and look at what's happening on the minimap. 4 players from NAF, all towards the B site, leaving Cupcake alone on A, but a bit of a swing, and Shuni is dead. You got Delbisky right beneath you. And unfortunately, she doesn't see it, so this might be the spike plant, unless Muck does something. Now we're gonna wait. We're gonna chill.
Yeah, Muck's not doing anything yet. I think Muck is waiting for the rest of her teammates to come in, because that's when it pays off. There are only 3 of Nyx up at the moment, but if they can hold this cleverly, win these duels, they can go into 6.
Oh, it might happen, Vic. We're suddenly in a 1-on-1. Shots traded, but Nuki with the pop flash. Underhand toss. Completely catching Piety off guard. We are tied up now, 5-5.
You know, the last time they faced off, Nuki was really critical as well. Getting the second highest frags on this map, and I'm seeing a lot of this repeating here with Nuki getting a lot of those critical shots and completely turning around these rounds.
And you really have to love just fundamentally how well she's playing as well. I mean, if you can be that sole player to turn things around for your team, that's star power right there. So off of that loss now, I believe it's Nyx just calling the timeout, their coach wanting to have a say in this.
Yeah, this is Nyx's timeout. At this point, when it's this close, I think a timeout was in order by either one of these teams, to be honest. And was it Nyx that you were mentioning that has a coach?
Yes, Nyx is the one with the coach.
Again, this is really helpful. We were talking about Som being that IGL, even though she's a flex role. She is playing a duelist right now. I think it is tough to be a duelist IGL. It's not the most common position that we see. Typically, they're initiators, controllers, something that can kind of take a step back and, isn't the first one entering into site. So having a coach here is, like you mentioned, could be the game changer for their team.
Yeah, that third-party opinion. But at the same time, I mean, you got the power of friendship on Nana and Friends, Vic.
But who's Nana?
We don't know. Maybe it's a dog. Maybe it's the dog.
No, Nana. It was a cat. They had a cat logo.
Oh, it's the cat. Dang it. Maybe it's the cat then.
Get your animals. Unless it was like a cat-looking dog. It looks like they're wandering deep into mid. Nana and her friends are letting them get that info and wander around. They're playing again really, really far back, playing it safe. There is no need for them to push out and fight so early on.
Cover going
Just
out.
kind of anticipating where the push might head towards as well. And that's why you kind of hold out towards defender spawn, being able to pivot around the backwards position so much. Now you can stack up towards the A site, and that's exactly where the hit is going towards. Angela, hiding inside of Hell, able to find one frag. Nuki comes back out from the side of door as well. So despite the push coming out from Nyx, they managed to go into site. They weren't quite able to take out these players. Nana and Friends off the timeout, called by Nyx, by the way, being able to dish out so much damage. From the shadows in towards B side, however.
It is a 4v1 right now with just Pavey, who completely dipped and went to B side. But I've seen miracles like this happen with Omens in particular. She gets one, but that market hit comes in. Nuki once again finding a different angle and taking her down. You know, it's just not worth the risk, even if it's a 4v1 situation. I think Nana and Friends did it right here.
True.
And played it safe, you know, just covering all the angles, even though there's just one.
Last round before the
I also think, Vic, you jinxed it, because she only finds one. You don't find a second one afterwards.
You never
Once
find
you-
two. Like, the count from Sesame Street would be really upset. One. We stop at one.
Unless that's the number of the day, you know. But okay, interestingly enough, there is a timeout being called by Nana and Friends right now. Maybe they actually do have a coach, and I might be wrong. But yeah, it's just how they kind of want to play off of this, which is interesting at the same time because they just won that round. They're definitely looking to secure a 7-5 first half.
Yeah, at this rate, Nana and Friends want to keep this trend going right now. They seem to have Nyx red, and when you were really creeping up towards the end of this first half, you want to close out strong. You want to make it as difficult as possible going into that second half, and getting that pistol round, that could completely change. It will really define who will be winning out, Ascent.
I just kind of really need as many rounds as possible, especially because it's Ascent, especially because you're going to be swapping sides afterwards. But now, I mean, that's one of those things that we're talking about with timeouts. You might be the ones to call it, but your opponents can kind of discuss things as well at the same time. And with ultimates at hand, this could go either way, Vic.
Yeah. It really could go either way. I do find it curious that Sovas on both sides, though, are really shooting those darts as shallow as possible. They just want that early info. And it looks like Nyx is just completely wandered into A site again. But that could be completely planned. Because every single time, Nana, as long as they're all alive, their post-plant retakes have been paying off.
Especially with their utility, right, Vic? Delbisky instantly dismissed as well, so no more lurks to worry about. Which bodes well for Nana and Friends, but look at the gunfight going through. Shuni, they are dealing with all of it. 6-6 is what we have at the end of the first half.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Nana completely threw out all those ults, all that util, which is usually paid off, and it was definitely part of the plan. Nyx, at the end of the day, reminds you this is an FPS esport. It's raw gunpowder is all you really need.
Especially if you have the right positioning, just click heads. But you know, well, my analysis at least is going to be click hits. Our panel's going to have much better to say. So Tash and Raph, take it back from us, please.
Thanks very much, casters. Vic and Quack, very exciting gameplay coming through here. This round 2 is definitely something very exciting as we are seeing this match. Last time Nana and Friends took this map away from Nyx, and I think that this time around it might just be the same story, unless of course Nyx Kyosei has an idea on how exactly to break this. I would say it's not really a set play per se coming in from Nana and Friends. It's more of like they're willing to give up the site. They're willing to play retakes coming through. They're understanding that the initial aggression coming in from Nyx Kyosei is something that they might not be able to play together, given the fact that half the team will be on the other side. So they're okay to play back, play strengthened numbers, and play for retakes. And I think that is one of the biggest things that have been making these rounds really work out for them.
Exactly. There's a lot of emphasis on safety, especially for the first few rounds for NAF. And I'm glad that Nyx, on their side, they identified that there is a lot of space being given, so they can be a little more aggressive and dump a little bit more utility to, again, continue their push. However, I feel like and again, our casters brought this up. Count would be very, very disappointed, especially with Nyx Kyosei. There's so many times where they would get a good initial duel, but they don't maximize their numbers advantage. And I feel like that's been one of their issues, especially on these post plants where it looks like a clutch is brewing. But again, it is only the first half, and knowing Ascent, the adjustments are still going to come with more layers and just, again, more patience and more firepower from all our teams.
Yeah, I think a 6-6 half is decent for both teams, given the fact that, I mean, when you look at how aggressively they play, I think you can also expect an aggressive defensive side coming in from the team itself. But Nana and Friends, as we know, heavy into default. Let's see whether or not Nyx Kyosei has an answer to this type of play. So I'm going to toss it back to our casters, Vic and Quack. What do you guys think?
I'm still gonna go with what Vic said. You know, it's just, I think it's gonna be Nyx win, probably, maybe. We'll see.
I don't know anymore. I think Nyx needed to get a lot more rounds for me to be confident about that. A lot of their Ascent wins, you know, was their attack is when their attack recited. But who knows? You know what? In the world of Valorant, everything's unpredictable, and sometimes history doesn't mean anything. You could have the longest win streak and still lose at the very end, and I've seen vice versa completely happen with the underdog story. But so who really knows? We are in the last chance qualifiers, though, so I do know all these teams would very much like to get into Elite. So right now, they're pulling everything out of the strat book and showing what they've got. Meanwhile, you can see their playstyle is so different. Nyx's playstyle is so different than Nana and Friends, just positioning themselves this far out, which is it's a complete opposite.
Wow. And just going in for the peak, too. Som walks away with one frag, instantly traded. CHUBBYNINJA kind of trying to help her out, but not quite able to do it too well. Recon, or a bit of a counter recon coming in just to ensure that if they are pushing out a B main, they would be all tagged up. And it does stem the bleeding. Nana and Friends actually backing off. And while their spike was never really committed towards the B site, so they have some options to work with right now.
You know, with that Killjoy triggering at trees, the
30 seconds left.
Is now aware that there is some action going on A site, and you can see that while they're not quickly over rotating, they're aware that something's about to happen.
A little bit of something. Everyone's positioned onto site. Heidi kind of just receiving them. Delbisky finding a couple as well.
Left.
And Muck's the only one left with not much time at all. Can't find the shot. Delbisky with a third kill. Nyx takes the pistol.
Yeah, that was a really important round. We were just talking about this in the first half. Going into this, when your scoreline is that close, winning this pistol round, again, could define a lot. If they continue this trend with now the superior guns, you can see Delbisky is arming up with a full Vandal buy. They want to make sure this is their round for the keeping.
Oh, that's crazy. Good catch, Vic. You're going with the Vandal on round 2, and given the fact that you are starting on defense, that actually would be a really sound choice. It's just that you don't want to hand that over onto your opponents. So playing it safe is the best bet. Not on friends right now, though.
It is in Delbisky's hands. They're Killjoy, who usually plays Duelist. But the choice is very interesting. Well, because they know Som's going to be the one pushing out, getting that info, trying to get that first kill. So I don't think they'll be losing that rifle too soon.
Yeah, all good. If anything, maybe Som loses her Spectre. But look at how they're playing, actually. It's rather safe. Good peeks, good movement, and a crisp shot on towards Angela. Now she commits into a spray, and Shuni has to bail her out. So a bit of damage more coming through, and making the right calls as well. Delbisky susses out Ice's position.
They're pushing out from both sides. Knowing that Nana and friends is probably trying to get that intel, get that info, get those peeks. I mean, both of them were just ready to get those shots, and it...
Oh, man.
I mean, there you go. It's 2 rounds already into the second half. Really clean for them.
Yeah, it is that save round coming up for Nana and friends. And you would have expected maybe they do a little bit more damage economically towards Nyx, but at the same time, you take what you can get, but it does show that Nyx is so much better prepared on the defensive side right now, especially when you have players like Som just weaving in and out of cover.
Look at this setup right now, though. Nyx is ready to push out of A. They're going to come into full contact with Nana and friends. Nana and friends, they're not going into too soon anymore. Not walking into Nyx's crosshairs, but they were really prepared for that A site hit.
I guess trying to replicate a little bit of that gelato crunch that we've seen from other teams, but this time just getting completely shut down by Nana and friends. And off of that initial engagement, Vic, look at this. They're going and rotating all the way towards the B site.
Yeah, they want to join the Killjoy party at B. Delbisky is now set up at B instead of A. Angela getting that good first kill, and I hope she stays alive, not improving you wrong, Quack, that she doesn't always die right after that first kill.
Definitely not, and this is a good look for her. Nana and friends now just trying to hold down the site, and look at the positioning as well. 2 on site, 1 in B main. Angela just hovering around door. Nyx is possibly aware of this, but they're gonna have to be so careful because it's initial contact and then trading out. Nuki able to take down Khan. 2 players left, and they might be able to push up further front, but how many angles do they have to clear, Vic? It's just way too much, and a simple phantom spray. Muck trading off of it. Maybe some slight whiffs, but at the end, we win out the round. Nana and friends coming back.
You know, Nuki is just feeling her shots right now because she is, again, getting a lot of those critical kills on the other team.
It's something that you desperately need, but slowly coming back into it as well. 17 kills is what Nuki has under her belt, but at the same time, if you look at what Nyx has, it's a lot more coordination. Everyone kind of chipping in bit by bit.
Yeah. And you can see it. You're absolutely right there. You can just see how Nyx is playing very cohesively. While aggressive, it is very cohesive.
This time, not aggressive, though.
No.
Oh, look at the positioning this time. Kind of inviting Nana and friends in. You want to join my party? No, I'm not powerless. Oh no, maybe I am. Alright, here comes Angela. Right on top of January, she drops down, and Shuni's attention is completely bought out. Som able to hold down the ground, though, along with Patey coming out from door. It's a clean hold for Nyx, and they take it 9-7.
I find it really fascinating. The moment, because I've seen this happen now in the first half and the second half, the null command, whoever is pulling out that null command, oh, I like that slow whoa moment, that null command comes out, the other team ends up winning the round. It's almost like you know you can't use any util, and then you just, there's nothing else you can do but go into full contact. And that's what ends up happening. The other team ends up just aiming, shooting. And for whatever reason, it's been not paying off wherever it does the null command.
It kind of, I guess, gives their position away, their entire strategy away as well, and maybe the protocols just aren't that clean. Angela trying to play off of Generator, but not quite able to find too much, and they're not landing their shots either. Nyx, on the other hand, are landing everything, Vic. And look at how they're playing right now. Paranoia prepped in case someone pushes out of mid. There it is. Gets sent down. And Som wants to play off of this, but oh my goodness, they're dashing back to back. Som landing a perfect shot on towards Cupcak's head, and then Patey peeking off of it. It's a flawless win for Nyx Kyosei.
Nyx Kyosei is just looking really good right now and proving why they have a really strong win rate on Ascent. They're just playing very confidently right now, not holding too far back into sight, except for that one round where they were expecting ults to come out from that KO. And if they, again, this is the kind of momentum that they want to carry forward as they are creeping closer and closer to that match point.
And that's, it really is pretty close now, Vic. Especially if you're considering, yeah, this is LCQ. Yes, it might be a double elimination bracket, but you want as much as you can possibly get. And if Not a Friends drops right now, as we move on to the next map, it might be their pick, but Fracture is where things can get hectic as well. So Jacob trying to kind of put an end to this, calls the timeout, but I don't know what they can really change up in this round. They might have some guns under their belts, but I think it's the strategy that's a little bit lacking, because they might be trying to collapse our waterfall into a single site. But when Nyx goes proactive and makes a play like what we just saw with the Paranoia coming out from Patey, it really turns things around on its head.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it at this point, Nana and friends, and I hope this is what this timeout was all about. We want to see something a little bit more unusual in the pathing. You can even see here as they're pinging the map, they're clicking up something a little bit different, and they want to catch Nyx off guard.
I want to see a turret behind, though. Okay, they do kind of have an alarm bot. But look at how Angela's clearing out the entirety of tiles as well as B lobby. They know it's going to be an A hit, and Delbisky is prepared to make some biscuits. All right, not quite at the moment.
Biskies?
Maybe some. I was thinking about
Some
it,
biscuits?
but the dark cover just comes up at the right time. Crispy Patey is so on point with these. Now it's just a waiting game.
It is. I think at this point, Nyx knows it's if you slow Nana and her friends down, there's just so little time on the clock. And again, they have that pressure push, and they walk right into their trap. Look at this crossfire setup right now.
Oh no!
It's a flawless round.
They tried to execute, Vic. They really tried. There was a recon sent out, but it just
Double
doesn't
recon.
matter.
It looks like a drone fight at that point. But I think that might be what is stopping Nana from getting these rounds. It's that hesitation. They're being a bit cautious, but in that hesitation, in that moment of doubt, you're giving Nyx time to set up for that crossfire, and that's exactly what happened yet again.
And that's the crazy. Nyx only had 3 players on A site. They managed to stop this entire push with 3 players. Because they had info, they had the positioning, and they weren't buckling under pressure. There might have been a recon, but still landing those shots. This time, Som trying to go out for some info. A little bit discouraged after having spotted 1. But at the same time, it's info that's useful. Patey smokes off B main, and now they're going to have to think twice before dashing in.
Yep, and they're doing exactly that. Thinking twice, but Angela is trying to get as much space as possible. She's far into B side, but Shuni takes her down.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but unfortunately, this will not be your territory gained this time around, Nana and friends. They lose this round, and it's going to be match point as well, and given their guns, it's just near impossible for them to come back at this point. Not unless Ice can do something. Up towards A short. Simple click to the head. And she's looking to get the spike planted around Generator.
Placing swarm grenade.
Psalm now going out with some peeks of her own. Wide swing all the way to the other side with an operator. Now she has the angle. Ice might be trapped, but she takes down Shuni anyway. 7 HP is what Psalm has. But just pushing out of door now. Lockdown in place, and Muck is trying her darndest to keep the dream alive. Give me this one round. I do not want to go into match point. Not yet. She puts her turret down, trying to play off of it, but Patey is just sharper. Match point for Nyx Kyosei.
That's right. Nyx is, at this point, Nana's economy is completely broken. Muck tried her darndest to hold that site down with that lockdown, but it wasn't quite enough. Nothing but a sheriff in her hand. And at this point, it's really going to take a miracle for Nana and friends to keep this dream alive. For Ascent, anyway.
Yeah, I guess so. But it's just so worrying, Vic. And look at how... You know, remember earlier on we were talking about Nuki having 17 kills? She's only found 1 so far. And then on the other hand, Patey has been coming up huge. 22 kills into this last round. We're going in. Angela trying to make some plays, but she's suppressed by that KO knife. Nuki able to find 1 though. Make that a second. Khan suddenly taken down. Shuni just holding it on site, however. Repositioning towards lane, she finds yet another. Nuki answering back, and now it's all down to Delbisky.
Oh, Nuki heard you. Is that going to be the ace?
No
Hunting for it. Ice trying to get that info. Ooh. Delbisky walking into that info. And Delbisky takes advantage of it, stealing away Nuki's ace.
That's sad.
I know,
So
unfortunate.
sad.
But look, she's not going to go down with just 1 kill in the second
you
half
really?
anymore.
Oh my god. Lockdown. It baits out the Hunter's Fury. Goes in for the swing.
Oh my
What
goodness.
a flick. Nanoswarm to keep her trapped back towards the other side. And now she goes in for the commitment, but ice in her veins. Manages to keep that dream alive for 1 more round.
That was incredible by both sides. Just really smart usage here of their ults against each other. And Delbisky came real close. Really close. But Ice wanted to make sure they went into this this round.
You can kind of see that Eyes was, yeah. Not too phased by the movement coming up from Delbisky. She actually had a little bit of a shimmy, and I think that's kind of what threw Delbisky off, trying to track and get that recall control going. But it wasn't meant to be. Next round, though, Nyx has so much in their bags, a lot of money. Shorty's brought out, but unfortunately, Sean will not be able to find all too much. Khan's still alive, though. Oh, I say that, and then she just kind of fizzles out.
Is Nuki coming back up? Oh, no, left by herself. He just left her. Yeah, they're way back into sight now. And in this 2v2.
1 enemy remaining.
Could happen. It's happening.
It's happening.
Patey and Delbisky each taking an angle of their own, managing to take down both players. And that's the teamwork that Nyx Kyosei has. 13-8, Vic.
That's right. 13-8. It is not. You can see why Nyx ended up picking this map again. Wanted that redemption. Lost to Nana and friends last time, but this time, you know, they switched up who was playing which agent, and they played very differently, very confidently, and that's what really carried them forward into that victory. Because that first half was really shaky for them. Second half, absolutely not.
Yeah, pistol round maybe a little bit tricky, but once you started to see Psalm get going, especially when she picked up that operator in the second half, getting that pistol round win, and the Spectre, she started to go a lot more aggressive, especially on the defensive side, and I think that's one of those things that threw Nana and friends off. I would have expected at least double digits for Nana and friends maybe, but this was not the best map for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right. But you know what? We're going to leave it to our desk to break this all down in more detail. Tash and Raph, over to you.
Thank you very much, Vic and Quack, for the cast. And I think this is going to be very exciting because, again, as Vic said, this is the redemption arc. This is the revenge arc, rather, for Nyx Kyosei. Previously, when they played, it was Nana and Friends who won who won this map. But then again, arc redeemed. Now let's talk a little bit about what we saw earlier. And I think the first half for Nana and Friends, it looked a little bit more strong, in my opinion, compared to Nyx. And again, this is a very defense-sided map. I was very concerned, in my opinion, because for how Nyx plays, it is suited for more attack side. But again, when you want to talk about Ascent, a defender-heavy map, it can still be very shaky coming through. But they seem to have figured out how exactly Nana and Friends played and how exactly to break the defense on how they set it up.
I think I'm gonna go back to my original point where there's a lot of emphasis on safety, especially on the side of Nana and Friends. So in a way, Nyx had so much just confidence and comfort to set up their retakes, which I think was really the cherry on top of how they played today, as the way they collapsed on those retakes just looked that much more refined in comparison to Nana and Friends. And they're maximizing all these small windows from all the utility that they invested in. Again, Heidi has still been, or Crispy Heidi?
Crispy Heidi.
Heidi, right? Yeah. Again, absolutely a tear. So many layers that they had to try and control, but instead of Nyx going for a more staggered approach, they just kind of went for one fell swoop, and Nana and Friends unfortunately buckle on the first map.
I really want to come back to like what we saw in what they played, or at least what Nyx played previously against them. Everything that we saw the last time they played on Ascent was completely different this time. With Capricious running the Sova last time, they changed it up. They put Capricious on the Jet, which I thought was strange at first because Capricious has always been a person who really thrives on that Jet role, and I thought it was going to be Delbisky that's going to be running the Duelist. But I would say these changes are definitely something that looks a lot better on them, on how exactly they play and how exactly they decide to go aggressively. Regardless, as we go into this game, I love the fact that Nyx is able to learn a lot from the last loss on this map and really be able to build up on themselves to really understand how it takes to, I would say, break the set play coming in from Nana and Friends. And Nana and Friends, despite that, and I think the biggest problem is they're still going on that default heavy sort of setup. And because they don't have an answer other than knowing that default heavy setup, that is the problem, because they, in my opinion, they felt a little bit more one-dimensional compared to Nyx Kyosei. Regardless, congratulations to Nyx Kyosei for that first map. When we come back, it's going to be map number 2. Let's see what's going to be. It's going to be a 2-0 or 2-1. We'll see you guys in a little while.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Flash.
Spike down A. One.
Found them.
One enemy remaining.
Oops.
While the redemption arc happened for Nana and friends, or rather for Nyx Kyosei against Nana and friends, we are now in a map number 2, Fracture. Whether or not we'll see which team go better in the next one is the question as we come through. Raf, my co-host / panelist, was with another panelist, which I'm very sad that is no longer here.
What do you think of what happened in the game? I see. I don't think she's very interested right now. I think she's trying to steal the loaf of bread that is on my desk. But she's enjoying her massages as, again, we are going into a pretty heated map too. And this is also kind of going into the whole... Please don't bite me. This is going into the whole idea of we don't want to be the first team to enter the lower bracket, especially in LCQ. It's just because it's, again, the added mental pressure and the weight on their shoulders, especially on the side of Nana and friends right now, might just increase exponentially. But again, Tash, this is why we really, really enjoy our game changers and just Valorant in general. Anything can happen.
That's right.
I
Now,
love that logo.
That's right. But anyways, coming into Fracture, while this was a Nana and friends pick, Nyx will be going on defense first. Now, if you look at Fracture, and I really want to emphasize for Nana and friends, this is their map pick coming through. The last time they played was in the Swiss stage. It was against Team Tiamat, where they went 2-0. And the way they play, I would say it's more of like a double initiator sort of play coming through alongside a Sentinel as well as one Julius, where Angela will be running Julius on this particular map. And it's going to be raised for how exactly they want to be playing this. Now, coming into this, I think we had this conversation, Raf, how Nana and friends seem to struggle when it comes to maps that have this sort of like set plays coming forward. Can you explain that a little bit for me?
Well, especially on the side of Nana, right? And from what we've seen from Ascent, I feel like I sound like a broken record, but they do kind of emphasize just, hey guys, let's be cautious. Let's take a step-by-step approach on these things. And you would think that, yes, that's definitely one of the more textbook ways to approach, but it's become a little bit predictable, especially if you're a Nyx player right now, a Nyx Kyosei player, because they've, again, identified that there's so much space being given. They're taking it for free and getting a better launch pad for either a retake or, again, a site execute if they want to do that. And plus, the dueling has just been, I guess, pretty lopsided on the side of Nyx Kyosei, because Piety has just been absolutely demonic with all the duels she's been taking.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And I think on top of that, it also comes, again, go back to mental. I think it's just the basics as we come forward. You can tell that as the many rounds that Nana and friends were not able to score, the more you can start to see the panic just really settling in, how they're a little bit more, I would say, sloppy when it comes to those aim duels as well. And this is something you want to, I would say, you want to avoid, especially on a map like Fracture, which is just, oh my god, he has another one. Especially,
yeah,
especially when you
a little
are
bit jealous.
Yeah, we have a brown and a white one. But coming back, especially when you are on a map like Fracture, which is so momentum heavy. And a map that is so momentum heavy like Fracture, where you can change so many rounds in a row, what can Nana and friends do? You can't keep defaulting on a map like Fracture. You need to be able to be a little bit more creative on how exactly you want to break these attacks, how exactly you want to break these set plays. And I think that for Nyx and friends, Nyx Kyosei, holy, Nyx Kyosei, I think in general, has been a little bit more, they know how exactly to execute. Execution-wise has been phenomenal for them, especially on attack side. But the question is, how is Nana and friends going to react to this? Because so far, we didn't see an answer for them on Ascent.
Nana and friends, I feel like number one on their priority list is to be a little more assertive so that their passive play is going to be respected. They can freeze the opposing team. In this form, it's going to be Nyx Kyosei. And just be, again, with that space being respected, they have a lot more room to exact their plan. And we see that step-by-step process. It's just they're taking a little too long for Nyx to just be receptive of it. They're like, okay, we know this is going to be the wind-up. We know that you're going to be taking forever to set up. We're just going to basically maximize what damage we can do in this small window. That's right. Manju, it's okay. It's okay. I think she likes Nyx Kyosei. She's actively disagreeing with my point.
And I think that coming forward as well, let's talk a little bit about space taking. I think that one thing that I think Nana and friends should really worry about is the amount of space if say that they do give it up, if say that they do, I think for Nyx, it's been really important for them to get the information on which side is the stronger side and which side is the weaker side. And then once they figure it out, they're able to just really rotate quickly and get onto site quickly. And then it's all about denying all that space from Nana and Friends. And once that happens, whatever ideas Nana and Friends has, is just all gone. But let's have a look at the agent select here. What are your thoughts, Raf?
Again, chamber. I love me some chamber picks because it is very telling of the tempo. While we saw a fade on the opposite side, so meaning they're gonna have a little more emphasis on the brawling, finding that much more value on the prowler, and just overall trying to have that much more control over that limited range that can be incredibly daunting for, I believe it was Nana and Friends on the right side of our screen.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we can already sort of predict what kind of style of play is coming through by Nyx Kyosei. It's going to be very aggressive. It's all about fighting for that space and taking it away from Nana and Friends. But what about Nana and Friends? It's really hard to really predict when all they're really good at is about, playing that default heavy style. I mean, yeah, the default heavy style can work. Again, this map does have 4 orbs. I would love to see Nana and Friends take a little bit more proactive measures in trying to fight for those orbs, really farm them up, give the right players those orbs to be able to take up space and deny a lot of, I would say, plays. But let's see if whether or not this will be happening as we go into map number 2. Vic and Quack, take it away.
Thank you, Tash and Raf. We're going to be going into the second map, Fracture. I think this is going to be really exciting, judging by the playstyle we saw a bit on Ascent. And again, repeating here, it's a little bit different. While the comps are the same, their IGL, Som has previously known as Capricious, has decided to take on the duelist role instead. So I wonder if a lot has been changing here. Maybe the shout calling has been, handed off to someone else instead, in addition to change our role. And Delbisky, again, is stepping off the duelist role, off that Neon. So I think right now they are looking like they're just, they're at their strongest when they're a full W.
If it worked on Ascent, so they could do it again. And if we're going full W on a map like Fracture, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be really fun. I'm a little bit concerned for Nana and Friends now. I mean, they have a pretty standard, good composition as well. It's just how they're actually gonna work around it. And what we saw from before is that Angela kind of has those W tendencies as well, maybe, but it's not quite as strong. Maybe the team doesn't really follow up off of it, or it's just not as similarly aggressive or execute heavy, and that kind of hurts them in the process. You need more confidence is what we're saying.
Oh my gosh, I never knew Tactibear had a balloon Tactibear on Fracture. Now I know. Anyway,
very tactical.
Yeah.
You have the balloon floating above you. It's not like it's giving away your position or anything.
Maybe it's like a fake out, It's like that's part of his tactics.
A decoy?
Yeah, it's a decoy. It's like you think it's Tactibear, but no, it's balloon Tactibear. I want to see where this is. Like, where is this going, Observer? Where is this going? It's
the
sort of like
Grand
Raf's
Canyon.
shirt. It's like, where is this shirt going? Are these pictures of all the dogs you own, or is it the Friends of Nana on a shirt?
Weapon here.
These are the questions I hope we have the answers to by the end of today.
This is what Vic thinks about.
Absolutely.
What I'm going to be thinking about, though, is what is happening on the mini-map. Nyx and Kyosei are kind of pushing out on both ends, taking control over attacker bridge side. Meanwhile, Nana and Friends just going straight into A main off of this.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like they're rolling into A site, which is completely theirs for the taking right now. Nana
Fascinating.
and Friends just strolling on in really easily with zero resistance.
But you know what, Vic? They spent all 3 sky smokes. They put down a wall of smokes leading up towards the top of drop, and it leaves them with nothing else left to fend off this retake that's impending upon them. Som trying to get out of dodge with the paint shells being thrown at her feet, manages to stay alive, but now gunshots being fired through on sight. Delbisky, as the chamber, manages to take down one, but not for long. Senderi fires back, and Som has to lead the charge now. She's going out to clear some of these corners, but unfortunately, too much noise made, and it's just a very comfortable Nana and Friends. Same result as what we saw starting out on Ascent.
Yeah, Nana and friends had themselves completely positioned, covering every single angle there. So at that point, when you're just running in as the Neon by yourself, frankly, she can run a little bit faster than those heavy feet of Brimstone. That was an easy pistol round, and I think at this point, when you're going up against a team like Nyx, you need that pistol round. They proved that in the last map. Getting that pistol round gave them that really good advantage in the first half. So I'm sure they're looking for the same right now. Nyx, this is Nyx. Sorry, this is Nana's map pick.
Yeah. Certainly a little bit more comfortable with it too. But now just slowing things down in case Nyx changes things up. And they are stacking up on the B side, Vic. So if Nana and friends actually pushes into this a little bit carelessly and without caution, they might get their heads taken off. But all right, I like the pace at which this is going. Just being a little bit careful.
Spike
Khan
down,
peeking out, but you got
attacker
Nuki to trade. And now we might be able to tell that A site is free for the taking.
Down.
Yeah, if they are throwing some util to just try to get some info, honestly, using a lot of util to get info, but on an otherwise extremely clear site. They're beginning that rotation though. Nyx is through Dish, and if Angela can hold them back, this looks like it could be another Nana round.
Okay, she's gonna try, but instantly headhunted. Belbisky fires back. That's a Bulldog on the ground, and she definitely wants to pick that up. Nuki trying to fend them off. A flashpoint thrown out. Buys a little bit of time,
enemy remaining.
but you know what? Time doesn't matter when you've got a Spectre in your hands and the high ground. 2 kills back to back. It's all up to Crispy Patey, and unfortunately, she's not going to be able to do all too much. It is a 2-0 start for Nana and friends.
Yep, that's right. Pistol round, and the next in the bag for Nana. They're off to a good start.
Very simple and clean, and at the same time, just trying to push out on Dish. I mean, it was a good shot, a good attempt from Delbisky to start things off, but still, with the firepower and the positioning that we had, Nana and friends are very good at kind of reacting to information that they get. But if it's something that surprises them, then they might not be able to come back too quickly. So Nyx and Kyosei right now, just trying to play a little bit more safe. They've got the guns.
Yeah, that's right. They do have the guns now, slightly superior over Nana and friends. But it's going to be important for them to keep it, because they can easily slip away. Heidi getting those 2 kills in.
Not bad right now.
Yeah.
Okay, but then we're getting damage taken by incendiary grenades, as well as Angela pushing up. This is a round that Nyx should be winning, but everything's going haywire. Som now, hearing that the spike's been planted, knows that there is a player on site, wants to clear it out, able to take the first shot, but aim a little bit shaky, needing to fend off a lot of this utility being thrown at her. Kicks things into high gear, able to dodge out some of these plays and moves, but oh my god, Nuki! Just as she goes in for the slide, pops her head! It's a 3-0 start for Nana and friends.
You know, I'm really liking this side of Nana right now. We were talking about how coordinated Nyx looked in their aggressive pushes, but now I'm seeing a lot of this coordination coming from Nana and friends. You can see they're kind of bouncing off of each other to flush Som away from that spike, and, you know, just getting away with a really easy another round. And Nyx, honestly, really needed that round. You can see now their economy is broken. They're going to have to build it up all over again.
Just how do you do that? And they're starting out on the defense. We saw how Nyx played on defense on Ascent. It looked a lot better. But just given how this map is laid out, they're not quite able to find those opening picks that they've been looking to claim.
Look how
Nana and friends are just expecting them.
Yeah, they are. They're waiting for something different, because Nyx probably know they had to do something differently as well, but it's not quite happening yet.
Okay.
Oof.
Well, almost burned down the first initial phase of the timer. Now we're going in.
Revealing area. There
Ice
they
gets
are.
that first shot. I mean, at this rate, they're just pouring into A site, getting a lot of space onto sand.
Delbisky's right above them too, but
30
I don't-
seconds left.
I don't know if you could peek out at that smoke like that.
Yeah, it's a tough position.
One enemy remaining.
Heidi just pushing out from spawn as well. Easily spotted. And what we have in our hands is a potential flawless round for Nana and friends. Yeah, it's gonna be a flawless Vic. 4-0.
Yeah, 4-0. Look, we were talking about this during break. Judging by, again, we were talking about historically speaking, Nyx has a slightly higher win rate on Fracture, especially on defense, but Nana and friends, you know, they played Fracture a lot more, and it really shows here how confident, how comfortable they feel on this map.
This
This is a
more
weird,
experience.
like, it's like a, you know, on roller coasters, it kind of like stops halfway because there is like a technical thing, and it's
That's
just, like,
horrifying.
it's horrifying, yeah. And this is how I feel watching these ladies hanging on a rope, like something's wrong right now. Just over this abyss. Oh my goodness.
Just don't look down. Don't look
This is
down.
it's like a weird place. It's a weird place to be. You know, you can get extreme rope burn. Just
Rope burn?
hanging out here.
I thought you were gonna say like vertigo or something. Rope
Yeah,
burn?
probably vertigo too.
Oh, that's all good. Timeout's just about over. Nick's desperately trying to turn things around. And you know, maybe they haven't played Fracture as much as Nana and friends have, but they do have a somewhat decent track record. Surely they can tap into some of that, especially with the fact that they've got such a deliberate agent composition. The Neon and the Chamber.
Oh, they have 3 ults up now too, with at least one more of them ready to go online as well, with one more orb or a kill.
Okay. And there are 4 orbs across this map.
Mm-hmm. What did you guys call your orb farming? It's like a little
Pac-Man. Pac-Man strat.
Yeah.
Oh, no Pac-Man today though.
Nah,
We're just playing it safe.
not needed.
Not and friends. Yeah, they're just straight into sight. W key. We've got the spike down now. Orbital strike being used, but it's just completely evaded. Maybe not the best position to throw it in. Nobody's peeking off of it either. Aftershock just to secure the corner, and that's a dead Cuppy Cake. Rolling Thunder being sent out now, along with an attacking Killjoy lockdown. All the ultimates being dumped into this one play, Vic. Nana and friends trying to fend them off. One player detained. They're trying to keep that spike alive.
Player
Angela
standing.
trying to hold it down towards defender spawn, but Pady answers back. Timer's still ticking though, and Nuki is very much alive. Shoots out the recon, swaps over onto Som, but with the body blocks coming through, Piety able to take her down in just enough time to get the spike defused.
Woo! By the hair there. You know, Nana and friends, their protocol for this just now was fantastic. But what stopped them ultimately, Nyx was just winning out those gun duels, like getting these kills here. And that ended up winning the round for them. I mean, I like Nana's ideas though. If they can keep this up, it looks like they just have a lot of plays for Fracture. But Nyx at this point, if they can continue just to click heads faster, this could be the formula for their win.
Yeah, because you're thinking about all these like ultimates being sent out, Isis locked down as well. But they weren't quite able to kind of hold it down as soon as Nyx tried to fight back, especially with Nuki up on top of the tower. A little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. You know what we have now? It's going to be Nyx Kyosei with this setup towards A main. Oh, look at this.
I'm looking. They're hanging out in A right now, and Nyx is also holding pretty far forward, especially when you have a breach and a neon like that in that crossfire. They're hoping to trap some people in there.
Oh my gosh, Showstopper though.
Ruins their plans.
That's a dead Sham. But Shuni actually takes out Angela as soon as the Showstopper was popped. So, a bit of a trade, not too bad. Nana and friends still alive. Nyx, though, with the control now. Delbisky with the operator towards this angle, too. It's gonna be tough for Nana and friends to push on through. Got the rendezvous set up as well, and that's a second shot fired out. Khan now peeking out of the sky, smokes a double kill back to back, and Nyx finding that second win.
Well done by Nyx. That recon just coming out with the perfect timing, getting that remaining info to clean up the rest of the mess here.
It's just a way to climb back into the game.
Yeah, that was
it
was just a great anti-strat by Nyx there, being really prepared, and it looks like they're, you know, bringing it all together now. Nana, I think at this point, what we've seen is that when they start to lose that confidence, that is when things turn around. Ooh, Sam is
a lot of confidence on the other side, Vic. Sam just pops out the overdrive. She only bought a shorty this round. And with a tiny sliver, Cupcake slays her down. Angela's still alive. Shuni, though, right behind her, finds a double. The Sky Smoke now blocking off Nana and friends. And it's the ultimates that Nyx uses in this round to kind of, I don't know, trap Nana and friends into this prison around the defender spawn. I mean, attacker spawn. Oh, eyes from the other side.
Strike down A.
That really aggressive push seems to have taken Nana and friends by surprise there. And we're down to 3v2.
Last player standing.
Ooh.
Oh,
Just one lady standing. Ice by our lonesome, really far away from the spike. It's at this rate. Is she gonna save? Oh, she's just gonna
take alt orbs.
Yeah, pick up a couple of orbs. Why not?
Let's go Pac-Man.
30 seconds left.
Try to get some kills. This is gonna be a tough one.
Got some nanoswarms. Bit of a peek, but yeah, Delbisky with that operator still deadly, and she's been making that thing sing.
That double kill by Shuni was a great way to justify Sam's crazy push out of B site. I won't lie, I was a little bit like, this is nuts. Because they're all still in spawn and they're waiting for Sam to come in and walk into their crosshairs. Is her death going to be all for naught? But it all paid off.
Certainly did. I don't know how Sam feels though with their score right now. But the rounds are coming back, which is good.
You can see the frustration from her like laser fingers, like, why would you die? No one person hanging by ropes.
That one little headshot angle.
Sam is hungry though. Look at this. Look at her creeping out of defense. She wants to be on attacker sided right now.
Definitely. And it just buys out so much time too. I mean, so many rounds now we've seen Nana and friends just hanging out around attacker spawn, waiting for that peak, maybe even just positioning themselves around that rope area, which is, you know, that angle where unfortunately Sam wasn't quite able to close it out with her overdrive. So the only thing is that it buys so much time.
It does. And I think that's exactly it. I mean, at this point, they're waiting for Nyx to push out. They don't. And now they only have 30 seconds left on the clock to get in. They're ready for this push into A. This is going to get messy.
Very messy. It's a big old fight. And Sam will be the first one to bite the bullet. Now Katie comes back in. Double kill coming through. Nuki finds one of her own. But still, what's happening on the timer? We've got 15 seconds left. If you're not pushed in now, you might as well lose the round. Khan is trying to fend them off. Shock darts into play. And now she's just ducking in and out of cover. Another double kill. It's 4-4. Nyx Kyosei coming back.
Yeah, at this rate, waiting for another push like that, I think they were banking on another crazy push by Nyx. It didn't come, and they just lost so much time in that process. Fracture is kind of a crazy map. Anyone who's ever played this map knows that, because it's just so dynamic. It's so easy to rotate, to cut across the entire map on that zip line. But at the same time, if you just wait at spawn and nothing ever happens, that's it. Like, you lose all your time and you're forced into a position like the last map where you're forced to push in, you walk right into their crossfire.
And you're gonna have to fight for map control, and I really mean fight, which is why this round, Nana and friends going on the offensive with the Stinger. A bit of a forced buy. It catches Nyx Kyosei off guard. However, we've got some ultimates being sent back to back now. Rolling Thunder's going through, and Nyx Kyosei is not backing down. Shuni coming out from Generator, able to take out Senderi. Som is already on site as well, and the spike is not even down. A simple take coming through from Nyx Kyosei puts them in the lead 5-4.
Yeah, Nyx has completely turned this around now. Just being able to read Nana and friends and what they're up to really well. Nana and friends, you could see it happening right now. They're starting to doubt themselves. They're moving a lot slower, a lot less confidently than they were the first few rounds. But they need to remember, this is their map pick, that they prepare for this. And I want to see a lot more of that confidence come through. But on the A side, there's an off ready. Luckily countered with a up shot there.
It was good for the second, but I don't know what happened with the judge. Oh no, Vic, this is not the way it's meant to be. They had the right idea.
They did.
But as soon as they made the run to site, and with the way that Nyx kind of kited them, Rendezvous back on the site in a safer position, holding the same angle now, but with a different vantage point. The operator still so sharp. Khan coming in to back her up as well, watching the A main angle. Senderi cannot do all too much, and Nyx secures that 6-4.
I mean, it was a good idea. It's just really unlucky there that Nyx had them really well read, that they were going to be coming into A, and just having that op there and repositioning really quickly on the chamber and walking straight into the op again. This is a much needed timeout, even though the score line says it's 6-4. The momentum is very much on Nyx's side at the moment.
Yeah, you know how much, Vic? How much it is on Nyx's side? Let's see. We can pull out our count impression now. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds. Okay, that's terrible. They've won 6 rounds in a row.
Wait.
You're cringing really hard. I get it.
I'm cringing so hard right now.
Everyone is. I'm not doing that anymore.
That's not even what he sounds like.
I can't do it. I don't have purple skin. All right, but it is 6 rounds in a row.
I rate your impression a whole 1.
Much better. Round of applause for Vic, everybody. I'm canceled.
There.
But hey, 6 rounds in a row for Nyx, and you really need to turn things around. They still have some ultimates in the bag. You've got the lockdown as well as the orbital strike on Nana and Friends' side. But so far, they haven't been able to take this operator out of Delbiski's hands. Now she's got the tour de force as well.
Yeah.
How many snipers do you want? Oh my god.
Well, when you're a chamber, you want as many as possible, and it looks like Nana and Friends gonna need some physiotherapy at this rate.
It just completely crumples them. Delbiski, oh, this time she's taken out. Swaps over the Headhunter, but then instantly traded by Angela. Orbital Strike comes in, and it just flushes Nuki out of position as well. You can't plant the spike like this, and Piety will capitalize on that very play. Sanderi now on top of drop. She's got a stinger, but 21 points of health. And Nuki, well, not Nuki, excuse me. It's Shuni's just waiting for that perfect moment, that peak, to claim that 7 round wins to 4.
You know, Nana and Friends came really close there in that final 1v1. You know, in that position with a stinger, But they really needed that round. This is 7 rounds, consecutive rounds in a row. This is gotta hurt for Nana and friends, who started off so strong.
It's just incredible. It hurts for Nana and friends, especially if you're thinking about the fact that, you know, now this potentially could knock them down into the lower bracket. With LCQ, you want to be the secondary tie representative for Game Changers APAC Elite, but you lose this and you're down to 1 life left.
You should run.
Yeah, that's right. Every life counts here. Lockdown creating a lot of space as they move onto A site. But Chamber's waiting there. And Chamber
She's been
good.
good.
Hurts. Yeah, Chamber hurts.
But if it's a split push coming in with the right timing, she might not be able to get out safely. Good satchel movement coming out from Angela. But the peaks again from Delbisky. Oh, rendezvous into a little bit of an obvious position, but she still finds a flick nonetheless. Heidi is gone as well, so no more smokes available for Nyx, and they are trying to retake. Swapping weapons, Angela comes out from defender spawn, and Shuni spots her immediately. Turret placed down, and Easy splashed out of position. Nice, excuse me. Sam comes back in, and it's just way too overwhelming for Nana and friends to hold the site. An 8-4 end of the first half.
Yeah, it's an 8-4 end of this first half, and Nyx, you know, that was the most insane comebacking, making sure they kept this first half. But 8-4 is not
impossible.
Yeah, it's not impossible.
We've seen 3-11, so I guess, but still, 8 rounds in a row by Nyx Kyosei. If you're Nana and friends, you might really need physiotherapy. You might need to, I don't know, do some stretches. Come into the second half with more preparation.
That's right. I mean, you don't want extreme rope burn caused by a school of fish. That is not the way you want to go.
With that said, I think our panelists are ready to break this down. How did Nyx Kyosei win 8 rounds in a row, guys? Tell us. Tash and Raph.
Thanks very much, Victoria, as well as Quack. Now, let's break it down. Now, in the beginning, it does seem like Nana and friends had an idea on how exactly to approach the game and these rounds. They had this kind of like played back, sort of default style play coming forward. But eventually, over time, I believe that that Nyx was able to really decipher that this play is definitely breakable. It's more aggression, and I think we gotta really highlight Delbisky as well as Khan for this, because Khan has been really massive on the impact of her utility, especially her recon dart, as well as Delbisky. There's just so much control that she exerts over the area that she holds.
I thought it was a really fantastic start on the side of Nana and friends, as it was honestly pretty unexpected for them to take the bonus round and the round after. But I feel like after that quick hit on the side of Nyx is where things went a little south for them. It's when they started taking duels that they shouldn't have, knowing that Nana and friends do have the upper hand when it comes to just the utility shuffle. They have that double innie, and they have the fade to clear out those angles that the operator might potentially dominate. And I feel like we just didn't see that enough. We didn't see enough of them using all their abilities in general. We didn't see a lot of controller pressure. We didn't see a lot of, again, just fake smokes to keep the offensive deck shuffled. Hopefully, Nana and friends can also bounce back, because once again, you don't want to be the first team into the lower bracket.
Yeah, coming back to what you mentioned about Fade, I don't think I saw a lot of impact coming through from her Haunt or even from her Prowler, because the way they put the Prowler was a little bit too far back. It wasn't enough space to be taken up away, which really allowed Delbisky to just play at her own pace. Regardless, let's see whether or not this second half would be changing the pace here. Let's see if Victoria and Quack might have an idea on what we can be seeing.
Thank you very much, Tash and Raph. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing so many of these plays going through, and we need to see that deck shuffled a little bit more and more cards being pulled out, because again, like what Raph said, you don't want to be that first team going down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, upper bracket is nice. You do have that slight advantage, but you want to stay in for as long as possible. This is last chance qualifiers, your last chance to join Elite with the other 6 teams and competing to go to Sao Paulo at the end of this year.
especially when you're thinking about who else is in Elite right now. A second Thai representative for Nana and Friends, that would be really sweet. And for Nyx as well to join their like ex-teammates that you've got, RQ Kaguya as well as SMG, Orangutan too. There's just so much to think about, but right now we're just double keying into sight. And that's what Nyx does best. They already have the spike planted, and now pushing even deeper in. Son is looking to wreak havoc towards the back of spawn, but now stunned out. A fault line perfectly placed, and Nuki might have done it. Now the spike defuse is coming through. We've already stuck it halfway. Might as well go all the way through. Delbisky wants to go in for the swing, but a little bit too late. And Nuki will be able to trade it back. It's 8-5 for Nana and Friends.
That's right. Nana and Friend takes the pistol round. And you can see their set retakes here work out really well. It worked out for many rounds previously when you're going up against a team like Nyx, who's just so high tempo and pushing into sight really quickly, or pushing out on defense even. You know, they're all about those retakes. So Nyx, though, you know, just keeping up that high tempo, that high pace, might still be the formula to winning.
Smoke's down.
Certainly looks like it, Vic. Sam is just doing the same thing. It's a bit of a forced buy as well, as she does not care. Light shields, full shields, I'm going all the way in. We're in there like swimwear. And Nana and Friends are just setting up for the retake with a spike's not planted, so they're like, huh? Where's it going? It's on A!
Yeah, but they're rotating really quickly now, running back, and Som is just waiting to catch anyone on that rotation, hunting for that kill. Som is hungry right now. It's probably why she decided to be a duelist this time around instead of a sentinel.
Yeah,
Sorry, initiator.
She's just like making these calls, fakes being sent out, Nana and Friends biting on the bait. Despite having the buys, Delbisky, look at these shots! 2 headhunters fired off, maybe a third if she can make it land! It's gonna happen! A quad kill in the round, and Son finding one towards the back. Nyx Kyosei fights back.
Delbisky, I'm just so impressed by her right now. She's just fitting in those chamber boots really well. Crosshairs finding those heads, living up to the name of the headhunter.
My god, and at the same time, just the fake as well. Is this really how Nana and Friends are going to play out the second half? Economy not great. 2 sheriffs.
Flash out.
Som already getting that first kill.
Oh,
no. Nana and Friends. Oh!
Ooh. Well, it's a good shot, but then Piety just comes out.
Ready to go.
Following through off of it. Look at the mini-map, though. I kind of... I'm curious. Coming out from drop. Just thinking about it. Shuni hiding underneath drop. She's got 1 flashpoint, and that could perfectly blind them, but oh, just jumping out for a second. Gives away her position. Heidi angling up the incendiary grenade to discourage them from dropping down, but there's a little sliver of space. They managed to go on through, but the Sheriff's still not able to do quite enough damage, especially against Delbisky and her headhunter. Another shot fired off. Teammates collecting on some kills as well. It's 10-5, Vic. We've doubled up the score.
Yeah, Nyx gives these pistol rounds to Nana and Friends, but that's it. And you can see that Chamber is sharing that friendly message that the other team is so dead. More op shots gonna be coming out now. You know, it's really the Nuki and
That's a good spot.
Patey show here.
You want to play? Let's
They're just
play.
getting these multi-kills on both sides, but Nyx's momentum as a team, it's come together.
Just a lot of utility-based impact coming up from those 2 players, Nuki as well as Shuni. But at the same time, Delbisky with these shots so accurate. Another tour de force being pulled out. And she's just completely stopping them in their tracks. Ice though, wow. Angle a little bit exposed. Khan not quite having her back watched by her teammates. it's gonna buy a little bit of time for her to push up front. Ice closing the distance, trying to isolate some duels. And Sam's just making as many footsteps as possible, trying to fend her off. Loud noises. And she actually went up onto drop. What?
Ice knows though. Or does
Okay.
she? She checked him left. Oh!
A whole lot easier.
Well, I hate to say it, Vic, but we might see match point really soon.
You think so? Does the
Maybe.
math? Is that what the math says?
That's what the math says.
Delbis.
Especially if you're counting economy.
Yeah. Yep. It's not looking too good.
I am a very good mathematician.
Yes, you are good at math. You're great at math.
I'm terrible.
There.
Nana and friends, they're gonna have to, you know, pull something out of the magic hat at this point, and they might get one or two, but it's gonna be a really, it's an uphill battle here.
Without a doubt. And it really just shows the prowess of Nyx Kyosei. Ultimates all being sent out now. An execute onto the A site. And you've got Delbisky along with Khan watching A main. A big pitch and 3 players down. Only left with Sheriffs now, and they're coming out from rafters as well as Defender spawn, but it's been made all too aware. Ice going in for some strafe shots of her own. She takes down Som, but now 2 players on her heel. She's gonna get pinched, sandwiched, unable to get out alive. She takes down 3 along with her, which is not too bad, but still. Match point for Nyx Kyosei.
Ice is just valiantly trying to keep the team alive, but Nyx, you know what? I don't even think there's any one particular star player. Each one of them are playing so well right now. They're playing so aggressively, and they're creating a lot of chaos, whichever sites they're deciding to hit, and it just throws Nana in for a loop. Each one of them are hitting their kills, hitting their shots, doing exactly what they are meant to be doing, and they just look really good. And honestly, if they win this match point, they're going to be giving a lot of teams a run for their money.
Looks like it's going to happen. Such a big win streak at the end of the first half. But now they're slowing down. Nana and friends fighting back with this A main control. But it leaves B open. And Ice, just right around the corner, has a lockdown. Not sure if she can deploy it yet. Okay, bit of Prowler information. A lot of footsteps coming out from Tree as well, though. Delbisky's been spotted, but she still finds a stray shot with that. A second one coming through. Nuki and Cupcake fighting back from around Defender spawn, however, and Pity's trying to keep this alive.
Can Piety do it, though? Defuse is already coming down.
Oh.
As her ult online,
10
stopping
HP.
that defuse. It's a 2v1. It's doable. She can isolate these kills, but Ice is ready for it.
I thought she was gonna isolate it, but I think I'm not sure if she pulled out utility at the wrong moment. And she just had her body exposed towards the entrance of tower. A little bit unfortunate, not what you want to have in that situation. But a good timed, well-timed orbital strike.
Yeah, her behind was hanging out there a little bit.
And you know Brimstone, he's a thick boy.
He is pretty bootylicious.
Oh, okay. But I mean, I think she was trying to go for a swing potentially as well, and it's just a little unfortunate. But that's it. A good way for Nana and friends to keep the dream alive. Tall hill to climb, but this is a good way to start. If you can keep on going with this momentum, it will be huge, but look at Nyx kicking up the pace. Som trying to push through A main. A hailfire of bullets just coming through. And it keeps them holds them at bay outside of A main.
Yeah, they have actually stopped that quick push, knowing that there's just a lot going on right now. They could easily win this, so they're slowing it down right now, waiting for any flanks to happen, which aren't on the way, but they're not going to be sloppy. I'm pretty sure there's a call here telling them to, you know, chill. Just chill. They got this.
All right, we're chilling. Just gotta wait out some smokes and then we can go in. We've got the utility still in our pockets that we can use.
bait out some of the ultimates from Nana and Friends. In fact, Khan, however, actually going to bite the dust in that moment. And it just gives Nana and Friends so much information as to where the spike is planted exactly. Lockdown coming through as well, and they find a frag off of it at the same time. So a lot of space being created with this lockdown from Nana and Friends now. A round retake, very possible. Junie, unfortunately, not quite able to land a shot, and it's all up to Delbisky. Ice sticks it halfway. Here comes the spring going through. She gets off at the time. What a read, what a play. Delbisky brought down to her knees. 12-7. Nana and Friends still alive.
Ice keeping the dream alive. 3 rounds now.
Last player standing.
Always fighting.
Look at that.
Yeah, good play. Good play by Ice. Winning those last 2 rounds. And, you know, with her being the last woman standing each one of these rounds, you can see that she comes so close every single time. All she really needed was just a good rifle in her hands.
Just a little bit more faith and confidence as well. Loving that she's not, you know, shaking under that pressure as well.
You want to
Despite
play?
it being
Let's
match point,
play.
there is a chance that Nana and Friends can push this into overtime, but I just heard that sound. Are we ready to play? Are Nana and Friends ready to play?
She's got a lot of friends. Do you think friends are like, how many friends? It's like 2 friends?
I go for quality over quantity, Vic.
All right. That's fair. That's fair.
All I need is 1, and that's myself, because I'm alone. No, I'm kidding.
That's so tragic. So tragic. Maybe you can hang out with Nana, because she's got a lot of friends.
I kind of need it. I like the cat. Those are my peeps. Them's my peeps, my friends. It's the cats.
But Nyx's dog is I don't know, something else. That expression. Spike is already down here. Again, not much resistance. You can tell Nana and Friends ready to do what they do best, setting up this protocol to retake site.
Let's see if they can make it happen again. Remember that Tour de Force is still online.
And it's
here it
definitely
comes.
online, already finding a kill.
Oh, this could be it, Vic.
Player
This
standing.
could be it. Junie all by herself. Cuppy Cake brings them another round. It's Cuppy Cake and Ice here. Is it gonna go to overtime?
Save the day.
That is... I'm sitting up now. I thought it was over. It's not over. They're here to play. They're answering Chambers' calls. And it's like, yeah, we're gonna
We'll play.
Yeah, we're gonna play.
It's just, it's not over until it's over. And what you can see is that, I don't know, Nyx's strats have been a little bit more full send with each passing round ever since they reached match point. Almost as if they're a little bit too hungry for it and maybe choking with that pressure. Nana and Friends, on the other hand, actually waking up because of it. 3 rounds won in a row now, and we just need 4 more for overtime.
4 is not that many now. I mean, they had a long road just now, but they're catching up.
Okay. Once
Site
more.
is well defended, giving Nana and Friends some time to return.
And then the lurk from Delbisky onto A main as well. Oh, that thins out the herd. Nyx has the sight and the spike planted too.
Smoke's down.
Suddenly a very doable round for them.
Prepare for hellfire.
Goodness, what will strike the flush players out of position. This is it, Vic. It's all up to Cuppy Cake.
Mark 3.
Is it gonna be a flawless round? And it is not a flawless round, but it's a 2-0. Nyx Kyosei takes the win in this first matchup of Last Chance qualifiers. What a way to end it. Nyx just is looking really strong, and I think if they carry this on going into the next few days, I think they're going to be a really strong contender to win this Last Chance qualifiers. What do you make of it, Quack?
I think so. I mean, even if you're considering some of the opponents that they might face later on, I mean, you've got the Hero KDA, you've got MLT as well. Neons is also another Thai team that looks really impressive, but Nyx Kyosei, with the form that they're showing us today, I mean, 8 rounds in a row. And some of this won off of that crazy aggression, especially when you have
a player like Som at the helm, yeah, it reminds you of some other teams that we've seen, especially like in Game Changers as well. Ah, the good old days.
That's right. I think confidence is really key for a lot of these teams here. And when you have that confidence, just flood into a site and being confident with your kills, it's a game changer for this right now. And Nyx seemed to pick up onto that. It wasn't the case initially for both games, but they picked up on that and kept it going. With that, we are going to have the desk break this down. So over to Tash and Raph.
Thanks very much, Vic and Quack. Let's talk a little bit more. And I would say that the second half ended a lot quicker than the first coming into the map. As we look forward, I think that Nyx, as again, this map Fracture is a map that rewards aggression. And I think that Nyx Kyosei, while they have the momentum in their hands, they kept it going. And I think what's really important is just to highlight once again the impact that utility brings through. I would say the set play they have alongside their agents. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of seeing a Sova on this particular map, but I do understand what they wanted to achieve with the Sova utilities, and they make it work so well.
I mean, the safety is there, and the range for the post plant is definitely something that they had a good time with. The drone getting a little bit of safety for Capricious when she did decide to entry for the team. I feel like Tash, it was really more of the same here, although we did see Nana and friends kind of pick up the pace, especially in the latter portions of our second half. They turned up the tempo, yes, but how they went about it was, again, just a little bit shaky. We talked about how much utility they have to pressure Nyx to, again, make a mistake or create an opening, but we never really saw too much of that. They used their utility to supplement the brawls instead of kind of bleed out Nyx, which is, again, something that we would have fully expected from Nana and friends, considering they had a very, very big lead in terms of just utility use. I mean, utility available to them.
Yeah, and I think that in a lot of situations, like say the eco, I would say after the pistol, where they did win pistol on the second half and the second round, technically they had the guns, they should have won that. The fact is, I would say it's a little bit of I'm not sure whether it's a miscommunication or rather a little bit too excited on how exactly they want to approach it. They already knew Delbisky was there. We saw the chain of the flash alongside, just to really displace Delbisky from her situation. But with Delbisky, the only thing she had was just her headhunter, and she knew how to abuse that to advantage. Micro adjustments, and the fact that they're not able to successfully peek her off one by one allowed her that isolation to be able to get at least 4 in that particular round. And I think since then it was just like a straight up snowball for them. Yes, we did see a moment where they did give a few rounds after they hit match point, but in that situation it's more of like a marathon. Once you hit round 12, there is that mental block where you just feel like it's just a little bit more, we gotta end it. But I think that would be like my only criticism toward Nyx, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, when they do manage to play together, when they manage to get their set plays down, it would have been the most. And I think that, in my opinion, I would say that I was expecting a little bit more from somebody because as she plays Neon, but it felt like she was a little bit too aggressive. But she does get one, and she does give that space. So at least you can say that, okay, I've done my job. That's done. It's down. Now it's up to my teammates, and I think she does a pretty good job on that.
Oh yeah, I mean, as people like to talk about and label our duelist players, they are basically glorified recon darts. You can get one, you can get 2, but the most important thing is the space that you create for your team, and just kind of allow everybody else to funnel in behind you. But in any case, we just didn't see that type of explosiveness on the side of Nana and friends, which unfortunately led to them falling into the lower bracket. But of course, to all Nana and friends fans out there, they still have an extra life. Just a little more careful this time around, they should be. But again, Tash, we saw a lot of those key weaknesses that we discussed in the pregame, and as well as our casters pointed out, there was the idea to go for the tempo, but where was the execution on the side of Nana and friends? And again, Nyx had a lot of the patience and just kind of used that round buffer to, hey, let's reset, let's stand our ground, and let's just close this out.
Yeah, and I do think that for Nyx, they do have a little bit of trouble in the first few rounds. But the round adaptations that Nyx Kyosei has been honestly phenomenal. Because they do maybe take 2 to 3 rounds to really figure it out. They get punished early for how they play, and then they're like, okay, we're starting to see this pattern, let's adapt to it. At first, you start to see maybe Capricious, somebody one, push out, and then after 2-3 rounds in a row, she just dies early. What do? They play a little bit more back. They go for a different side of set play coming through, and they're not afraid to change up their utilities on how exactly they set up in different rounds. They have a different round. They have a different strong side and a different weak side as well. So it's really hard for Nana and friends. Like, even though they do play that default sort of play, how exactly are we gonna really pinpoint these patterns and play against them when we can't really figure out where Delbisky is going to be with the op, where Capricious or somebody one is going to be pushing out? It's tough for them. And even though, I mean, yeah, that's what they want to use their Fade for, but I really think that for Nyx Kyosei, they know exactly how to counter I would say, the Fade Haunt or even the Prowler. They play a little bit more back, tucking themselves in the corner, and once they hear the utility being used, then exactly they kind of like show their cards. And by that time, it's a little bit too late. They're running out of time. They gotta commit, and I think that has always been the I would say the biggest issue for Nana and friends. They take way too long to really commit to a site.
The crux of the problem, and again, when in the words of Quack, when it was Nyx Kyosei, when they're in the site, you know, in their like swimwear, it's just really hard to wrangle the control away and to just kind of wrestle the post-plant strength of Nyx Kyosei. And yes, I saw that confused look on your face. That's exactly how I reacted when I heard Quack, but I guess he made a pretty good point.
Yeah, but anyways, coming into that game, I think that Nana and friends, while they do have, I would say, a pretty interesting roster coming through with Nuki, I think that for Nyx, with the superstar power they have from their players, it's really exciting to see Delbisky back. And I think that we will be talking to them for a little while, in a little while as well. But it really just shows that even though we haven't seen them on the big stage for a hot minute, they still definitely have it in them. And I think this is a great way for them to just reopen and restart their stories, to say that, hey, while we were the superstars at one point last year, we may have been gone, but our spark never really diminished. We're still here. We're still here making that impact, and we want to show you guys.
Exactly, and again, that's why we're here for LCQ. A lot of these teams really have a stake in their in this competition. They really want to cement themselves as part of the greats and part of the juggernauts. But again, it is a very, very long and arduous road. And we kind of saw that today too. Despite it being a 2-0, we still saw quite a bit of resilience on the side of Nana and friends. They try to make the correct adjustments. It's just, once again, to circle back on that initial point in the pregame, Tash, it's really these smaller details that separate the teams and, again, their performance from each other.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that as well, I mean, I was honestly surprised seeing, I would say, the lineups anyway, because, like, honestly, I personally thought that Delbisky was the main duelist, and Capricious / somebody one was going to be their flex, because that was what we saw coming in from the Swiss stage. But coming into this, and then coming into here, you can see like a lot of adjustments have been done. A lot of changes have been brought through into the team, where you can see a lot of the players are a little bit more comfortable playing. And I'm wondering that if this is their final form, this is what they have been practicing for coming into the game itself. And I think it's a great way for them to show that they can master a lot of different strats, a lot of different styles of plays as well coming through. And I think that I would say interchangeable sort of plays, or between like flex and duelist and even initiator for Sentinel coming in from Nyx Kyosei, it's just great honestly for them, because when it comes to these teams, I think that a lot of what we don't know about them is coming from the element of surprise. There's not a lot of VOTs coming in. There's not a lot of information that we can get about the players, especially the newer ones. And even if it was like players we've seen before, we don't know what kind of strats or chemistries are going to be coming through. So when you are able to just abuse this, like, okay, we've played against Nana and friends before, let's change it up, let's kind of catch them off guard, it really shows that there's a lot of proactiveness coming from the team to be able to just really catch them off guard. It's going to be something that they're saying, okay, you can't counter strat us if we're gonna change our strats over and over again.
Yeah, the wow factor and the surprise factor is definitely present in some of these teams, because as you mentioned, there is pretty much a lack of data on how some of these teams play and how you can really pinpoint what type of play style they prefer. But again, going into that, when the element of surprise isn't on your side, then that's where you kind of rely on your foundation as a team. That's where you kind of rely on your skills as individuals and how you are as a cohesive unit. And that's also like very, very big props to the coaching staff, if ever there is a coaching staff, because we've seen coaches be that gigantic difference for teams.
Yeah, and I really think coming through here, it's going to be really exciting as we go into the second series as well, as we're rushing forward. But for now, we're gonna be going for a break after this series 2 of the night. Don't go anywhere. More of VCT Game Changers APAC coming right at you.
Spike. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Bring them. You should run. One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
No one is scared.
Get him.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Nyx Kyosei took the first series with a whopping 2-0, showing us mid-round adjustments as well as individual microplays does pay. Now, as we go into Series 2, will we be seeing the same question? That is the question we have here for Raph as well as his furry canine friend.
Yes. Her name is Manju. This is not the first time I think the audience has seen her. Many times, in fact, she's made an appearance, but to just have a quick little recap of the previous series, I would still say it was decently competitive. It was 2-0 on the side of Nyx Kyosei, but you said it, you know, again, the adjustments were made on both sides. That's why it was still as tight as it was. Unfortunately, on the side of... Why are you biting me? Anyway, on the side of Nana and friends, I feel like the experience to just kind of identify what they had to adjust was not there quick enough. You know, and Nyx Kyosei saw everything, or at least every avenue that they could take, and they took it. I don't know what Tash is doing.
Look at his little toe beans.
Huh?
Sorry. Put the dog away. It's distracting me. But let's talk a little bit about the second series, where we are going to be seeing two teams. One of them we've seen play here, and the other, I would say, not really the new team, but a team that's come together under a new banner. And it's going to be the Hero KDA versus BOTT.
That's right. And we were talking about, actually, I think Vic was asking if my shirt was showing how many dogs I own. I wish this was the official jersey for, I believe, Nyx Kyosei earlier. But again, moving on, if my shirt is everywhere, games tonight potentially could be everywhere, as we have a pretty well-rounded team in BOTT. I think this is formerly Points of Authority Blossom, if I am not mistaken, Tash.
That's right, and we have seen them play before. I would say that they had a pretty decent run coming forward. We didn't see them in Open 2 and 3. I believe it was Open 1 that we last saw them. So it's nice to see them up here again. Coming up here, Bittersweet, Capybara, Cali, Metawin, and Naturel. And I do believe that while they were in the same roster before, under Point of Authority Blossom, they are also, I would say, there have been some minor adjustments to the roster as well.
Absolutely, and hopefully from their last appearance, they've potentially made some leaps and bounds in their gameplay. And my goodness, Manju's getting too excited for the next lineup, and here we are, the Hero KDA. Now, we talked about how competitive this series could potentially be, as these teams, at least in their showing, Tash, they have a very, very similar play style, both very, I guess, default heavy again. They do have a mixed bag of set plays, but on very, very specific maps. So potentially we could see this game being won in the veto already. But the Hero KDA, I think they're on the most, or rather they're the more recent team that's entered the top 8, if memory serves me correctly.
It's right. We did see them last play on the big stage in Open 2. They unfortunately didn't make it to Open 3. Now, if you guys didn't know, Olulu is the, I would say, IGL for the team, and she only started IGLing during Open 3. So that's what Hannah told me. Because before this, it was a different IGL. They did have a change in their roster as well. It's no longer RK, I'm not too sure. I think it's RK something her name is. RKND, I believe, was her name. Now already changed to Bagel. So I'm really excited to see how exactly they're going to be coming through. But let's see what exactly the map picks are going to be. And we are going to be seeing a Fracture, Bind, and Ascent. Now, it's going to be a pick by the Hero KDA for Fracture, and Bind is going to be picked by BOTT. And honestly, I would say that the mindset for the Hero KDA will be very similar to what I expect from Nyx Kyosei. I would say it's a very set play style. We're seeing, like, I think the last time I saw them play, and what really impressed me about the Hero KDA is how exactly they have this buddy system, a communication system going on, how they swing together, how they crossfire together was very, very fun to watch. And Hannah, of course, we already know that she has a long history in playing in competitive, so I'm really excited to see what exactly she brings to the table this LCQ.
And again, those really add up when it comes to the fights, right? As long as you have a very reliable buddy system and you get your trades off cleanly, it really can add up to those rounds where, again, a crucial moment could have been just from one miscomm on a swing. But to go back onto our map veto here, Fracture, Bind, and Ascent, I feel like this can be incredibly like it's super pendulum-like. It can go either way very, very quickly, as there is quite a bit of snowball potential on Fracture, as we saw earlier on today.
That's
and
right.
Bind as well, especially when you get a lot of that shower control. And again, there's just so many ways to play Bind now, and I'm honestly quite refreshed. But I think that third map has to go. Ascent has to get out of here. Bring back Icebox. That's the best map in the universe.
It's true. I'm gonna have to agree with you, but let's have a look at the agent select here. We're gonna be seeing Cappy running that raise, so I think it's already given that we're gonna be seeing this particular lineup. If Hannah actually locks in that Leo, I am going to lose my freaking mind.
I mean, she's thinking about it. It's still being hovered over. I
mean, when we look at Hannah, we always talk about Hannah being that initiator, right? So now with Olulu, you know, Olulu taking charge or in the team with her, like I think Hannah can pretty much flex if she wanted to.
And theoretically speaking, right, they can still lead the charge with Snowkey being the front line, and Hannah can pose a lurk threat or a much more, I guess, divided pressure, since she can teleport and she can do all the Yoru shenanigans. But
yeah,
my goodness,
she can be the distraction.
Have not locked in.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the mental warfare, right? Like, oh, we're gonna lock in Yoru. We're gonna lock in Yoru.
Yeah, that would give them a horrible headache. But let's talk a little bit about Snowkey. Now, there's a lot of, I would say, emphasis on Snowkey for me, because on how exactly we watched her in Open 2 was that it felt like Snowkey had a little bit more, I would say, pressure on a Jet compared to a I would say a Raze. The way that her path was very, very Jet oriented compared to like what we expect from Raze. So I'm really hoping that whatever it is that she had trouble with in Open 2 would have been changed by now. But you know, as we know, we didn't see it in Open 3, so I'm kind of expecting a lot of changes and a lot of growth from her, and it's gonna be really exciting to see how the hero KDA has changed, coming to the fact that they nearly took down OGX before in Swiss rounds before. I mean, we did see a little bit of beef between those two teams, more rivalry than anything, instead of just hatred between the players. And we know that we love seeing this kind of competitive talk outside of the game.
Again, that's just why we're here, you know. Game Changers is all about the growth, and it's all about the competition. It is fierce, and it is just so incredibly, again, passionate for everybody, you know. Everybody's hearts are into this, as well as a lot of a time investment.
Yeah, there is a lot to talk about. I'm gonna keep my eye on Snowkey just to see how exactly she adapts onto Raze as we go into this, I would say, this stage. But for now, Vic and Quack, are you ready to tell us a story?
Yes, the three of us are ready for a story. We have our second caster on this side, Ellie. This is Game Changers, and we want to have as much representation as possible, female representation. And I am really excited. Hello over to Raph's dog over there. You know, Hero KDA, as you guys mentioned, we're looking really strong coming into this last chance qualifiers. And Quack, you know, you had your eyes on the duelist. Tell us a bit more. Tell me a bit more about that.
Definitely kind of like, you know, what Tash and Raph have already touched on. You're seeing that double duelist pick coming out from BOTT or BOTT, and you know that they can be really strong, especially when you're looking at a player like Natural as well as Capybara. They have insane fragging potential. But for the other team, Snow, you know, she's someone who's normally on the Jet, now on the Raze, adapting to a map like Fracture. There is that chance for her to step up as well. So you kind of want to keep your eyes on these two sides of the coin and see how it really shows off. But I'm also thinking about a player like Hannah, who, by the way, specifically came down to Singapore just to play with her team, her two friends, on 5 or 8 ping, I guess. That's a lot of commitment.
It is, but it's also really nice playing on 5 ping compared to, I think it'd be like a 40 ping from the other side. So I can't really blame her. Look, we just saw a Fracture map just now, and what we ended up seeing was a lot of very fast, aggressive pushes. Ended up paying off. I want to see how Hero KDA and BOTT end up playing this out. Fracture is a very dynamic map. I think what makes it so interesting to watch or even play on is all the different possibilities that you can do here with those fast rotations, cutting through mid-map through that zip line, or just being really tricky with using those underpasses and tunnels. So look, these are comps that we've seen, you said, except with the change with Raze. But with that Raze instead, I guess we can expect a lot more angles to be cleared with her utility.
Yeah, it's still compositions that both teams are pretty darn experienced with. But, you know, having a Raze plus a Jet, that's something that, you know, it really scratches that duelist itch in my brain right now. I'm really keeping my eye on BOTT just because of that, because you're never quite sure how effective that's going to be. It could be something that bites you in the back if you're not a team that can really pull that off. And if you're looking at statistics, the hero KDA, you know, has been playing together a lot longer, kind of like what Tash has mentioned. They've made a deeper run in previous opens before. So experience-wise, especially on a map like Fracture, the hero KDA should have this one in the bag. But BOTT with a double duelist, now, maybe they've got something special lined up for us.
Yeah, with a double duelist comp, you know that you have to be confident first of all, and you know you got to be ready to fight. And Natural, she loses that fight immediately.
Kind of quick. We've got Callie just trying to play around this as well, but unfortunately blown up by the paint shells. The rest of her teammates just trying to push out from defender spawn, but they've been blocked off by the sky smoke. Aisling trying to hide inside it with a ghost, not quite able to land the shot. That's it though. Host plant positions already prepared. Look at how they're all lined up inside of tower, as well as Spagel watching the off angle, using a sheriff, not landing the shot, but good enough. A bit of damage, and Snow will find the final shot. 1-0, and it's going to be the hero KD with a pistol win.
Yeah, you can see that BOTT was getting ready for that aggressive push, but you know that first kill going down so quickly, and the second here with Kaylee, it just kind of crumbled. It completely crumbled almost immediately for them.
Yeah, just one of those things again. And that's why you really need more confidence and as well as just conviction to be able to land those frags and kind of anticipate where opponents could be. Still on the defensive side, they're going out, collecting some orbs, pushing out, and you just have that one Cypher player, Callie, with her camera getting all of this information. The hero KD is just not slowing down though.
No, they're not. And that usually plays into their favor. They have absolutely no reason to slow down.
That's why they already have the site. And BOTT slowly coming up from behind. They managed to land a shot on one of the players, Natural. A good shot at the Sheriff. Satchel's in though, and it's unfortunately not as coordinated as you would have hoped. Hannah landing it all down. Spectre and then a ghost. She is haunting them all the way down to their graves. 2-0.
Yeah, with nothing but a ghost in hand.
It kind of lined up for her.
Yeah. We're just gonna rewatch this beautiful play when she finishes him off.
Well, but yeah, very well played by Hannah. She's already 2 points away from the Nightfall. But thinking about BOTT and how they went in for that retake, definitely not how you want to go in for these.
No, but this round is going to be really important for BOTT. They need to win this round, or this momentum from Hero KDA is going to be really tough to fight against.
Oh, well, this is... And just the Hero KDA with more confidence, crazy takes, pushing all the way out from Dish and Drop. They smoked off A main and took control over the site. Now looking to push further in towards defender spawn. But that's where we've got the double duelist Natural as well as Cappy BOTT finding 2 frags of their own down to Hannah. And with that Spectre, not quite the same impact this time around, given the firepower from BOTT.
Yeah, well played by BOTT here. They did have a better buy, but you know what? That's how a bonus round plays out, and they really needed this round. This is good with BOTT with 1 point in the bag.
Hot shot.
Given how they position themselves as well, kind of this time around, actually anticipating Hero KDA's movements a lot more, knowing that where else are they gonna go apart from site, and with the fact that they smoked off a main, maybe they're gonna go to defender spawn. Natural is ready for it. Next round though, and it's going to be Capybara with a judge and a showstopper. I wonder how this round's gonna go.
There.
Face your fear! We're about to find out. They get sight. It's just free.
Well, from Tree at least, but surely you got retakes coming through from the other side. We're still playing around the ropes. I don't know if there are gonna be any schools of fish around this one. Paint shells for sure though, and explosions coming up from Capybara. 2 frags down in an instant. And that leaves one player, Eisling, from the Hero KDA trying to hold off the retake, but can't quite spam the right spot. The defuse sticks through nonetheless.
Bitterbot almost died just now in the celebration. Losing a... that would have been a terrible way to lose a rifle. But this is looking good for BOTT. You know, we thought this was going to be a really quick win by Hero KDA, which honestly would be disappointing. We don't want to see that kind of game. We want to see good games on Fracture.
Especially when it's picked by the Hero KDA. Should be more prepared on this, but that said,
it's only round 5. There's plenty more to go. It looks like they're slowing the tempo a little bit now, which is probably the right move considering how much Cypher is set up on B, but they like B.
A lot of teams like B right now. They're spamming some shots in an attempt to draw out any potential peaks. If this were more, if they were more experienced with each other, they might be able to tell that it's just Kali along with Natural hiding on B, but discouraged by 0 information, they peek into Capybara instead, and that's where they're going to meet a lot of trouble around A site. And that's one of the interesting things about this matchup is that although both teams have been around the Game Changer scene quite a bit, they haven't really played each other officially up till this point.
Yeah, and that's always really exciting to see when there are familiar players, familiar faces finally facing off against each other and see what they're made of.
I'm just trying to maneuver around it as well. A little bit of foreign territory. Hero KDA, though, has taken control over it for now. Hannah, unfortunately, left behind, deserted. And we're just relying on post-plant utilities to try to buy more time. Hopefully enough for the timer to tick down, but still about 20-ish seconds left, and it's good enough for BOTT to actually stick it all through. Natural collecting on all the frags. And that's another round for BOTT.
Yeah. BOTT is looking really good right now. They have 4 women still up at the moment, so their economy is great. Hero KDA, on the other hand, not so much.
Little bit unfortunate. Had a pretty good start, but then towards the end, tapering off a little bit. And that just might be what we're seeing, especially if you're thinking about the previous game that we just saw between Nyx, Kyosei, as well as Nana and friends. The defensive side now pushing out a lot more aggressively or coming in with dedicated retakes. It puts the Hero KDA in a tricky position. Like I said, yeah, pushing out. They're actually exploring bridge side spawn, not finding all too much, and And somehow contact made coming out from tree. Snow a little bit sharper with her Vandal. Takes down a couple of players. And that leaves us with a 3-on-4 retake, Vic.
Yeah. At this right here, KDA really needs to get this win. Again, the scoreline is close, but they did lose 3 in a row. BOTT, however, definitely wants to stop that from happening.
Last player standing.
Can't do that if you're just walking into crosshairs, though. And that's how the last frag goes as well. Hannah collecting on the last one, too. It's tying up the score 3-3.
Yeah. Keeping the dream alive. This is still the only first map. And like you said, these two teams haven't faced off each other yet properly, despite being very familiar with each other in this scene right now. They're definitely sussing each other out at the moment, and I'm pretty sure by the second half we're going to see a very different tempo come out from both sides.
Not too much. No, I mean, also comes with the name change of BOTT, but just looking at the scores right now, Duel is definitely finding a lot of that impact. But now I have to correct myself. They have played against each other with different teammates on BOTT's side under a different name point of Authority Blossom. And in that series, the Hero KDA won out 13-6. And we're seeing that confidence resurge in their plays. Snow with the showstopper creating so much space, leaving one player lurking around drop as well. There's so many more angles if BOTT does decide to try to set up a retake. And if they don't block it off as well. Now playing around door, Hannah goes in for the swing. Not quite able to capitalize on it too. It leaves
Lulu as the last one left alive, and she sends out the Rolling Thunder in an attempt to keep her team's dream alive. But all the utility burning down at her feet, and she's not able to buy enough time to keep the defuse at bay. BOTT will be able to take the round 4-3.
A valiant effort by Alulu. You know, trying so hard to hold the fort at A, but you could see that retake set up from BOTT's side as they gathered their forces, pushed through the doors, and retook, honestly, very effortlessly. That was an excellent, set retake there, and you can see why. Hero KDA is taking a timeout now because they know at this rate, BOTT hasn't figured him out.
Not so
Hasn't
much.
figured out, rather.
Especially with the way that they retook, peeking out of door, despite the smoke and everything, Hannah trying to make her own impact, teammates trying to watch the mouth of A main, but just being flanked by an angle like that, a little bit painful. So, just extra fun facts now. The Hero KDA and their coach, CA, actually, he's another caster as well, especially in the South Asian scene. You would be very familiar with him. And hopefully he's able to provide a bit of that tactical feedback that they need, because the Hero KDA, they're a formidable team. They've been getting spike plants so far. The only problem is sometimes not quite able to hold a post plant.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what the issue is here. But when you have two duelists, we can see why this is coming in really handy right now. When they're coming in for this retake, they're coming in really hard with both the Jet and Raze.
That's specifically what the composition's about, I suppose. Especially if you consider the fact that they've got some ultimates in their hands as well. Got Capybara with the showstopper, but she's going surveyed into a full gang of the Hero KDA members. Tiny trades, but Snow finds a trade right back at them. Now the whole team's headed their way down towards A site. Haunt not going to be able to spot anything, though.
You should run.
So you're going to want to think twice before jumping out of that sky smoke. Maybe waiting for it to dissipate.
Yeah, but that util is going to create some space over here as they try to gather some information before going into site.
Lockdown's not going to find too much.
Nope.
Paint shells to keep them
Spike
further
planted.
back too. Spike planted out in the open, and in a position like that, you're definitely looking to go into defender spawn, but this is where Natural is, and she's sharp. That's a second tap. Hit her butt with another frag as well. What just happened? all we've got left is Lone Aisling as the Brimstone. Finds a couple of frags with a Phantom. Tosses out the Incendiary, but not quite good enough for the final duel. Kali answers back. It's a 5-3, Vic.
Yeah, they tried to figure bot out, but bot, you can see them holding every single time. They are not rushing. They are giving them the site. They're holding back and going in as a team. Even if it's 3v4, they managed to keep it in the bag because they have it under control. They're staying really calm as they retake site.
In fact, it's almost as if they want the retake. Sometimes maybe pushing out of Dish. That's why they got punished a little bit. But apart from that, still very sound and strong retakes coming up from bot.
Yep, and Cappy bot has a showstopper back online now. In fact, the whole team. We got 4 utils up. This is gonna be really tough for Hero KDA.
They haven't really needed to use their ultimates. And so many of these retakes are won by Naturel and her sharpshooting. I mean, look at the quick movement on these. Especially when she has a tailwind at the ready. Just immediately rob her opponents of one of their teammates. Blind shots being spammed through the Sky Smoke now, and it does tag up some of these players, especially Snow, who's down to 50 HP. Now peeking into the Sky Smoke, Hannah gets punished. A bit of peeks with the Sheriff coming out from Aisling and Underpass, but it's not meant to be. You're only able to find one. While Defuse being stuck again, they've managed to get it halfway. Aftershock flushes Snow out of position. She's only good for the 1 frag. Bot has won 3 rounds in a row. Maybe more, I might be wrong.
I think it's more at this, it might be 4. But you know, we were just talking about this at the beginning of the round and ending Fracture in the last series just now. A lot of this, especially on Fracture, is down to confidence. And when you have a double duelist comp, I mean, we were just talking about it. A lot of it's confidence. You just gotta go in and be really aggressive. And the way they're doing it, though, is just so well coordinated right now. They're playing as a team. They know exactly what they're setting up for. They know what they're doing going up against Hero KDA.
Yeah, especially with Naturel again. I mean, she's up by 12 kills right now. And just knowing exactly how to peek, how to dash away, when to spam. And her teammates always around to trade or follow up as well. Coming from the previous rounds, though, CappyBot now just kind of taking a bit of a chill pill. You know, still has the showstopper, but doesn't really need to use it yet. Or no, actually, she used the showstopper already. Well, Hero KDA is making their play into the B site. That's where they get punished. Aisling trying to fight back, though. Olulu a little bit deeper into defender spawn as well. They've managed to retrieve the spike, and very much so, the plant along with it.
Spike planted. There.
Cappy going in now. You can see again, even with the 2 of them, every single retake is always together. And while this sounds obvious, it's usually the mistake a lot of teams make when trying to retake site and panic as the time ticks down.
Down you go. My ult's ready.
Excellent take of control tower.
Out of charges.
Now it's down to 2v2.
But post-plant holds, they know that there's an orbital strike coming at them, so they kind of want to bait out that ultimate. Even if they know they're going to lose a round. Not bad, but yeah, still, Aisling manages to come up huge in this round with 4 kills. 1 from the orbital strike and 3 more through her Vandal.
Yeah, Hero KDA really needed that. So that orbital strike came in really handy. And I'm sure they knew that this was the round to turn it around.
Right there.
Aisling's looking on fire, by the way. A lot of her kills, she's just doing multi-kills per round.
And that's that follow-up as well, right? Snowkey might dive in, but if she gets taken out, Aisling's there to like make some chaos, especially around the smokes. Snow this time, though. All right, a bit of an opening pick. Someone from bot just kind of got a little bit too antsy, peeked out a tree. This time it's the 4 positions being held around main. Showstopper sent in the right direction, but not quite checking out the back. Bitterbot is able to do a bit of damage, but still 1-on-4. Spike very much being delivered over onto the A site. What can Callie do?
Has turned around. I mean, Callie can kill 4 people by herself. With 2 of them having it ult. This is going to be tough. But again, we've seen miracles. Miracles can happen in Valorant, which is why I really like Valorant. Anything is possible. But this is not the round, unfortunately.
Hey, a good tiny bit of a flick, though, maybe. She took down Hannah. 1 out point towards her neural theft. She's 1 point away from it. But, you know, that's the main thing, Vic. You've got BOTT, and they are sitting on those ultimates, and they can still use them to maximum effect. 6-5, and this is now the last round before the swap. And okay, BOTT's coach calling a timeout this time.
I wonder what BOTT stands for. Do we know?
I am not sure.
BOTT. I hope it's not a reference to, like, you know, bot, like
bottom.
Yeah, or maybe they are. Maybe they're being ironic about it. They're playing really well. They're definitely not bottom based on the scoreline right now. But I like how they've all changed their names to be bad bot puns. I do enjoy bad puns. It's I feel like that's something that APAC does really well. Our region.
I already made you cringe enough, so I'm going to try not to do that. But we're going into the last round before the swap again. And
I can't believe we're already here. Both teams are looking really good right now. I think we were expecting Hero KDA. You know, the desk was talking about this. We were talking about this historically. Hero KDA is just really strong. But right now, looking at things, they're going to have to step it up once we go into the second half.
Not too bad of a scoreline, though.
No,
if they can make it
Face your fear!
It's hard to say at this point.
An interesting Nightfall used to clear out Sens as well as Defender spawn. I'm surprised that Kepler didn't spot out the beanie that was staring right at her. Bagel will be able to take her out instead.
Planted.
And now the Hero KDA has the site.
Molly.
At this rate, Hero KDA needs to be able to stop this protocol that's about to happen. You can see them, BOTT, lining up, getting ready to push back to take that site.
And they're using the orbital strike to kind of block off aim a little bit as well. Not anticipating Snow to be further back, though. And that's where the trade comes through. However, Olulu just on the site takes down 2 players on her own, tying up the score 6-6.
That's exactly what we needed to see from Hero KDA, being able to read what BOTT is doing each time. They hold and get ready for that post-plant retake, and they were ready for it this time, and it paid off.
And that's what we're going to have at the end of the first half. I mean, either team could come back at this point, so I'm going to leave it to our panelists to kind of talk this up, because I have no idea how this is going to go. Tash and Ref, what do you guys think?
I think that 6-6 halves have been the theme of the day, honestly. We're seeing very competitive first halves here from both teams. Now, I want to talk a little bit about BOTT, who has honestly been surprising me on how exactly they played in that first half. Now, coming to, I mean, yeah, we see some really impressive plays. I would say hero plays coming in by the Hero KDA, like the Hannah round 2 ace, that was very fun to watch. But I think like BOTT's retakes and utility usage have been phenomenal coming through. They're so good at getting that, I would say, that conversions when it comes to the utility, when it comes to the swing outs with the utility. They have a really good set play when it comes to the double swings and the crosses, and you can see this aggressive, the double duelist play really coming to work on how exactly they've been playing. And you can see the 2 duelists, Jet and the Raze, moving together as well, which provides them a lot more value in terms of aggression. Yes, there were some rounds that I would say the Hero KDA did shine, but honestly, it took them a while to really figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Fracture, and Fracture is definitely an attacker-sided map. BOTT handling it to a 6-6 despite Hannah, I think, or rather, yeah, it was Hannah getting that ace on the second round. And for any team to not really fall under the pressure or really be baited into the momentum is already a good sign. But again, our casters have talked about it. We've talked about it. We can't really tell how this series is going to go because they have been adjusting. Again, pound for pound, they've been exchanging haymakers. Although there are really some questionable rounds like round 8. I honestly thought that the person advantage would have been pretty much too much to overcome. But again, just a few messy swings here and there, Tash.
Yeah, there has been a few questionable mistakes from both teams, but let's see whether or not they'll be able to tie it up and bring it clean home as we go into the second half. So, Quack and Victoria, let's see the second half of the game.
Gotta make it happen. This is where it starts. This is the first map. We can't afford any more mistakes. Because if it continues to happen, I mean, you already had such a good lead getting some spike plants, but if you let things slip, that's where you could get knocked down to the lower bracket.
I'll find you.
That's right. No relaxing like Tactibear. We're going to go into the second half. It is 6-6. And Hero KDA, I mean, this was their map pick, right?
It is.
Well, 6-6 is probably not the scoreline that they wanted. And you can see them getting ready now. Just they're sensing, that B hit is about to happen.
You know what the scoreline is that you would want is, I can't believe that this actually happened, but between MLT and Be My Team on the other stream, there was a 13-0. I don't know if I've actually ever seen that in like a VCT before.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
They're so rare. I actually don't think it's ever happened before. Well, it's definitely never happened on our watch.
Yeah, but still, definitely trying to make that dent in either team's side right now. BOTT has taken control over the site. They're trying to go in for that plant right now. Olulu going in for the swing to trying to deny it, but without the utility and with all the angles being watched by the BOTT teammates, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. A bit of havoc coming up from the side of tower, though. That's going to be Hannah trying to find some shots. Bagel, however, on the other side will go down. And that leaves Hannah in a 1-on-2. But look at her opponent's health. This is not impossible. Flashpoint being thrown at her face, though. And she fires a couple of haymakers of her own. Getting a shot through. Meta is crouching, crab walking with the classic. A right click to the face. And clutches out the round.
Oh, that was, I mean, I feel for Hannah.
Are you serious?
That would be frustrating. It's like, what are you doing down there?
You just crouched all the way
like
there.
that. But you know what? We saw what Hannah did, you know, on the pistol round, first half.
Oh, yeah,
Ghost.
yeah.
She's scary. I would do whatever it took if it was a little crab walk and a really weird, reachy crab walk. I would do that.
I can't believe that's what got her, though.
Still waiting.
I know. But you know what?
Oh my god.
Hey, anything can happen in Valorant.
It's Valorant. We are Valoranting, and we are into B site again. Finding shots onto Hannah now. And then to spike plant. We got pistols trying to retake, but I don't see it happening, Vic.
This is gonna be tough.
Oh, this is not bad. Paint shells kill, classic kill.
Okay.
Now they want to pick up the guns. They've got guns at their disposal.
What on earth? That is...
One enemy remaining.
It just slipped out of their hands.
Oh, no.
The judge is gonna save them, though. They lost way too many people in that round. Paint shells and classics, that nearly slipped out of their hands.
Especially towards tree. I mean, it was a good sort of coordination of utilities with the paint shells and the fault line. But the classic shot is what really impressed me coming out from Snow. Following that, though, I think MetaWin just kind of peaked out with the Bulldog. And then that's where things started to go back to normal. Let's see if BOTT can secure this momentum, however, in this round. But without the economy, unfortunately, some of them are on Ghost this round. It's going to be a little bit more difficult.
And it seems
Spike down B.
it almost didn't matter.
Almost.
With the gun difference. Taking back my words now.
That's, again, one of those things about the map fracture. Because it's like 4 points on the map. Maybe you get a good read. Maybe you're trying to pull off a fake. But sometimes you just walk into each other and collide.
Yeah, that's sort of the joy of fracture. It's always a surprise around every single quarter. They're playing really slowly now. At this rate, when we're on the bonus round, this matters. We're going into the second half. Hero KDA, this is their map pick, and it's not really going on the direction, obviously, that they're hoping for.
Could turn around though. What? They saw each other. They weren't able to secure the frag. Now Lulu comes in. That's a third kill for her. Callie with the Bulldog. All she needs is 2 more targets. Taps the spike. Baits out the peak. Now trying to stay alive. Goes in for the
10
stick.
seconds left.
Here's those footsteps marching towards her. And she needs to land down the spray transfer. But with the Bulldog, it's just a little bit more difficult considering the fact that Strawberry Bagel has full armor. And full health.
Yeah.
No, you don't deserve my invention.
Spray transfer with a Bulldog doesn't really translate as well.
30 seconds left.
Well, it's a 2-1
Good
start
attempt,
again.
Last player standing.
Nearly melted into that molly.
10 seconds
Almost.
left. Planted the spike.
But again, just shows like, how these rounds can really go. And now we've got 2 judges? 2? Okay.
Yeah, that's I think at this rate, knowing that they have a full buy right now, they're expecting some high tempo action. You know, when you have a double duelist comp, at some point, you know it's gonna happen.
Yeah, but it's just Bagel hiding in a corner, and then you have Snow in a corner of her own around Dish, playing off of Bagel's turret's contact, which leaves the B site somewhat less fortified. Given that BOTT are towards this site, which is kind of the pattern that we've been seeing so far, it worries me about the Hero KDA and their strats and how they're going to play out the rest of the series. Because we've seen them play before. We know that they can come out with more decisive wins than this, but right now, BOTT are really fighting with a lot of firepower and a lot of great reads. Calling out that B side is completely clear. They get a free plant, and now just look at the post-plant positioning. Tower again, 1 around generator, coming through underpass as well. You've got an orbital strike at the ready too. The Hero KDA are just streaming into the site, but a bit of run and gun from Aisling, and then the trade comes out from Cappy Bot. All the shots going through the way of BOTT. Hannah getting dinked, but yeah, just no time to defuse. She's gonna run away. Her opponents have heard this.
Right here.
I think you were saying earlier, and you're probably right. It's a little bit worrying for Hero KDA. They seem to be reading this a bit slower. That rotation was almost like they were expecting something else to happen. And I'm very surprised by Hero KDA's slow rotation back onto B once, you know, the spike is already down and they had two agents on A until that spike fully went down.
And that's just a little bit unfortunate for both sides. Again, you stick the plant, but then Hero KDA not quite able to find that impact that they want. Now it's just full on contact into A main. Snow trying to fight fire with fire, but the rest of the team just so cognizant as to hold back and then go in for a trade. We are tied up 3-3 right now, but it's almost not fair because the Killjoy on the Hero KDA side, she's down in red HP.
They're already fully onto B. That was a well well-timed
Where are you? Still waiting.
rotation from BOTT, and they're comfortably, completely retaking the site. But you can see why now. Hero KDA has their ult to take the space back.
Not quite coordinated or on the same page though. Nightfall along with the lockdown, it doesn't really hit anyone, so value maybe not quite felt. In fact, it's the rolling thunder that buys a bit more time for BOTT. MetaWin finding a shot through as well. Wallbang's coming up, but the defuse is getting stuck. Oh!
The aftershock with its final tick secures the round. At this point, Hannah, she wants to stick the defuse. It's just halfway, which is about 3.5 seconds. But look at how BOTT are just leapfrogging off of one another. With their utility and a volley of bullets, they are now at 10-7.
BOTT has really shaped up their coordinated play. We saw this on defense. It's happening again. You know, they're just coming together.
Oh, so
in a
close.
way KDA is unable to do anything about it.
I really don't know what else to say other than the fact that it's just unfortunate. And that's the second timeout used now by CA, the Hero KDA's coach. And
it is such a mess in here. This Tactibear is messy.
what are you talking about? He's just...
Look, he's hiding behind rubbish, and there was all this stuff on the floor.
He's comfortable in there.
Did you know about this room?
Why are you shaming him?
I didn't know about this room.
I did not know about this room. Our observers were really amazing, by the way. They know about this room.
Yeah, clearly showing us him. This Tactibear needs to clean up his room, or he's going to get grounded.
I want to know about the Tactibears hidden on Sunset. Because I haven't really explored the whole map yet.
Sunset? Yeah. I think that's going to be really fun once it joins the map pool. And I'm pretty sure all the Game Changers teams are going to be looking forward to it too.
Oh yeah.
It's always nice to have a new thing in the mix.
Light 'em up.
Sunset and Breeze for Game Changers APAC Elite. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Oh yeah. Elite's going to be fun.
On the other hand though, as it stands, will this timeout find impact? Because if not, it's very likely that BOTT will reach match point, and that does not bode well for the Hero KDA, because the second map right now is going to be BOTT's map pick, a bind. And you just want to go into every map as prepared as possible, and right now they don't really look that way, Vic.
Yeah, that's right. BOTT is looking really good, and honestly, I am excited for Bind. Either way, I'm glad that's the next map.
Right here.
But BOTT, they're just coming together really well. Their mind is one right now, and that's ultimately what is helping to keep them in the lead. Because you know, raw gunpowder, it's pretty even.
Oh well, we say that. It's gonna be Bagel along with Snow and Olulu finding all this contact. Trades coming out from BOTT's side though. And their trades is what impresses me quite a bit as well.
Remaining.
Trying to even out the odds, but MetaWin's just running all the way to the other part of the map with the spike now. Despite the early contact, BOTT has somewhat managed to recover. That could have gone a whole lot worse.
I'm just
10
watching
seconds
this
left.
breach like go for a
Run,
marathon
Forrest, run!
It's like ponytails just flapping in the wind. He's like, oh, I gotta plant the spike in just in the nick of time. With 2 seconds, gets the spike down. But this is doable. This is doable. If you can isolate, she can isolate these duels. But
Oh
you
my
can see
God.
now they are making sure they have every angle covered, trying
like
to flush her out, and yeah, they managed to do it.
That
Timeout
is
paid off.
good call, good reads. Going to that same point of contact around arcade bench once more. But truly, it's that teamwork and that the 3-on-1 that was really nice. Like you mentioned, Vic, just securing every single angle. The fact that they pushed in towards A main, that's clean.
Yeah, it was clean. It was smart. It was careful, but they got it, and they needed it. Meta win on the half buy and Bulldog. Good our bot as well.
Really looking to secure more rounds. And she is playing the initiator role after all on the breach, so a bit more backline support, but oh god. First point of contact, and that's a brimstone gone. Cappy bot answers back though, but you truly do not have any smokes to aid you in this moment. All you've got is perhaps Callie and her cyber cages. And she's hiding inside the smoke, so we're getting sneaky and peeky! Only one.
Almost.
And then Alulu trades. Natural and Cappy bot. It's the two duelists that we've been hyping up. They're holding some of these positions. Cloudburst in just to make them think that she went through the door.
One enemy remaining.
Now peeking out of Sanch.
Player
She
standing.
finds Alulu. Timer ticking away. Hannah.
Interesting placement.
Oh, Natural is just toying with her right now. Oh,
Yep.
it's the updraft. And there it is. You've run out of time. Sticking it halfway, trying to land a shot. Natural is still playing peekaboo with this. We are at 11 to 8, Vic.
Who would have thought? Bot is definitely showing their prowess right now. Again, coordinated plays. Their double duelist comp is really paying off right now. That confidence coming through, and Natural is just hitting all her shots.
Man. I mean, still you could see that fundamentally most of these players are capable of landing their shots.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's just sometimes with the pressure that comes through and some of the strategies that don't really pay off, bot knowing how to just play off of their spike, feeling a little bit more comfortable with it. However, now that we're on to the next round, we've already seen Hero KDA pushing into bridge side spawn once more. They're calling out that the information is clear. It's kind of setting up for an a-hole now. Oh, but Capybara getting a couple tags of her own.
Site is theirs for the taking, and it looks like Hero KDA is taking a page out of bot's book. Just gathering all their reinforcements before trying to retake site together.
What is this positioning to? Oh my god, she still actually gets it.
One enemy remaining.
And this is very potentially match point, Vic.
Taken down.
It's looking like that, but Iceling wants to prove you wrong. Crispy. Not quite enough. Valiant attempt by Iceling, though, with nothing but a sheriff.
Match point.
Oh, speaking of crispy. Sometimes you just gotta crack a few eggs, make some omelets, and really, the bot...
The omelets aren't crispy.
Oh, you're right.
Unless yours are. I've seen you cook. I can see how your omelets end up crispy.
I've been roasted. She's got a point. Sometimes I leave the shells inside. I hope I don't actually do that. It is now match point, and bot are looking incredibly sharp. Not just in their shots, but with the strats as well. And they're going through into the site. Snow going with the tracking shot, but Meta win again with that trade. Showstopper completely nullified.
Hero KD is fighting to stay in the game right now. This is match point. And bot, it's a slight man advantage. Well, it's a 4-2 right now, and it's not looking too good for Hero KDA to carry on.
Oh boy. Callie firing those shots. She's got the neural theft. We know where you're hiding. Alulu can't escape for too long.
Get off my back.
And she's only got 2 rounds in the magazine. Can't do all that much towards the end of it. And it's just gonna be a bit of a tragic end
at the end of this first map anyway. 13-8, same score that we saw from the previous matchup too, but yeah, the bot just looks a little bit better.
Yeah, bot was looking really good, taking away Hero KDA's own map pick against them really well, really strong. This wasn't a fluke. They just look so well coordinated. This is the kind of plays that we want to see coming into Last Chance qualifier. It's like they just need to be coordinated. You can't rely on raw gunpowder all the time. And when it came face to face, I think you can argue that firepower wise, Hero KDA has a slightly better track record on that front. But when your team is mind melding and they are one, it doesn't really matter. And clearly, case in point here on this first map of Fracture. But it is only the first map. It could go the other way. We might end up with all 3 maps in this best of 3 series.
It's possible. But considering that the next map is Bind, ooh, I don't know. And it definitely forces the Hero KDA to rethink some of their strategies, and that's what our panelists will have to break down for us as well. Tash and Raph, please tell us what's going to happen next.
The future is for the future us to behold. But
Yes.
let's talk a little bit about the past first before we go that way, as we talk about Fracture. Now, honestly, in my mind, looking at, I would say, Hero KDA's performance, I had a hunch, or rather, I predicted that it was going to be the Hero KDA's map. But as soon as I saw the double duelist coming through, it sort of like changed my mind for me. At first, I thought, okay, the double duelist would only work on the attack side. But it really honestly changed my mind when we saw what exactly they wanted to do with the double duelist. Have the duelists play together, put in that aggression, put in that pressure, get all of that utilities out of the way. And on top of that, you can really tell that how the way bot plays is that they don't really try and put as many utility out as possible. They're really good with their utility management, to the point that till after the post plant, they had so much utility to play with, which really gave them a lot of value and a lot of advantage to just really, I would say, deny the diffuse from the Hero KDA.
Yes. Anyway, on a more serious analysis, jokes aside, aside from having double duelist, one thing that I really did appreciate on the side of bot is that, again, knowing that they have a lineup that somewhat forces them to be a bit one-dimensional, they still managed to play super, super compact. They had a lot of value off of Cappy bots, either Doom Roombas or any of her names, and that's the Boom bot, if anybody's wondering what I'm talking about.
Cappy bot was able to get multi-frags with her showstopper,
exactly.
which was like massive.
And then there were rounds where Capybot would hang on to the showstopper for a little too long. I think it was like in the first half where if she just swung with a showstopper, she probably could have had an easy 3K but ran into a 3-stack on the side of the Hero KDA. But aside from small mistakes like that, I thought it was a pretty tightly contested, again, map up until Natural started popping off and just kind of went crazy with the Blade Storms and whatnot. But again, looking at this on the macro scale, is that bot, they have such a good they have a great way of controlling the rhythm, and a lot of that is just nullifying the Hero KDA's utility. They can't seem to find value off early smokes or early mollies, and it feels like, yes, they have a lot of utility in the bank, but then they kind of fall into the trap of, let's just try and hard clear this so we have this utility for the post plant, which, again, as we've seen, bot dominate the post plant. Again, just so well done.
Yeah, they really take their time in just really trying to get that information. It's very different to what we see from how the Hero KDA plays. Now, coming back to what I said during the halftime, where I said there were a lot of mistakes coming through from the Hero KDA. I really wanted to highlight one of them was from Olulu as a 1v4 in round number 7, and she used her ultimate. And I was questioning, why would you use your ultimate in that situation? Are you able to pull off a hero play? It was honestly, I would say, kind kind of impossible given on how exactly BOTT has been playing that post plant. It's been very clean. They have really good crossfires, and you really gotta say, like, for Koi, especially Koyali, like, it's just been really good in her holds as well as a Cypher. Regardless, that is gonna be the end for map number 1 for Series 2. After this, more of the Series 2 between BOTT as well as the Hero KDA. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you right back here in VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific. Hello everyone, welcome back. This is the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific, day number 1. Now we're on series number 2 where map 1 was honestly kind of exciting to watch. BOTT taking us all.
I don't think so.
Anyways.
What? You were talking about map 1. No, map 1 was a very textbook game with, you know, a few, again, extra plays here and there, but was it exciting? I don't know.
I mean, the first half was definitely exciting to me because I didn't know what to expect from BOTT. But the hero KDA, I had an idea what to expect. Until the second half, where, I mean, not gonna lie, like, BOTT was feeling very confident. We started to see, like, you know, BOTT kind of, like, messing around. That was kind of fun to watch as well. But now, as we go into Bind, this is BOTT's map pick. And I'm excited to see what kind of set plays they have in mind and what exactly they're gonna do with this map.
That's true. And again, just to go back on the first map and maybe to just review everybody or refresh everybody on how this map veto is going to go, or rather the map pool is going to go, there was a lot of respect being shown on both sides. That's why they weren't going hyper aggressive or a little too defensive. They really were playing their cards right. So again, just watching the game, it's like, wow, this is really, really textbook. It's what they should be doing, but for the viewer experience, sometimes you just kind of want to see the players go crazy. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that on Bind. I'm really curious what type of comps we're going to see, Tosh, especially since double controller, double initiator, duelist is pretty much the flavor of the month for Bind for quite some time now. We haven't really seen too much Sentinel action, especially on this map specifically.
No.
But maybe, just maybe, we're gonna see a little bit more Killjoy, perhaps another Cypher, just to really enhance that lurk threat that BOTT hasn't really been showing too much.
Yeah, and we can really tell that this is BOTT's, I would say, best map. Out of the 4 wins they had not dropped a single bind, at least on the Swiss stage recently. So it's really, I'm really curious to know like what exactly they have in mind for this in particular, given the fact that for this map in particular, they're running a very, I think this is a very set comp for every single round they play on this map. It's going to be a Breach, a Jet, a double duelist rather, Jet Raze, as well as the Sky, as well as Sova. I haven't seen Sova for a while on this map, so curious to see how they're going to be running that as well.
I think hero's pick would be Gecko. I think we've seen a lot of teams attempt to play the Gecko here.
Yeah.
But I think the inherent weakness of Gecko is that, yes, his utility does recharge and you can pick it up, but it's not very safe when you do it. And to make it safe, it is a gigantic investment. So maybe that's on the table for some of the teams, depending how they want to approach this. But I think you're pretty much right on the money for most of those picks. You usually get the Raze, because Raze just dominates this map. Sky is definitely a favorite. I think Breach is honestly not a bad choice, considering Rolling Thunder is super, super valuable as an ult, despite it being a bit of a meme machine. Actually, think about the Rolling Thunder. It's probably the most frustrating ult in the game. It's honestly useless sometimes. Oh, he's stunned, but why am I dead? But
he's stunned, but he got 100% headshot percent rate. What happened there?
Like, why? Why is this agent a meme sometimes? But again, going back into that, the double info with Sova and Sky and just the potency to fight, I think it's very viable. Viper, a favorite for, again, a lot of our teams. I think she's an agent that you can use on any map, but the execution is just a little difficult. Harbor Viper is actually on the table too.
Yeah, but it's definitely not something we might be seeing from both the teams, because the hero KDA, from the last few rounds that they've played, it's mostly been a Cypher, Brimstone, Fade, a Raze, as well as a Sky. So, you know, I don't think we might be seeing any changes to the lineups, in my opinion, given the fact that they probably have, I mean, the only team that really surprised us with a different comp or different style play was honestly Nyx Kyosei, which honestly caught me off guard. But I really loved the aggression they brought in with the agents they played. But for this one, you know, we can already expect it's going to be very aggressive on both sides. Both teams not running the the only team that's going to be running the Sentinel would be the hero KDA, honestly. And given the fact that you don't really need a Sentinel to really hold down a site on Bind, really shows like the aggression is what exactly you want to be expecting from bot. They played aggressive on Fracture, it gave them a lot of value, and if they played aggressive on Bind, I think that it was going to be the same as well. Because again, it is still a very defender-sided map, but if you're able to really brute force your way into the site and just be able to take out the backside and just hold that down, it will be huge. Now, I think one of the biggest mistakes that I saw coming in from the Hero KDA in the last map was that overextension sometimes, where they already had site, they had already gone in for the plant, and then they push into CT side. So the question now was like, what exactly is your idea? Are you trying to stop them from pushing into that area for that rotate? I would have, and especially on gun deficit rounds, they didn't have the gun advantage. Why are you pushing when you know that bot would have rifles? It'll be better for them to play on the site itself, play those chokes for that advantage. Regardless, let's see if whether or not they can learn their lesson on this map, because again, Bind very similar when it comes to concept, but there's a lot of chokes, especially on attack side.
And I'm glad that you brought that up, you know, because like map philosophy and how you want to defend the map is such an important thing for teams. For example, as you mentioned, do you want to clog up the chokes and just stop at the choke fight? Do you want to have a more open space type of fight, let them in, have a more retake oriented style, and so on and so forth? There's just so many variations of how you can do this, especially with the agents that we talked about, right? Viper is very good at both these things. She can divvy up the site and just kind of congest all that space and kind of funnel your opponents to where you want to fight, or just use her utility to, again, make that choke point that much more oppressive. And again, you talked about it too. We might not see a little bit of Harbor, but I think Harbor ult is such an amazing site-taking tool. Yeah, again, no matter how you want to play it, with those two schools of thoughts being thrown out there, do you want to hold the choke or hold the site? Either way, Harbor is going to be very strong, just difficult to use. Maybe teams might forgo that. You did bring up the Brimstone, who's been an absolute Bind classic at this point. You know, the good old let's ulti U-Haul, let's ulti you hookah and run into the site, old reliable.
Yeah, and I think that when you come into this game as well, I mean, like, there's a lot of like questions on why some maps don't need sentinels anymore. It's because I would say controllers like Harbor, Viper are already so good to come to when it comes to holding or even lurking already, that it kind of negates the value that you would have from either a Cypher or even a Killjoy. On top of that, I think the only viable, I would say, sentinel that we're going to be seeing a lot this season, I believe, would be Chamber, especially since Chamber has been made viable once again. We saw that happen with Elbisky on how Chamber was able to hold an area, and if they're a really good shot, you can get a lot of value from the Headhunter, from the Tour de Force. And because of that as well, it means economy-wise, they don't have to rely too much on the economy to be able to get the op, to be able to get a rifle, even when they're able to be using that Headhunter for that one-tap hit.
That's true. I feel like with all the things you said, you make it sound like you were the Chamber abuser, not me back in the day. But again, you know what? I'm really happy that Chamber is getting a little bit of shine, especially these days, considering that people have realized he can be a very, very good tempo sentinel where you can push, you can be a bit more aggressive. It's just your stopping power overall is going to be hyper reliant on your ability to duel. And Elbisky just had that in spades when we did see her play. And again, maybe we should just give Chamber his old teleport back and the old Headhunter. You know what I mean? Maybe give him his old...
No!
I'm kidding. I'm joking. We don't need that. We don't need that anymore. I'm just saying.
I do not want to see a 100% pick rate for Chamber like we used to. Okay, like
it was
that's
like 97%. Come on now. It wasn't 100. It was 97. So
wait, where'd the 2% go, Ralph?
I don't know. Somewhere that wasn't Chamber.
Regardless, we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, let's see what we're going to be seeing in Bind in the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific. We'll be right back. Let's see whether or not it's gonna be a 1-1 or a 2-0. TASHBUNNY here alongside Raf, your panelists for the day for the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific Day number 1. Now, Raf, can you tell us a little bit about what you want to see coming into Map 2?
No, absolutely not. No, I'm kidding. Map 2. Well,
He's
we
been
talked
kind
about
of
it quite a
mean
bit.
to me today, guys, and I am not here for it.
Wow. Anywho, well, Tash is like kind of mean to everybody, right? Question mark. I don't know. Actually, no. Tash is very nice. As I can feel the sniper's laser on the back of my. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, so yes, Map 2. I feel like since the feeling out phase for BOTT and the KDA is pretty much over, because we saw that in the first 4 rounds of Fracture. They were basically just kind of sizing everybody up, and we were speculating what type of agents they were going to deploy on this map. We are finally going to see it. Are we going to see a Sentinel-less lineup? Yes, on one end and no on the other.
I mean, we already predicted this. We saw this happen already on the Swiss stage. I mean, we didn't see it with our own 2 eyes, but it was what we can see from the recorded matches or the info that we got. Now, I was already sort of predicting that it's going to be this particular lineup, because I don't know, when we coming in from, at least from how both teams have played before from the Swiss stage, they tend to play what they're used to. So nothing wrong with that. It's just a matter of whether or not the team will be able to get a read out of each other based on that info. Again, no VODs available for the Swiss stages. The only information they can get is from the websites on their pre-recorded or their recorded matches. So that is going to be the only thing they can play off of, unless they have played each other before, which I think they have. Now, coming back into this particular game, the Sentinel, at least for Cali, I believe it was, or was it the Hero KDA? I'm not too sure. The Sentinel that's coming through here, yeah, the Hero KDA, it's going to be really, really massive into making sure that they can hold the site. If they're able to get the hold on the site really well, it's going to be a big W. If they're able to get the timing on the lurk from the Sentinel as well, it's going to be huge. But aggression has always been the name for BOTT here. If they're able to get into the site quickly, it might be a problem, because the lurk might not even be successful.
Once again, my favorite takeaway of the day, and to quote the mighty duck that is Quack, they might get in there like swimmer. I just really don't know where that came from, and it's stuck with me. Does it resonate with me? No. Does it leave me confused? Quite. But again, going back to what you said, the Sentinel may provide a gigantic impact, Tash.
Let's see on whether or not that will be the issue, or is the Sentinel-less meta is going to be a thing, whether or not that's going to be true. Vic and Quack, take it away.
Do you want to take that, Quack? I feel like
Sure.
that was your responsibility, talking about swimsuits in weird places.
Well, it didn't have to be a weird place. Just it rhymes, and sometimes you gotta be confident. You gotta get in there like swimwear. This happened because I was play testing last year, and then I heard one of the other handlers say this, and I thought it was really funny, and I'm stealing it now. But yeah, that's the whole point. We've got this double duelist composition from one team, and it's worked out great so far. If we can see the Hero KDA kind of similar to what Tash was talking about, perhaps, and how they can adjust around this, given the composition that they have, on the other hand, they might be able to come back. But as it stands right now, you got to be leaning towards BOTT a little bit more.
Both teams, though, are very good at buying. Both teams are also very good on the attacker side. So, I think at this rate, it's going to be interesting. Hero KDA is on the attack side right now, and while BOTT does look like the stronger team at the moment, Hero KDA starting on the attacker side, they're going to have to try to get as many rounds in as possible. They do have a very different composition, as you mentioned, BOTT with a double duelist once more. I can imagine a lot of aggressive and fast play styles coming out. And I love how our observer loves Tactibear. Like, there's just Tactibears in places I didn't know existed. I didn't even know there were that many.
Shoutouts to Darian and Ashton. They just know like all the different Tactibear spots. That's how much Valorant experience they have. But at the same time, I mean, Sentinel-less composition, we've kind of seen stuff like this before. And as long as you're aggressive enough, you're able to hold down the site, you don't have to worry about your flank so much. And that's what's happening right now, especially on the defensive side when they're peeking out. They've managed to come out with a trade.
Yeah, they start off with just full contact of B long. Each team taking out one.
And that's about that. Sky smoked off. Everyone goes into sight. We got the spike plant, and we set up for retakes. Just gonna have to wait for the smokes to dissipate, though. Oh, okay. Using their own little Brim Sky Smoke as a bit of an extension to caterpillar into sight. Look at this, Naturel. She knows that there are 2 players in front of her, though, so gonna have to rely on the traits that find that damage. MetaWin able to collect on towards another. But now, by this point, Bagel's positioning is the biggest thorn in her side.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for MetaWin with the crossfire setup, but one of them does have low HP, but she doesn't seem to know she's right behind her.
Oh, she heard the camera and tried to flick onto it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it was Snow. So that's the pistol round won by Hero KDA.
Yeah. Hero KDA, you know, getting that pistol round. Pistol rounds feel like they are often overlooked. You know, it's just low economy. You're going in with pistols, maybe a couple of util, but you know, we forget that pistol round wins means that you move into that next round with superior firepower.
Yeah, right? Translates to even more, and if you remember what happened on Fracture, Hannah got like an ace off of the pistol round, so it could happen again. But now that they're on the attacking side, it's going to be Snow collecting on even more heads.
Good God.
Triple kill outside of B-Long. BOTT are just running into these bullets, and clean round for Hero KDA.
Yeah, Hero KDA read that well. Just waited for them to push out, and they walked right into it.
Not supposed to happen.
Yep, but they do have rifles now in hand. Hero KDA lost no one, so still has full armor, full specters.
Just maybe a bit of that, like GG go next. But yeah, the specters on the attacking side, you know, still gonna have to be a little bit careful. So
Not getting that info.
Forward position, backing off, confirming that it is indeed an A hit. The rotations aren't necessarily going through just yet.
Snow trying to get as much space as possible in the lamps, getting that control there.
Which is a good position to hold. Effectively blocks off another route of entry.
Look what BOTT's doing. They're getting ready.
Here we go.
I see them line up like this.
They're the ones with the rifles too, but they have to be so careful. Anna seizes the initiative, goes into the sky smoke, Spectre in hand, tries to burst them down, but only able to get 2. Good enough damage though, and it's just buying even more time. Snow and Olulu playing together in tandem, swinging out around truck. They managed to hold out that defuse. It's a perfect 3-0 bonus round start for the Hero KDA.
Running into those smokes with the rifle, but when you're up against someone with a Spectre, they can get real ugly, as Hana proved over here.
Very, very disgusting.
Absolutely.
You can see that's what I'm talking about. You gotta get in there like swimwear. If you're not inside these smokes, if you're not rushing in, then your opponent's gonna do that to you. So BOTT kind of hesitated for a second.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But when this swimwear thing, I kind of think you guys were referring to wedgies. That's what I was like. That's so interesting.
That is not what I mean at all. But okay, moving on. It's gonna be the Hero KDA. They're now into sight. We've got the spike planted. You've got Bagel watching the flank. And BOTT's really struggling to find any semblance of victory right now.
Yeah. Could have said it better myself. Snow just easily taking the 2 down. Well, it's got nothing but sheriffs in their hands. This is a near impossible situation.
Yeah, just choose
Crossfire
right through.
set up.
And we know bot doesn't want to give any ult points to them, so they're just holding the exits. But alright, that's a good start.
Yeah.
Gonna be able to pick off one hit, pick up Phantom, and
Yeah, Phantom. Yeah.
escape. CappyBot had to die to the spike to ensure that she would receive her round loss bonus. But apart from that, it still is a 4-0 start for the Hero KDA.
Yep, proving their superiority on attacker-sided. And they definitely want to collect as many as possible, because once that swap happens, it's going to be tough. You know, tougher on defense for Hero KDA.
There.
Yeah. And it is bind after all. Got a lot of options, especially with the teleporter plays that these teams could make use of. That's it stands. Again, it's just brute force and firepower. Showstopper onto sight. Natural spends the tailwind to get out of dodge, but now the Prowlers going in to connect on towards their opponents. Bot are trying to hold their ground.
They're wisely just shifting their tactics.
Shifting sights too. Now Bitterbot trying to connect some crispy headshots as well. That's a second. And then she gets traded by Olulu. Spike plant will now come through.
Spike planted.
And Callie's still sitting on quite a bit of utility. Trying to save that up for the retake. Trailblazer will be deployed just to clear out the initial points of entry. And now, okay, recon out. Surely we start pushing. Olulu with that angle though, still deadly. Callie finally makes a play. Now looking on to the second, she finds the headshot as well. Aisling with her orbital strike and the incendiary grenade lineups just buys enough time. They know that she's hiding somewhere and they want to hunt her down, but not quite able to pull it off. It's just gonna be the orbital strike that gets burned. No wins for bot yet, but starting to look a little bit better perhaps.
Yeah, it is starting to look a little bit better. They've managed to save 2 rifles. And they fished out, they knew exactly what was going to happen. Managed to fish out that orbital strike at the very least. It was going to happen anyway.
Might as well.
I think we're going to see some eggs broken coming into this next round. Like you said, it's starting to shape up a little bit for bot.
And that's just, again, how bot are looking to come back into the game. They're sitting on some ultimates. Their retakes on Fracture were, you know, pretty pristine, but now not quite able to pull it off just yet.
With this kind of comp on bot, defense is just really tough.
Really, really tough. Sometimes caught lacking as well. Meadowin now trying to set up for that retake.
Spike planted.
Similar composition to what we saw in Fracture, just not quite that same coordination. Seeker's being sent out now though. Showstopper at hand, which is blindly fired.
Yeah, interesting choice of the Showstopper ending up by truck. Defuse is coming in though.
Wait, they stuck it!
Right under their nose.
I saw the incendiary and I thought it was the post plant coming through, but they just stick it all the way through.
Yeah. I mean, it was already almost defused at that point, so
yeah.
The wise chose to stick that defuse. But they did burn through all their ults just to get that one round.
Again, just gotta have that confidence to go in for it, especially if you know your opponents are playing for post-plant lineups. Sometimes that can be effective. So first round won by bot now.
My ult's ready. What's this?
Oh, getting info with that bird.
really find too much though.
Now they're hanging out by Belong. Sky's trading their util.
Can I pet that dog? No, you can't.
Tasmanian tigers going on the prowl.
Oh, they're not gonna find anything. Just a little bit of info. Rotations being pulled over and CHUBBYBOTT.
God, timing here could be painful. CHUBBYBOTT doesn't seem to know Bagel is hanging out.
Is that the plan? They're hovering outside the teleporter as well. Hero KDA just waiting for the go signal.
Look at this crouching meta. Everyone's just ducking. You don't want to get hit by that blade storm. Corpse going through the teleporter.
Cage triggered.
Just within a single frame. Suddenly her head's gone. Strawberry Beagle somehow able to
30
recover
seconds
from
left.
that movement. Crouch sprays and it works. 30 seconds left for the Hero KDA to plant the spike or to make a move. And BOTT are just hovering around the right sites. However, losing CHUBBYBOTT, this brings us back to a 3-on-3.
10
Spike
seconds
plant
left.
coming through now.
Spike planted.
Natural with the updraft. She's throwing those knives down onto her opponents. One left.
One
She
enemy
runs out.
remaining.
Back to the Vandal. But her teammates have already arrived on the crime scene. Put up the tape because BOTT have secured it 2-5.
All right.
We're ticking away.
Bots found their footing. Those knives. We're really gonna miss those double updrafts, huh? But
Yeah.
I think Natural just proved you only really need one.
With this one, yeah. That's all she did.
This Bagel hit here. That was lucky. That was lucky. Managed to escape with her life.
Also potentially slightly misplayed by her opponent, but it's all good in the hood. It's 2-5. And BOTT's still trying to come back.
So many birds happening. The skies just keep meeting each other.
It's a zoo out here, Vic.
Yeah. It's wild.
It's a bird park.
Jurong Bird Park over here. Unbind.
But what it really is still is just information. Now they can kind of confirm that A is clear. And the hit's
know
definitely
exactly
coming
where
towards B, but peeking out. Unfortunately, not quite able to survive. You might
Bagel
even
has
just
so
see.
much information.
Spike planted.
They know exactly. Well, I mean, Cypher says it knows exactly where they are.
Oh.
And all they have to do is really face
I
one
must wait a
direction.
moment.
Yeah, just waiting for it as well. Even bits of utility or just blind fire. It's extra pressure for BOTT.
Cage triggered.
Do they still want to go for this retake? Because at this point they just don't have enough time. So kind of hovering around the exit, they're forced to take certain fights, but really not quite able to secure anything. It's Bagel who finds the 4th frag in this round. And a 6-2 scoreline for her team.
This is timeout is great at this point. I think we're seeing a very different BOTT than the first match. Sorry, the first game that we've just witnessed. They seem a lot more disjointed. Their post-plant retakes aren't as coordinated as just now. And they're really gonna need to get it together because Hero KDA is getting these sites pretty easily and managing to keep them out.
Yeah, especially if you're even thinking about getting information. If you want to peek out of Belong, you're going to have to do it with conviction. I mean, either together as a team or if you want to trade, you got to go in for it. But Cali, along with Natural, just weren't quite able to do what they've done before. And that just instantly turned things into a 3-on-5 where when they went in for that retake, by that point, only about 20 seconds left on the timer. You could feel the pressure, and they weren't able to find any angles whatsoever. And that's just well played by the Hero KDA as well. Getting that contact, getting full control over the site, and setting those post-plant positions up just to deny that retake again.
So
And they're getting so much information. Like you're saying, like Hero KDA is just playing really well with the Sky, with the Fade, getting early info, and then closing it off with Cypher ultis.
I'll find you.
right, the 6 assists that Alulu is sitting on right now.
Take hold. Satchel out.
Insanely useful for retrieving information and at the same time exploding onto site, but this time the follow-up not quite there. It's gonna be BitterBot who actually finds the first shot.
Do they know there are 3 people stuffed into showers right now?
Less.
Sure they have an idea.
Yeah, look at them switching it up right now. They're not coming from spawn anymore.
Alright, now we gotta top up Naturel. The hard hitters of bot, and we really need them to find their impact in this round. But look at Olulu with the angles, and Bagel getting the final frag as well. 2-7. The Hero KDA are looking unstoppable.
Yeah. They're looking really strong right now. They're looking like the Hero KDA that we have expected coming into this series. Just looking really good.
And yeah, it's just the way that they're pushing. Bot, unfortunately, again, not quite finding that solution just yet, even with the timeout from their coach, though. So now just, I guess, tapering back a little bit, hiding inside of lamps, on the other side of stack. A bit of a crossfire setup inside of hookah, but oh, look at Hero KDA.
Bot's gonna need 1 or 2 more rounds to enter into the second half of this game a lot more comfortably.
They lose this round or even the next, and that's potentially a 9-3, maybe even worse, a 10-2. They're giving them so much space. The Hero KDA, they've managed to secure alt orbs. Now the Seeker's being pulled out, and Naturel is pinned down. Still able to dish out a bit of hurt, though. Takes out Bagel. And we thin out their hurt. Seeker's coming out from bot side. But it's the teleporter going through as well. Now, already control over the site. It's going to be bot kind of catching up to their pace.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Bot does know what's up, though. Coming in together from spawn.
Oh, it's the same angle. Hannah's holding it this time. Spotting some heads. That's Callie gone. Bot, we've got to do this together. Just peeking into these individual angles one by one, trying to deal with Hannah, trying to deal with Iceling. Unfortunately, they fall short.
And harder and harder for bot right now. We're at a 2-8. They're gonna, going into this very last round of this half, they're gonna have to secure at least 1 more. Otherwise, it's gonna be a near impossible climb going into that second half.
Certainly starting to look that way. Both raises sitting on their ultimates.
Bring them down.
But again, the ultimate orbs, if any one of them can be collected by either team, could be looking at more impactful ultimates as well. Hero KDA, though, it's just meandering across the map. They go back towards the A site. And once more, bot are forced to kind of respect this space. Showstopper from Snowkey, and she's not going to be able to find that damage. In fact, it's BitterBot who takes her down. Pally, though, caught with utility out in hand now. No recon either. It's going to be a Nightfall along with the Orbital Strike to kind of hold off the spike plant, but it goes through anyway. BitterBot, a second shot with the Sheriff. Now looking for even more. Most of the Hero KDA's players backed off in towards the Showers position this time. Playing for post plant. There's the Orbital Strike. Headshot angle dismissed, though. And we might just be able to stick the spike defuse to halfway, but you gotta watch these angles together. Naturel finding the first shot and then the third. Securing the win for bot this time. It's a thrifty win and a 3-8 scoreline.
All right, bot's still here to play.
One enemy remaining.
You know, going in with nothing but sheriff, some of them even half armor and a sheriff. Getting that showstopper out created so much space that was really critical for them to get that defuse down and getting that round that they so desperately need. Can they do one more though? And if they do, I think we got a game here. But you could tell Hero KD is thinking very much the same thing, and their coach wants to have a chat to make sure they make it as difficult as possible. Oh my god, it's another tactic.
Hey!
In Hookah? Did you know he was there? Okay, that one's surprising to me because this is less obvious.
I had no idea that this was here. This is great.
Hey.
Thank you very much, observers. Now, like, if Vic's going to play mini games in Pacific, she knows all the secret spots.
I know. Achilles is gonna be so mad. He's like, "Why do you know all these? He hates losing these desk games." Now I know.
Right. But hey,
Yes.
we got scoreline 3-8. This could be a 4-8. It could be a 3-9. I think either way. It depends on how BOTT recovers once more. I mean, mentally speaking, they haven't been doing so well towards the start of this map. And then towards the end, just slowly starting to find their groove. A little bit better coordinated in these retakes.
That tactic bear was like staring into my soul just now. That was weird. It's like, come on, BOTT, you got this.
Is that what Tactiver is saying?
Yeah, Tactibear wants good games, you know? We don't
True.
want a rollover kind of game. That guiding light, trying to get as much intel as possible in B-Long, and they respond with their own animal and kind.
Prowler, it's different. It's not a dog, it's a cat. But into the site though. Blind shots through the smokes are the cyber cage, and MetaWin actually hits onto a hit.
I know
Now trying to track with the spray transfer. Not quite catching a Lulu. Hannah on the lurk. And we're tied up to a 3-on-3. Incendiary's thrown out just to try to push
just
anyone off.
hanging out. An elbow.
It's not a bad smoke though for Bitterbot to actually throw down. It ensures that Bagel cannot push past
Player
that.
standing.
And that's how BOTT will be able to come back in a little bit stronger. Aisling's still alive though, but the satchel throws her off. And that's how we end with a 4-8 instead of a 3-9.
Tactibear stared into their soul.
Tactibear.
Tactibuff. Yeah. Well, we got a game. 4-8. BOTT making sure this map stays in their hands, stays in their control. They're going into attacker-sided next, and I think we could see something happening here. Could be a reverse sweep, so let's check it out.
Yeah, Tash and Ref. I mean, do you think it's going to be a comeback? We'll find out. Tash and Ref, take it away.
Ken, we're gonna find that out definitely for sure, but it felt like in the first, I would say the beginning of the game, it was a lot in the favor of the Hero KDA. They're really good with brute forcing. They know how exactly to break onto the site itself, and it's just so good for them on how exactly they're gonna play this. Strawberry Bagel is just so great at not only just taking that first contact, but you can see that how she takes that first contact, and also like her shots have been very, very crisp. On top of that, I really like seeing how they exactly explode onto the site. Yes, we're seeing a lot of, I would say, respites coming in from a bot. They want to take this fights, but by the time they want to get onto the site, it's a little bit too late, and the set plays that the Hero KDA has for that post plant makes it very, very hard for them to play for the retakes.
Yeah, and another thing is that comp-wise, it's like, you know, they want to hit hard, they want to hit fast, they have a lot of utility to take open space and get a lot of duels with any double duelist. But on the side of, I believe it's the Hero KDA, there's just a lot of no. You know, I don't want to deal with that. I'll throw out my Prowler first. We have the Cypher traps, we have the Cypher cages, and we have a guiding light of our own to trade evenly. So even if they can burst onto the site, well, again, there's just a lot of denying and whatnot. we do see BOTT being a bit of a slow starter. I think this is very, very similar to what it was like for them on Fracture.
Yeah.
But as our casters mentioned, they have been slowly picking up the pace.
Yeah, we didn't really see them shine toward the end of the first half. And even then, I think you mentioned to me that we're starting to see Natural really start to pop off. She's really just trying to drag the team to the end of the finishing line. Let's see if this will actually translate in the second half. So Victoria and Vic, let's see the second half of the game.
happens.
Vic is on the other, the other broadcaster right now. That's what you mean. There is actually another Vic, so maybe Tash has not gone insane. But this bind, we were talking about this earlier. Both of these teams are very good at bind. Both of these teams, however, are also very attacker prominent. They're much better on the attacker side. Now, going with a 4-8 scoreline, BOTT could come back now that they are on the attacker side, and you can see them trying to push into halls, getting a lot of info with their dog, Tasmanian tiger. I can't call it a dog anymore. It's not a dog.
Okay, yeah, actually, I was gonna say, what is a tiger? It's not a dog. Tiger's a cat.
It's actually a marsupial. It's not even a tiger. It's
It's a marsupial?
It's a marsupial. Is that
Alright.
crazy?
Well, we
So
argue
confusing.
about what do you call this? I don't know, animals. It's just gonna be BOTT quickly taking control over the A site, but then here comes the Hero KDA with their retake.
Player standing.
Much better protocols, waiting off of Olulu's blinds and then pushing in. Meta win again, trying to trade off, but this time without full teammates, without full clear procedures, it's gonna be the Hero KDA with a pistol win.
This is a little painful. It's not unrecoverable at this point at a 4-9 scoreline, but it is going to be very uncomfortable and, a bit difficult. I'm curious to see if they're going to force buy this to really ensure that this stays in the bag for them.
Definitely gonna have to make something happen right here, right now. That's what I'm wondering, but no force buys or anything coming out of BOTT, and they are moving forward quite quickly. Definitely attacker oriented with their double duelist composition, but you're gonna need to find ways to tamper with the Hero KDAs and their retakes and their information gathering, especially with Olulu and her guiding light.
Yeah. I think that's it, isn't it? Hero KDA just has so much information, power on their side, and that alone can. It's just so easy to retake site.
Oh no!
These util
So that's
trades.
why. Pink shells in. Natural not quite able to do anything, just creating a bit of space with that mobility,
Spike
but
planted.
instantly dismissed. Hallie trying to find bits of impact as well, hiding up around A short, but she's already been sussed out. Her teammates decimated. And it's the Hero KDA reaching double digits, Vic.
Yeah, double digits. It's a 4-10 scoreline right now. They have most of their guns still in hand.
There.
BOTT's really gonna need this one. It's gotta buy up now, get those rifles, and they have to win this.
Well, if not, you are looking at a potential match point, and very possibly, which would be good for the Hero KDA, a 1-1 scoreline, which would put us into a third map of Ascent. And I don't want to think about what happens if we go into Ascent, because it's just going to be another mirror composition. But
Yep.
BOTT,
Good
for the
old
time
Ascent.
being, trying to turn things around on its head. You know, they've got quite the number of weapons, especially given the fact that they saved up from before, but not quite able to shoot it down. Snow and Olulu, the double team duo with their Spectres, just able to pepper them full of holes.
Oh, they're fast rotating onto A. They know that Hero KDA is Probably getting ready to B, but that rotation, look how quickly they're coming onto A. Spike is not even down yet.
Through short as well, Vic. Already spamming. You got positions on top of heaven. The smoke's a little bit delayed.
This is scary.
And Bitterbox just pinned down inside. She tries to go in for the swing, 1-on-3, but completely surrounded. It's the Hero KDA. And they just walked away with yet another bonus round win.
It's starting to look like both of the teams are dropping their map picks right now. Yeah, it's gonna take a miracle at this point for BOTT.
A little bit more convincing win coming out from the Hero KDA, if I'm being honest. 11-4. I mean, we ended the other one 13-8.
Yeah.
So desperate timeout being called right now. The last one in their pockets.
Well, there isn't many rounds left for them either way. And with a double duelist comp, they're going to have to do something a little bit differently now. What they've been doing clearly hasn't been working, and they're losing chances.
Yeah. Just don't have that many left. And while our observer looks for another Tactibear, we'll be looking at this poster of a rat.
That's a rat. That's not a Tactibear. Observer. Give me another Tactibear.
Maybe there aren't
we
anymore.
have a rat.
But
Why is there a rat here? What is this poster all about?
It's, we don't want any rat plays.
No rat plays? Yeah.
No rat plays.
No rat plays unbind. There's so many rat plays unbind though, especially in U-Haul. Lance.
With the shotguns? That's something that we haven't
right.
really seen yet.
Actually, true.
Well, just thinking about it. BOTT. Trying to find different ways to approach it. Timeout being called on a round where they don't have guns. So you gotta really think what this is all about.
They've completely split up. Trying to get any info, get any first picks. But Hannah knows.
Oh my goodness!
No! Oh, well coordinated. Hannah kills him though.
Sees as well, yeah. Orbital strike, not necessary. It's just to throw them off. Now she goes to the teleport and gets a third kill. Looking for the fourth, and then the ace again! 2 aces in 1 day for this girl!
Hannah's on fire right now.
Girls just want to have fun. I don't.
Yeah, and she definitely is.
Spike down B.
Beautiful kills.
Really like the one
Excellent
with the
plays by
Cs.
Hannah. Yeah, the one with the C's. I mean, honestly, I would have liked to see them get deep fried, but Hannah just wanted that ace and got her ace. Well deserved.
And that's match point.
Yeah.
Now we're wondering, what's BOTT's timeout all about? Because if it doesn't do much, especially in this round, of all rounds, that's going to be painful. And looking at Naturel, just walking to every single one of these tripwires. Bagel is just getting so much information off of this.
Spike down B.
Your trail.
Off of that information, Frag, Olulu outside of B main. Trying to find some trades. CappyBot comes back in to peek. And then the Odin! Naturel, though, managing to take down whoever's coming up from defender spawn. Leaves Strawberry Bagel as the last one left alive. But she won't be able to find too much, given how Naturel has reawakened. It's 5-12, though. Tough comeback.
It's going to be a really tough comeback. I mean, this was well played by BOTT. I mean, honestly, it might be too little too late. They finally figured it out, but it's a hard hill to climb.
Let's start this
Really difficult. A single mistake and that's it. Here KDA will be able to push us into map 3. And I think... yeah, they just swapped off of an Odin back into a rifle. Prowler through the teleporter clears out side of Hookah. Executes coming through, but jumped onto the tripwire. That's a free kill for Alulu. Trade's coming through though. Off of it, it's gonna be the push from Catbot as well as Medowin. And Aisling, unfortunately, not quite able
Last player
to find the
standing.
frag inside of the sky smoke.
Spike planted.
Snow getting caught out as well. Hannah comes in to take matters into her own hands, but Callie says no. We will be going into another round, 6-12.
Well, looks like Bot is not the one who were making the mistakes this time. And it's always like that, you know, when you hit this match point, suddenly the other team just, you know, when you know that's your last chance, you just give it your all. And often it's just so funny how this works. It doesn't matter, even in like the top tier pro plays down to your ranked games, somehow that match point, the other team starts to come back a little bit. At least one more.
One more, that's what it's all about. Here comes Bot again. Snow tries to trade it out, but Cappy Bot finding the trades instead. Showstopper is available. I guess we don't really... Okay, here we go, here we go. We're gonna use it anyway to secure the round, secure some more kills. Meanwhile, Alulu as well as Aisling coming up from behind of A Short. There is a rifle on the ground.
There is a rifle on the ground. Very tempting. This is gonna be a bit tough, but Aisling gets that first kill, and it's a 3-2, making it a lot more achievable, but they start walking into Meta's crosshairs. 7-12.
Bit of a self flash as well, Vic, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Kind of a,
Yeah.
I think she tried to whip
Part of the
it
game.
towards Cappybot's position. I mean, not Cappybot, Medowin's position, but it didn't really quite find it. So she thought that it might have been clear, and that's why they walked up front so, I don't know, carelessly.
Mm-hmm. Well, it cost them.
7-12.
I would like to see their economy right now, and it looks like Hero KDA is using their last timeout too.
Just looking to secure that round win. But, you know, that's... We talked about this before. I'm going to bring it up again. When you bring up timeouts at this juncture, especially when you're just at match point, you're also giving your opponent a chance to kind of talk to each other.
Mm-hmm. That's
so
right.
Bot's reconsidering.
Yeah. I mean, timeouts work on both ends, and we are at a critical point right now. Oh my god, another tactic bear. Right here.
Where is this one? Where is here?
Is it? Where is this?
Is it showers?
I feel like it's showers, but I don't remember seeing this ledge ever.
Seems like it might be.
Oh my goodness.
Unless it's market somehow. But still.
Possibly. Mysteries of life. But I'm curious what Hero KDA has in mind. They want to close this out because Bot is creeping a little too close for comfort.
5 rounds is what we need for a match point. I mean, overtime, excuse me. I say that, and then Nashville just kind of falls flat. Push is actually headed towards the B site. Shock Dart good to kind of clear out the trips, but the entire site kind of engulfed in smokes. How do you take control over it? Because your opponents could peek out at any time. There's the first flash. Alulu still very much alive, and the retake's coming underway. And that's all they were looking for. Neural theft, but Medowin's too far away. Alulu sticking the defuse all the way through. And we shall end the second map with a 13-7. Map 3 will happen.
Hero KDA managed to keep themselves in the game after what looked like a really weak first map, but that second map, Hero KDA stepped up looking like the heroes that they are named after, going really strong into Bind, taking BOTT's own map pick right from beneath their feet.
Took them a little while, but finally, you know, just making the right call to stick with a retake. They collected enough ultimate points, and that's all they needed, was just that one decisive moment to bring things back. I mean, they had such a good lead, and such a stark contrast to how we saw BOTT perform in that first map of Fracture.
Yes, that's right. And with a double duelist comp from BOTT going into Bind, I think we were expecting something very different, but a lot of it fell through and it looked like they had lost control there. But I'm very excited to see what we're going to, you know, see the performance from both teams going into this third map in this best of 3. But you know what? We're going to go back to the panelists and they're going to break more of map 2 down into detail. Tash and Raph, tell us more.
Wow, there is a lot to say about that particular game, but first of all, I just really want to say I would say congratulations to the Hero KDA. I would say that, you know, mental-wise, they really managed to pull themselves together coming into the second game, and you can see a lot of confidence coming through. We can start to see that, you know, what made the Hero KDA so fun to watch in the previous Open was just how much fun they have as a team, and as coming into the game, you can really see that shine, especially on Bind. So that was really fun to see, and I think that because they changed the mindset coming into this game, it really gave them a lot of momentum that really broke the momentum that, you know, that BOTT was hoping to ride on as they headed into Bind.
Yeah, and there were so many moments where everybody on the side of the Hero KDA basically, again, stepped up to the plate and very true to their name, had a lot of hero plays. I think Hannah had her second ace in this
Of the
series
day,
alone,
yep.
and we had Olulu go crazy with that 4K from, I think it was on top of Garbage, and I thought we nearly see it happen again. I think Hannah was on bench this time. But in any case, I feel like where it really went wrong was at the start of the game. I feel like on the side of BOTT, they really wanted to ride the momentum and ride the wave coming in from Fracture onto this map, knowing that this is their pick. But with them doing that, they kind of slid a little bit and ended up kind of losing their foundation as a team that will just take their time to assess what's happening. But
yeah,
we still have a third map, Tosh, so, you know, anything can still happen.
I feel like the double duelist comp for the side of BOTT was really shut down. You didn't really see the value that you can expect from Natural. Yes, toward the last part of the first half, you did see her come online, but that didn't last too long because as they shifted into second half, you start to see that reset of momentum coming through once again from the side of the Hero KDA. On top of that, the Sentinel pick that was chosen by the Hero KDA gave a lot of value to their teammates. I'm not talking about the Strawberry Bagel. The Strawberry Bagel was just the one who put down the util and then moved out of the way. She played in a different area. Her teammates on the side got value from the strips, from the cage, and all they had to do was just simply spray. It was very, very hard for them to really take the side. So overall, I think it was a really good match coming in for the Hero KDA. Seems like really, let's see whether or not the BOTT will be able to pull themselves together to really take a home map number 3, or will the Hero KDA keep on having fun and bring us the Hero KDA's fun and joyful playstyle. But before that, we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, map 3 coming right at you.
Launching smoke. Open up the sky.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Open up the sky.
Strike down B. One enemy remaining. Betrayal.
As it was always said by PaperX, sometimes the teams that have the most fun might just win the games, and that is exactly what we saw in map
I wish
number
PaperX
2.
won.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. But anyways, coming back here, welcome to the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific. Raph and Tash here on the desk. And we are going to be seeing a game number 3. And we talk about people who are having fun. And I think that this is relevant at this time, Raph, where I would say playstyle and having fun does translate into the outcome of a game, where we start to see that that the Hero KDA was able to reset themselves mentally after the 13-8 loss. Coming into this game, they decided, you know what, I think we need to be more loose. Let's try to a little bit to play on our strengths here, where speed and brute force is just what works. And Hannah, with the 2 aces for today, girl, are you kidding me?
And, you know, comfort is such a big thing, right?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you can layer so many combos together. You can fade, nade, combo this and that. But strat doesn't matter when you can't, you know, hit your shots.
Yeah.
Nice strat, nerd. Too bad.
Yeah.
And that's one of the best things about Valorant. There's just so much variety to it.
That's why, and I think that when you talk about comfort, like, I really want to highlight a few things here. Now, in map number 1, we didn't see them play on the agents they are comfortable playing. Like, let's be real here, Olulu was on the breach instead of a Sky, and you can see how much differently they play once they're on their comfort agents once again. Because, you know, sometimes when it comes to playing that comfort agent, it's kind of like you're so used to playing them, you're more comfortable and more confident on those agents, and it really translated into this map in particular. Now for BOTT, I feel like in this particular map, while it does look so great on Fracture, that double duelist, but coming into this map, it really felt like they were really shut down. It was in a situation where their jet wasn't able to get any value. As soon as you know, the Raze was on the site, it's gonna be a trip or even a cage just stopping them. So the question now is, Ascent, how exactly are you gonna be playing this? Because in the previous series, we did talk about Nana and friends being very good on the, I would say, the default kind of sort of play. Now, but when you come into this series, are a little bit more about being aggressive. How do you translate aggression into a map like Ascent?
Well, you're already seeing it here on the attacker side with Midwin, Natural, actually shifting roles, going onto that Sova, perhaps just trying to get that, again, value as a bit of a cleanup fragger, a bit of a flex, but how you want to aggress this, double innie is definitely one of the more viable ways to do it, plus Oben, who's the most mobile controller. And I just gotta get this off my chest real quick.
Yeah.
My goodness, Ascent is terrible. I hate this map. Anywho. I mean, how many times have we seen this specific comp? Like,
Yeah.
of course we're gonna see the Killjoy KO, right? But at least there's a little bit of variety. It does seem like everybody on the side of bot is still more oriented towards fighting in open space and dominating
Select
those
your
types
agent.
of engagements, while we have something a little more default on the side of the hero KDA here. That KO timing, I believe, is going to be very, very important into the series, though.
Yeah, especially if they know how to time the knife properly and actually act on that. That's really, really, I think, massive. Now, one of the biggest takeaways here is that for map number 1, we did not see the value conversion for the early utility coming in for the hero KDA. If they want that value to come through, they need to be acting on these utilities. Now, we are going to be seeing Olulu on that KO, but what's really important to me is looking at Snowkey on this Jet. And we know that Snowkey on the Jet is one of her comfort agents. She's very quick on it. She can be very, very sharp. Let's see how exactly she's going to be playing this coming onto the map itself. It's going to be very exciting to see how exactly they, I would say, execute on attack side compared to defensive side. Because again, defensive sided map, set play, set blah, 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 you know, coming through. But you know who else will be able to really make this map super exciting for us? Of course, it's going to be Victoria and Quack. I got it right this time. Take it away, guys.
She got it right.
She did get it right. She got her names right. You're not Victoria. You're Quack.
Sadly.
Sadly. Look, you're the only duck in town. Look, we're going to end today with Ascent. We started the day with Ascent. We're going to end the day with Ascent and good old Ascent. I can't say I hate the map like Raph. I think I've come to appreciate it in a way because it is one of the oldest maps. You know, it's like in Italy, gelato, we got pizza, we got market. It's like all the images of Italy. But that's
Just named a bunch of food.
I know. I think I'm hungry right now. But what I really like about Ascent, besides that, it's so crazy. It doesn't even matter what tier of game we're playing here. It always goes into overtime because everyone knows the map so well. What that means is you have to be creative on this map because everyone knows this map. Everyone knows how to play this map, and when you have all these different comps, you almost know what to expect, so it forces you to be creative. Otherwise, it's just down to pure gunplay, sometimes luck. So it's really up to these teams, up to these coaches to think of something more clever. So I'm hoping we're going to see that come out as we finish off today and the first day of Last Chance qualifiers.
I'm really inclined to agree. It's you live by Ascent, you die by Ascent. It's that true test of. I mean, that's why the whole DRX strategy of the tiles crunch came about. It's because they were one of the first teams to kind of innovate and figure out how to utilize this composition and come up with something truly creative that will catch your opponents off guard. We haven't really seen that so far in this LCQ. I mean, granted, it is just day one, but a lot of the teams are going with that same composition. You know, always the Sova KO. The only team that might do something different is BOTT. And I think maybe they have, and I'm not quite sure how that plays out. So I'm a little bit curious.
Well, it's the first time we're not seeing that double duelist comp from BOTT. So, yeah, I think that's it. It's going to be a bit curious how they're going to play this out. And really, at this point, it's anyone's game. Both of these teams are good at Ascent. A lot of teams are good at Ascent. And again, it just comes down to that creativity. And yeah, maybe like Tash said, it's when we talk about fun, it could also translate to, again, creativity and thinking out of the box here and do something a little bit different. I think we want to see more than just full pushes into one side or the other. We want to see some of that mid control. We want to see really smart mid rounding calls. And I hope we end today on a high note, whatever it is, that we get a good game.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, for LCQ or just the Game Changers APAC scene in general, it's a lot of growth from all these teams because they're being put to the test on this stage. And yeah, it might be a double elimination bracket, but again, you want to find as many wins as possible. Either one of these teams could get knocked down the lower bracket, and along with that, their chances and hopes and dreams of making it and qualifying to Game Changers APAC Elite. So you gotta find whatever you can get. And this is where it starts. Again, it's always Ascent. I don't hate this map either, but you want to see something creative. And I'm not so sure if we're going to see that right now. What it stands out to me more is kind of how just the mental game come in between both teams. Because what we saw in Fracture was that one team could go really aggressive. BOTT was able to come up with huge retakes, cleaner protocols, and cleaner plays. And then on Bind, that got completely flipped. So something must have happened somewhere where someone lost confidence or the coordination just wasn't quite there. I mean, mind melding was a word that you used before, Vic, but we didn't hear that at all on Bind.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that was BOTT's strength ultimately, was on that first map when they played so cohesively as a team. And in the second map, yeah, it just was nowhere to be seen. And Hero KDA just with a lot of gun power, just taking away that map from them. And this is why we're here right now, going in this map 3 with Bind. We've seen some really timed timeouts by the coaches, and those timeouts did tend to pay off. All 4 of those timeouts being used, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that here. And they are trying to outstrat each other, but again, we're going to Ascent, and everyone knows the map so well. I wonder if we're ever going to see an Ascent update, because we get all these updates on other maps, but I guess Ascent is just one of those really well balanced maps.
It really is one of those, you don't have to fix all too much. It's a little bit defender sided, but just because it's been so rehearsed and practiced, every single team kind of has that single optimized composition now. There's no other way to play it, and it's just that good. But at the same time, you were talking about coach timeouts, and what we've seen so far is that they kind of use those timeouts not to necessarily call like a big strat or anything. In fact, they use it to kind of correct the course, right the ship a little bit, see some tiny mistakes. All right, maybe you got to be doing this instead. And sometimes it's called an odd timing. Not to blame the coaches or anything, of course, but we don't always see that impact, and that's something that has to be changed for both teams, these girls right now at this very stage, because again, it's high stakes. This is that last map in the series.
Yeah, these 2 teams are in the upper bracket right now, but this is the last chance qualifier. We have 6 teams already reared up and ready to go for Elite, and there's only room for 2 more, and that's what we're going to find out by the end of these next few days. And a lot of these teams are looking really good right now. But what I want to see is a little bit more consistency, a little bit more confidence. Confidence is such a crazy big factor when it comes to game changers. And you see when a team is confident, they win. It's incredible at just how much that mental factor comes into play.
Fake it till you make it. But you know what? I think right now we have a little bit of a possible tech issue, maybe not. We're gonna keep going, but I mean that really is a thing with FPS games, and sometimes you just kind of overthink certain situations, or if you're not confident and you hesitate for that one little second and you still go in for a peek anyway, that's where your aim kind of gets thrown off and everything, right? So it could happen, and you just kind of want to go in with more of that steel case confidence. You want to be more careful going into some of these fights. And that's why a lot of times we focus on the duelists. Sometimes we focus on the players who go in for trades. And when I think about that, one of those players that comes to mind is MetaWin. We saw how she plays off of Natural a lot. But
yes,
especially on bind, you know, it's a little bit slower. You just don't see that impact as much, and the flashes aren't really helping Natural so much. Instead, what you do see is Natural just diving in by herself, kind of dying, and then Meta win, maybe like the last one left alive somewhere towards the back, and it's just not really what you want to have.
Yeah, that's right. Hannah on the other side is just looking on fire. I believe she's playing Sova this time. You know, continuing as that initiator, but she's been making so many multi-round clutch plays. Sorry, multi-kill plays per round, and she's just looking so dangerous right now. She's demonic with that aim, and it looks like, you know, historically on Ascent that tends to be the case for Hannah. So at this rate, it's really going to be up to BOTT to come together as that team to fight against, you know, these sometimes superior firepower of Hero KDA.
Right, it always comes back to a lot of these moments. Sometimes when T looks really good at the start, and then Hero KDA comes back in with full form, 2 aces on the girl called Hannah, who is in Singapore right now. Maybe it's that 5 ping buff.
Yeah.
But yeah,
worth flying in for.
It's, yeah, I guess. But yeah, I mean, you just really need to kind of go for that mental reset, and that's what BOTT really needs right now. In fact, actually looking at how some of these teams have played before BOTT became BOTT, when they were still a point of authority Blossom, they did play against the Hero KDA. It was a 13-10 scoreline in favor of BOTT. Well, back then, point authority Blossom. So I don't know if that can happen again. And they were using like a different kind of off-meta composition. There was no Sova, it was a Fade.
Oh, well, was their roster very similar?
No, it's... Well, the core roster of Bitterbot, Capybara, and MetaWin was still in there. But then 2 different players, so never quite sure. Some tiny changes. Meanwhile, Hero KDA has been together a really long time.
Yeah, and you can imagine that kind of camaraderie and that rapport that you develop over time, you know, that familiarity does play into the overall team strength as well. But that said, it is a 1-1 scoreline. So despite Hero KDA's, you know, his historic run, I think we have something here for BOTT as well.
Yeah, it's there's so much that can change. But also just thinking about, like, let's say even if you do make it through this series, and you know you're going through the whole upper bracket, this is just LCQ, and you're thinking about all the other teams that are playing in this as well. It's a huge thing for the Game Changers APAC scene, because throughout the entire LCQ, you know, qualifier, or the group stage, we had 40 teams in total. That's not a small number, and it just says a lot for the Game Changer scene overall. But then, you know, if you do qualify, going into Elite, you got to play against the greats, the SMGs, the full set Sapphires, and all of that. You're going to have to bring out so much more, and you really need to find creative strats and everything.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. It is tough. It is a competitive environment. Like, starting with that many teams. I remember seeing that list. It was insane. And we've whittled it down to, you know, 6 plus 2 more, and we're gonna find out who those last 2 are gonna be.
And then out of that, only 1 goes to Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
And then you still need to play against a team like G2 Gozen. Oh my god.
Tactibear.
Another Tactibear.
You're so good at fighting these. The observer's so good at fighting these. I love it.
Wait, where is this? There's a stairwell?
It's somewhere at mid, I think. Around the grass area, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken.
One way or another, there are always Tactibear somewhere, and there are always players like Aisling trying to suss out information.
Got that
Dark
info.
Carver sent out now just to block things off for a second.
All right, BOTT getting that intel, not rushing into site together. They're sussing out the groundwork now. everyone's playing really cautiously. I think they can feel the weight of this final game.
Definitely impactful. A lot of time has passed.
Yeah, only
Now we're
40
making
seconds
our
left
way.
on the clock.
Bagel is just hiding in the corner. She might not have. Well, she shot her classic position, still given away.
Yeah, but look how Hero KDA is positioned. Guess it doesn't really seem to stop Cappy from getting at least one kill.
And again, it's still just coming down to a lot of these gunfights, one by one, trying to hold it down. Bitterbot with the classic, at close range, blinds Hannah, tries to close in the distance, but Hannah, back and forth of generator, she finds the 4th frag.
Even with that paranoia, that doesn't stop Hannah.
Never give up.
And well, just like that solo voice line, yeah.
Never give up. Yes. So Hannah aim is pretty scary, and it's gonna take a coordinated play from bot to make sure that Hannah doesn't devastate them every single round.
That's why, I mean, you had the paranoia, but still not quite sure what happened. But turning things back at it again, it's just a bit of that retake, and bot are slowing down quite a bit.
Yeah. They're taking a slow, and I don't think it is for lack of confidence. I think they're trying to get as much information as possible. But it's going to be really tough when you just don't have guns. And the way that Hero KDA has been playing, which is also quite cautiously, it's going to be hard to get those picks or those surprise picks on Hero KDA.
Yeah, right. Look at the setup that they have as well. We just have Bagel covering up so much of the map with her utility and watching Market and B. You got 3 players blocking off the A site, and Aisling with this paranoia could potentially block up so much. She's just gonna buy time for her teammates. Goes in for the swing too. Takes down CappyBot immediately. Now goes back, double dips for more, and with the final spray from her magazine, collects on the 3rd kill. A flawless win for the Hero KDA.
Aisling really kept her cool in that situation, and that paid off. There was a situation here. Look at it. They actually had a shot on her, but she wasn't deterred, took her time, micro-adjusted there, from kill to kill.
And also the range of the classic right click, I guess. Callie.
Yeah.
That does not connect.
Unfortunate.
But 5 kills so far for Hannah, based off the 4 that she got earlier on. And bot are looking to go for an execute onto the B site. Look at this read from the Hero KDA at the same time. Going in for the tiles push, just letting them into B. Setting up a potential flank. Callie watching the back, but alarm bot plays down, and oh, Snow goes for the swing. Callie was caught none the wiser. Natural now just trying to play off of the initial push out of Market. But Hannah's sharp with the Bulldog as well. CappyBot's gone. The only 2 players left are the ones on site, and they will not be able to do all too much, not unless Metawin can pull off an insane play. Catches Bagel as she hops on over. Here comes Aisling now. It's gonna be, unfortunately, the firepower. Aisling not quite able to make it happen. Metawin getting the perfect headshot instead.
Yeah. Well done by Metawin. Getting those shots, reading it really well, staying alive for her team.
It's always inside a boathouse too. And this is where it's interesting. I mean, you're bringing out the Sky instead of a KO, so maybe a little bit more control over your flashes, you get the heal, as well as the Trailblazer. Oh my goodness, but none of that matters if you just have Hannah with an Odin. And Snow to peek out.
Up. B site is just lock and loaded with the most expensive guns you can get in Valorant. And it's looking really dangerous over there.
Oh, and then the Hunter's Fury as well. You're dead.
Spike down mid.
That's
Spike
brutal.
dropped.
I think their strat here is break their mental. Just make them afraid. Be very afraid. And oh my. Oh, Cappy. That's a kill in snow.
That's
There's
the
a little
off drop.
overconfidence there. Yeah.
Just maybe not.
That was unexpected.
Not quite reacting in time.
Right.
Spike here.
But still, it's a spike down for the hero KDA. Aisling is... Oh, she's thinking if the Omen uses the ult, maybe? I'm not too sure. But not the right call. Bitterbot just creeps up from behind. Oh, you're here. All right.
Last player
Picks up the
standing.
spike, and now...
30
Oh, no!
seconds left.
As she tries
Spike
to go
down
for the
mid.
From the Shadows
Right,
TP play. Oh, Lulu catches her from tiles. What is happening, Vic?
All right.
Hannah with the Odin to finish it off.
That looked... That was, I think, a little bit of overconfidence coming into play there. And it got a little sloppy.
Kind of unfortunate. I mean, it's great awareness to kind of block off the potential Omen ult coming in, but nobody's watching her back. I guess that might have been, maybe was supposed to be Hannah with the Odin, but yeah, it's just too many distractions on the other side. So it's a 3-1, and now Bot has a broken economy. At the same time, though, kind of interesting that Natural is on the Sova, previously the Jet player. But back into it, Hero KDA looking very much in control.
Yeah, look at the confidence of Snow here.
One-way
Just
smoke.
waiting for someone to appear. She knows Bitterbot is on the other side.
Tailwind expires. That's the third smoke now coming out. And they just swing off of each other. A bit of a trade coming out from Malulu. And that's the door shut as well, effectively blocking off the A-short entrance into A site for Bot. Still just burning down the timer though. Bot has not made a decision, a clear decision yet.
Here. 30 seconds left.
No, it looks like they're just trying to clear some space into either site. All right, well, Capybot
Spike down.
makes us
Defender
nice
spawn.
payoff.
One enemy
They have a
remaining.
bit of a pathway into A, but Olulu stops them in their tracks, and it's
Spike
just Natural all by herself.
tries to go in for some of those haps. Got a bit of a dink, but that said, still
I knew this would be easy.
contact received by the hero KDA, and they play off of it incredibly well. Snow might have lost a life, but Olulu with that trade and everything else that followed after it, that's just how the hero KDA operates, especially when they're on a map that they're more comfortable on, like Bind and Ascent.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Bot at this point has a bit more in the bank after saving up last round. They're really gonna have to get one more at this point to stop Hero KDA's trajectory right now.
I've got your trail.
You really have to throw everything that you have, everything in the kitchen sink. But now it is just blocked off by this big spot of the dark cover.
Yeah. Look at this. Hero KDA is so ready for this push right now. It's looking a bit daunting. I'm not sure how Bot's gonna do this. It's gonna take a lot of clever entry into it. But they have nothing, not even a recon dart at this point.
That's why it's always impressive. I mean, we talk about Valorant, and yeah, we love to highlight kills and everything, and the duelist for sure. But Aisling is quick with these smokes, and she always places them at the right time, the right place. Even though, you know, sometimes she doesn't find the most frags, that impact is felt. Snow along with Bagel as well. They are spraying through this smoke, and Bot shall not pass.
I hate
You know, we were talking about wanting to see more creative plays coming out from either one of these teams for Ascent. And frankly, I don't think we're seeing that right now. And BOTT is definitely paying the price for that. They're being read. Hero KDA is reading everything that BOTT is doing really well. And they're just so prepped for it. They have so much time to set up for any push into either side. And it's costing them. It's costing BOTT.
No kidding. I mean, just I don't know, like 3 or 4 rounds ago, I think it was the first round that BOTT had the full buy, and they tried to make like a clear play into B or something, and you had the hero KDA trying to be creative with it, a bit of a tiles crunch push, Hannah with the Odin, Snow with the operator. Like, that's what we want to see, and BOTT hasn't really showed us any of that yet. It's a little bit painful to watch, because it's a 5-1 scoreline right now. Hopefully, the timeout from Freaks can change this. But as it stands, we're just going to have a blank stare from TASHBUNNY telling us, sometimes it is what it is. And, you know, Hero KD is just doing a little bit better.
Is that what he's saying? I can hear it. I can hear it, actually.
What's TASHBUNNY's voice like?
I think it sounds exactly like you.
What?
TASHBUNNY sounds like Quack. Without a doubt. But only TASHBUNNY on its own.
You're right. Let me voice TASHBUNNY.
Info.
One enemy remaining.
It's a tiles crunch. It's a huge massacre. And a timeout that
It was a timeout that BOTT had called.
Yeah.
But Hero KDA decided to take advantage of it. And,
oh my god, Hannah!
they knew they were cooking something, and Hero KDA
Did she?
decided this is the time to push out. And yeah,
She
pushed out with an Odin jumping up and down.
Here.
B-hop Odin spray?
Yeah,
you
at this
kidding me?
point, Hero KDA is feeling like something. They're
So
feeling
confident.
good. They're feeling so good right now. They're playing with their food.
They're flowing. What was the... Is this really the TASHBUNNY voice? It is what it is. It's 6-1, Vic.
Yeah, that's
And,
you. TASHBUNNY is talking to me right now.
BOTT, unfortunately, just... There's that Odin again.
Hannah's just
You have to
having fun.
think. Maybe the timeout was called for, you know, the future rounds, right? And that's why they're slowly making their way. Just avoiding that Odin initially, but here it comes. And you also have Bagel on the other side. Lockdown being deployed. And they might have been forced back, but here it comes again! Oh, it's another spray! 2 players cleaned off!
Strawberry Bagel is just finding so many kills right now.
Spike planted.
And then, the Hero KDA's lockdown. Hunter's Fury deployed.
One enemy remaining.
A Cappy bot just, yeah, not quite able to make too much
Natural's
noise.
so far right now. They know, based on that
Defuse.
Hunter's Fury, that she's just too far away.
Oh no, and the final frag as well. And with that, she loses her weapon, goes in the next round. Round loss bonus, surely, but man, 7-1. This is a whole new look for the Hero KDA.
Placing swarm grenade.
And just thinking about it again, you're always considering. First of all, you have to deal with this problem that is the Odin, and it's on Hannah, no less. Now an operator being pulled out by Snow.
I feel like life's just unfair sometimes, you know?
Aw. Is everything okay, Vic?
Yeah, that's
Sometimes life is just unfair.
yeah, that's life. Think of this way: when you know there's an Odin and an op in Snow's hands,
My double's
Oh
dead.
what do
my
you do
god!
when Bagel's just hitting all of
One
the
enemy
shots?
remaining.
Hannah Lulu from behind. They started
It's-
out so well.
This is just a hunting party right now. A hunting party on bot, taking each one of them down one by one. This is so painful to watch. Bitterbot all by her lonesome.
Oh no. And with a Guardian too, I mean, trying to get that headshot, but Lulu just a little bit more evasive with her movement.
They're just defending so well at this point, and the operator is probably going to switch locations again. And you know what? The kind of creativity that we wanted to see is coming out from Hero KDA right now. I mean, on top of just hitting all their shots, they are constantly switching it up, keeping it fresh, being very unpredictable, being aggressive, pushing out some rounds, other rounds staying really deep back into sight.
With the weapons that they have too, right, Vic? Upgraded arsenal and...
Oh, yeah.
But are trying something different now. But it's something that could be read pretty simply. Tailwind already heard. Hannah crouching right underneath that ledge. Spotted out by Callie, though. And this is finally something different. Exploring through mid, they might be able to push deeper into the B site. But here comes Snow with her blades. Doesn't quite connect. Natural from right underneath her rips her wings out. And then you have the other players coming in as well. Lulu pushed back because of some flashes. Aisling slowly making her way through B main, but being checked by that pesky Sky player. Oh, Metawin's dead. We're back to a 2-on-2.
One enemy remaining.
Lulu clearing out stairs. Watching from the back of B main, Natural trying to peek off of her teammate's kill, and instead it's going to be the Hero KDA securing a 9th win. That is now, I can't believe it. It's like 7 wins in a row.
That is painful. That is so painful. Bot was so close, and then just like that, the rug was pulled from underneath their feet. They cannot be feeling too good right now.
Might even want to just call another timeout.
At this rate,
I'm not even sure.
Yeah.
But you can't give up, and that's what it's all about. I mean,
absolutely not. It's recoverable. It's a 9-1.
Get out of my way.
It's definitely not impossible yet.
2 rounds and that would be 9-3. Invoke the curse. You know, maybe
That's
turn things
right.
around. Maybe
have
caster
few
chinks
rifles.
here and there.
Yeah.
I've got your trail.
Do you want to pull out a banana buff, Vic?
I have run out of bananas, unfortunately, for both of the teams. I actually look at bananas and I feel slightly traumatized now.
Oh no.
I know one thing for sure, it doesn't matter what team you're on in Game Changers, you probably all want in paper excellent.
Oh no! Well, that's not
Bagel
supposed to happen.
switching up,
Spike down.
taking the Odin into her hands. I don't think they expected that. Because it was in Sova's hands for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
But now you gotta definitely kill her. Kill her
Okay.
take it down.
Medowin coming up with trades now.
Right?
Heaven, she's got a clear line of sight.
Meta wants this.
50 seconds. The spike might be guarded, but you have some utility. Oh, and she goes out for the final peek.
Meta.
Well
played.
Last round before the
Coming
switch.
off of her Trailblazer, immediately knowing that she'd be standing there and just taking her off guard and getting that kill. That was just well played by Meta. She wanted that and got it. Beautiful.
That is clean.
Yeah.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Using all of your utility to bait out the peak and just kind of sensing the timing on that operator play as well. Into a 9-on-2. This could be a 9-3. That's how things begin. Snow, though, again, with that many rounds in the bag, the Hero KDA gets to buy up repeatedly. Goes in for the peak, and unfortunately, it's a bit of a whiff. Movement not the cleanest. But she has a backup option. The rifle on the ground.
Yeah, that's how... So loaded right now.
Oh, no!
Bagel! With the Odin murdering! Snow following up with an off kill.
I've never heard Vic like that. Where like you're almost like crying for a bot.
I don't know. know. When I see Odin kills, it's always like it hurts. It hurts, you know?
It does. That's why Kylios hates them.
It's so dirty. And then she got 2 in a row. It's just, oh, those poor things.
It's such a nice angle around mid arches like that, though.
Yeah.
You gotta admit.
It was smart. And I like it. They're like just so clever about repositioning constantly. Being really unpredictable with where their Odins are, where the op is sitting. It's dangerous. You just don't know what to expect around the corner. Is it going to be a normal rifle? Is there going to be a freaking Odin in your face? And this time, this angle was just so good. And, you know, we're going to end off this half with Hero KDA looked so strong in the lead with so much in the bank.
You need to smoke mid off if you're gonna push up short, you know, sometimes. And that said, that is what we have at the end of the first half. 10-2, Tash and Raph. What's gonna happen next?
What's gonna happen next? I don't know, Raph. I don't know. From what you said here, it was a statement that you said to me just now. We don't want you to play the game.
Exactly. That was probably the best way to, again, encompass this entire half. Let's make this the most uninteractive Valorant match in the history of the universe.
Yeah.
Let's throw Odins and operators everywhere. And the moment BOTT breathes in our direction, we're going to make him stop. That's exactly what's been happening. And there's just been so much instability going on the side of BOTT because of how rattled and panicked they are. And again, just basic stuff, basic protocol on what to do and how to take mid, on how to dissect the side, just seems very, very absent because of all these, I would say, still unorthodox weapons getting thrown around, Tash.
I mean, I wouldn't say the Odin is unorthodox for this map. And Odin on Sova on Ascent,
That's
yeah,
true.
that's normal. But like, when you start seeing them kind of swap around these Odins on different players, that's unorthodox. Or when we see, you know, someone walking up catwalk with an Odin jumping up and down with an Odin, that's unorthodox, I would have to say. It's almost kind of like mind-blowing how they're able to get away with these things, because technically you shouldn't have. Again, Hannah, I would say that it really shows when the team is having fun. You can tell that they're feeling relaxed, they're just kind of having fun with it. And because they're just sort of like in this carefree attitude and they don't really feel like they needed to really take this game so seriously, you can really tell that BOTT is just kind of like figuring out how exactly are we supposed to be navigating this. Our usual set plays are not working. Mid is just totally unattainable for us because of these skirmishes. We're not supposed to be expecting this. But yet, you know, the Hero KDA makes it work. Regardless, as we go into the second half here, 10-2, not the worst thing in the world, but whether or not they can come back from this mental, I would say, mentally is going to be the problem here. So let's have a look here. Quack and Vic, take it away.
Thanks, Tash. I mean, tough comeback at this point.
Yeah, they looked like they were having fun. We wanted to see teams have fun. It looked like they were playing with their food. Almost like, you know, in The Sims, when you type in like the cheat code for unlimited simoleons, that's what they looked like. They just looked like they had so much money. Oh, look at this romantic Tactibear. Like,
Aw.
is he eating some ham? Some
Dude, there's steam coming
he's
out
having
of
a
that.
date with the bunny.
Tactibunny?
That's so nice. They're all hanging out.
With a
The
bunch of
worm.
squirrels watching them? That's kind of creepy.
What's the worm's name? But anyway, I don't know if this is going to turn around. It's a hard one. But this is last chance qualifier, and both teams want to get in. They want to secure their spot, be comfortable. You don't want to fight in that lower bracket because it is sweaty down there.
Natural is trying to hold her ground. Callie backing her up, but Aisling just going in, waterfalling off of each other. Callie with a classic right clicks though, slices Hannah at her torso. That's gonna be Aisling, the last one left. Pushing all the way through from behind, picks up the spike, but Callie swings out the quad kill.
They look like us.
Well defended on B there. Look at these shots. They were not backing away, not hiding, just standing her ground here, getting each one of these shots. Great recon to let Callie finish off the rest of them.
Placing sentry.
It's a good way to start the second half. I mean, we're talking about playing with food and being confident, but there's such a thing as being too confident and having too much fun. And remember what we saw in Bind, the Hero KDA reaching match point first, but it took them a while to actually get over that hurdle and cross it over onto 13. So anything could happen.
That's so funny, though. That smoke protected the bird from getting info. Their own smoke prevented their... Yeah. For bot.
Slight miscoordination.
She is here. Look at that sense. It's like she senses something's wrong. Like, back away, something's wrong. At A.
The Hero KDA makes a rotation towards A short. Smoking off mid arches. Safely creeping in towards tree. Natural is here though. Shock dart at their feet. It's just going to be a whole lot of gunfire, but instead it actually tags up bot, so no kills had so far. In fact, it's safe passage in towards the top of heaven, and now they're thinking of going through defender spawn into B? No, back in towards short.
Look, we wanted creative plays, and right now, Hero KDA is doing stuff a little differently right now.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Strike down.
Trying it. But as soon as they doubled back, it's they got caught out by bot. Spike lost. Hannah not quite able to find all too much. Hopping up, give her position away, and it's 10-4. Bot coming back in slowly.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I like the idea. It was a little weird. I like weird at this point, especially for Raph. We want Raph to be happy with this Ascent.
Yeah.
So, more weird plays, the better.
Hopefully Raph is happy watching this. But yeah, 10-4.
Are you not entertained, Raph?
Manju starts wagging his or her tail a whole lot more as well. But 10-4. It's a tailwind in. Snow is looking to rip and tear through the site. Cappy bot at close range, not quite able to connect either, but Generator still very much online. Bitterbot landing 2 kills back to back. Traded out by Olulu. And as we dump bodies into the site, got 2 bodies left alive on the side of bot as well, available for the retake.
Hiding under in hell. With the crossfires set up in hell anyway, but it looks like they're getting so much info.
Placing swarm grenade.
They know where they are.
Placing swarm grenade.
I see you.
Where else could they be?
I see you.
One enemy remaining.
It's just the Killjoys left. And the Timmies.
Oh, Bagel.
Timmy backing up Bagel.
It's effectively
Timmy
an additional teammate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not the, most in terms of damage, but it does tag and slow people up, and at the same time just gives away their position. So smart move by Bagel to actually sneak out of hell in that final moment as well.
Yeah, well done. And we're seeing a lot of this kind of movement coming from Hero KDA that's been mostly paying off for them, constantly repositioning, not being stagnant, trying to be unpredictable. Okay.
You jinxed it, Vic. You want to be unpredictable. I don't know about that one, though. And she had a judge in her hand, so it's okay, I guess. But still, I don't know.
Look, I mean, I do the best I can. I don't know what they're going to do constantly.
I can't believe she just got swatted out of the air so quick. It's a good read by bot because it's the exact same movement that the Hero KDA tried to pull off in the previous round. So they kind of anticipated it. Now onto the B site, and there is a Nano Swarm.
Waiting for it.
Okay, good.
Turrets destroyed.
She's gonna get smoked off as well, though. Natural trying to back her up, but from this distance, it's blocked off by the walls and the alleyway. So it's a free site take for the Hero KDA. But Bitterbot takes out another player as well. Hannah's gone.
Found them.
Oh, Lulu striking from behind though. 2 kills
Dot
now.
just ran past her.
Eagle blinded. Back into sight. Isley still holding up from
Last
lane.
player standing.
And here it comes, dancing around Dice. Bitter bot. A little bit sharper with that triangulation through the boxes. 11 to 5.
That shit here, mate.
Well, Ascent continues to be slightly defender-sided here.
Yeah.
Bot just fighting for their lives.
Cleaner on
Round
the
by round.
retakes. And also just the hero KD sometimes. Remember, this is what we said happened on Bind.
Yep,
Same
exactly.
thing, Vic.
They get so much in that first half, and when it gets close to that match point, it just kind of slips between their fingers for a couple of rounds. If I was Hero KD, I wouldn't want too many rounds to slip through my fingers, because Bot is definitely picking up the pace here and figuring them out.
That's why Hero KD is slowing the pace down in this round. Trying to play it off of Snow's dash, but it forces CappyBot back as well. And that's not a bad thing. A bit of utility has been burnt.
Yeah, kept her life, though.
Now the rest of them doubling back, cutting noise, and in towards the B site, they wonder. If they can kill Callie and effectively eliminate that lockdown, they'll be able to get the site. And here it comes, the Blade Storm. Snow's looking for it.
Bomb grenade out.
Callie's gonna stay hidden. Oh, but Hannah...
Oh, hello. Meet my rifle. One more.
Oh!
Spike planted.
Say hello to my little
Enemy
friend.
remaining.
Yep.
That's just
And Bot.
unfortunate.
Getting another round. It's 11-6.
So unlucky. What?
That market,
Flawless.
that Callie's patience waiting in market and just letting them walk straight into her crosshairs paid us so well. And that is where that
Hello.
taxi bear is. He's in Boathouse.
Oh, right. I love how it just shows that face, given how Callie...
So derp. So cute.
I mean, this play as well is just...
I don't know what Lulu was doing there, though. It's just like
I don't...
tip of her ghost
Unfortunate.
barrel.
It's
So
one of those things you're never
unfortunate.
quite sure, because watching it from your first-person view, you don't really see it happen,
Yeah,
so you don't know. But well played by Callie, that patience.
that's right. It's like trying to see your toes after eating too much food, and you don't really realize how much your belly's grown until you can't see your toes.
Do a double take on that one. Nice one, Vic.
Just,
Although I'm pretty sure that only happens to chubby ninjas, not quacks.
that's right.
Actually, no. Ducks can't see their own feet. I don't think.
Can they not?
Probably not, right? Think about their anatomy and everything.
They have long necks. Surely.
Are you thinking about geese?
No, ducks. Surely they could see their own feet. They got like longest necks. Does anyone know the answer to this? This is
We'll leave it to our desk to answer.
yeah. These are some of the questions I'd like answered.
It is 11-6 right now, and it is the hero KDA kind of struggling to come back into the game, but finally now they got the full buys. They're pulling off huge rotations. They can again once more pin down one of these players. They might be able to take the site, but as soon as I say that, Hunter's Fury gets deployed. Callie's position finally revealed. She might have been blind as well, but still manages to sneak out alive.
Look
Spike
at their
plant
ults.
coming in.
Ready.
Lockdown, Seekers. You're right, Vic. They're all being used now.
This is gonna be
Player
tough.
standing.
Odds are stacked up against them.
Bagel comes down to Bagel. Wide swing, but only able to find one, and then the door shuts down as well. Bitterbot getting the last kill.
Didn't even need to use her lockdown.
She's been holding on to that.
Yeah. Yep. And I think they were just waiting for that really crucial moment because the scoreline, while they are climbing up, it's still 11-7 and it is a bit dangerous. But I mean, I'm glad to see this. I'm glad to see BOTT is fighting.
But it does make you wonder, like, where did everything come to a halt for the hero KDA? And at the same time, I mean, you did say that you wanted this, Vic. It's good Valorant. It is Ascent. It's the map that we've seen so many overtimes on. It might happen.
The longest overtimes are on this map.
It might happen. Oh my God, Snow.
Oh.
Follow up
didn't
and
realize.
well, there it is. And it's on a round where they have a half buy too. Natural comes back in and rains it back down.
Natural just showing her duelist core with 4K.
Remember, there was another duelist that swapped over to a Sova, and that was like one of the longest overtimes ever.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Valorant, you know, what you really want is you want a duelist who enjoys using utility, and those ones are the most dangerous ones. And we're seeing in game changers throughout both series today.
I like
where
it.
you have these flex duelist players, and they switch over to the Sentinel, they switch over to Initiator, and they're just beastie aim, this confidence paired up with this info gathering. It's scary.
It's that sense as well, because sometimes just giving them that little bit of autonomy to know exactly like when they need to push out and take control of certain areas on the map. That's exactly what Natural just did.
Mm-hmm.
3 kills, swapped over to a Stinger in the final moment as well.
That's right.
But,
look at this floating Tactibear.
Yes, a floating Tactibear with stubby legs.
Observers truly find every single one.
And that
I've never seen his feet before. Have you seen his feet?
No.
Oh, there's so much boops going on right now. Boops. That's how I wake up in the morning, my dog looking at me. It's like, it's that same view.
Yeah. Right. But hey, this is off of the Hero KDA's timeout.
Oh.
They're going in with a full execute right now. Hannah with the Hunter's Fury, but as soon as Alulu makes her way into sight, instantly dismissed.
Hannah's got an Odin in her hands too.
I'm not sure if it's slightly miscoordinated, but the team's not really there to follow through. Lockdown expires though, and that's when the spike plants goes in, and now we just need to hold the site. Cappy BOTT though coming in with that sharp aim. 2 kills now. Strawberry Bagel from the side of B main. It comes down to Snow, peeks out of stairs, but then Natural takes her back down.
That was an expensive round. You know, they called a timeout just now. You could tell this is what they were preparing for. Putting down 2 ults, trying to clear out B. But like you said, it's almost like that follow-up was almost mistimed, or there was a hesitation there, and that might have completely cost them this round.
Really could have.
Cappy BOTT just being so clean.
I mean,
each of those shots.
It's still, you know, a little bit early, but I'm just gonna throw this out there. The scoreline is still 11-9. There is a chance that BOTT just comes back fully, and we end with a 13-11. We might not even see overtime if the Hero KDA can't just recover from this slump.
Absolutely. And I'm sure they know that too, and it's up to them to not give in to that pressure.
Bomb grenade out.
And just to stay focused. You know, trying to remember that momentum they had in that first half.
Found them.
It's also that defender side. Although Callie might have been smoked off, she's got the shorty in hand. Snow looking to take as much space as possible with her Blade Storm at the ready now. Potential to updraft at any moment. She hops on towards the top of heaven and looks for some heads. Kind of spots out BitterBot, but not quite clear vision.
And it's that lockdown going through. 3 players detained. All of them are stuck, Vic. And BOTT is looking to execute every single one of them. Snow, she's been left kind of undiscovered, but it's Jet v Jet. And a Sky diffusing away, trickling down the timer.
Oh my goodness.
11-10. BOTT are closing in the distance.
You know, sometimes you just get locked in that lockdown thinking, hey, use me, bait.
One enemy.
Use me to bait it out, but you're not all supposed to get locked down together. Oh, that was unfortunate. That was... That must have been fun for Meta. Just going in there. Free kill, free kill.
Free kill, free kill. No knives.
Just bum bum.
Pew, pew.
Standing ahead.
But still, I mean, yeah, 11-10. Very dangerous, especially for the Hero KDA. They have yet to find a solution. Especially with this attacking side on Ascent right now. And it's just gonna be that owl drone spot that gets immediately sussed out by Naturel.
Here.
Trying to secure that numbers advantage. The team wants to explode out the site though. Dives in towards the right side. Just trying to play around dice. Generator is left open. And Kali is still here to wreak havoc. Olulu is able to find that frag, but Natural makes it a trade from heaven.
Spike planted.
Spike plant goes down now.
Slight numbers advantage. Seeker's getting as much info as possible. Dog going out, getting even more info here.
Last player
But
standing.
it's still a 2v2.
One enemy remaining.
Now we're down to 1.
Oh my god.
This is
Why
it.
did she look away?
It's 11-10. The scoreline is so close right now.
Oh, and Iceling's just playing Ring Around the Rosie.
She's doing it really well too.
Here's the tab, but it's the one with the bigger nerves of steel.
That's
Meta
an
win.
incredible comeback by BOTT. The scoreline is 11-11. We thought it was completely hopeless for them, but they've made that incredible comeback. This first half was 10-2. Look at the score now.
That's why you
I don't
never
know where
give up.
this is gonna go. Yes, Valorant is always like this. You just never know whose game it's gonna be. Incredible things can happen, and especially on a map like Ascent, it could be overtime.
It could be. It could also be 13-11, Vic.
It could
That's
be
what I'm saying.
13-11. I don't know. It could be anything.
It's all about that one more win. On the defender side now, BOTT burying their feet firmly into the sand. They're not backing down. They've managed to contest for B main control, and it effectively flushes the Hero KDA into the A site.
Natural already left me immediately. They read that so well. They knew that they push back and try to push into the A.
Alright. Null command to secure spike plant, but Naturel
Sneaky kill there under that door.
Area.
trades right back. That's actually really impressive.
Yeah.
4 rounds in the magazine though, and they're banking on the fact that they've smoked off A main. Trying to stick the defuse all the way through. Unfortunately, a little bit too complacent with that. I don't like this! And all of a sudden, Bagel comes out huge with 3 kills. The Hero KDA will be the first team to reach match point.
Oh my.
Was that hubris? Just sticking the defuse that way?
Yeah. I think they were... It was just confidence. Overconfidence, you know, on that win streak. If we got this, surely they don't push this, and I'm not sure what they were thinking. Because Hero KDA is definitely not going to go down without a fight. They were winning many rounds in a row, but there's absolutely no let that go.
This is so funny. If you look at the rounds in the first half, it perfectly mimics what's going on in the second half right now.
Yeah, but flipped, right?
Yeah, completely. BOTT won the pistol round, the subsequent one.
Hero KDA won the next, and then 7 rounds in a row for BOTT. And just when it matters most, they drop that round too. And then the Hero KDA picks up the 12th.
Well, you were doubtful of an overtime. I'm not sure anymore.
It could happen.
It could happen. It could definitely could happen. Hero KDA
You should run.
is on that track.
Blue Isling's getting pinged. Lockdown pushes them back. And they could take more forward positions with this, but look at the positioning instead. They're going back to wrap around A short. And just playing around the site now. It's gonna be Hannah as well as Snow coming in with a crouch spray. Litterpot's the last one left, and Lulu coming out from tree. They did not expect it. It's a 13-11 end.
BOTT fought so hard, coming back to 11-11 score, and Hero KDA just giving them this more than a sniff of hope and winning this out. They take it back. Like it is ours, and we move forward into this upper bracket. Hero KDA winning the third map in this best of 3. How incredible was that? Quack, we wanted a good last map. We got a good last map.
It was good. I'm a little bit disappointed. I was so excited for that comeback to come through because you could see that BOTT clearly earned it, especially with their defensive side.
Yeah.
But then the Hero KDA just in their final moment, all right, I've had enough fun. I'm going to play serious now. And then they just ended it out with 2 more wins, and that's all they needed.
Yeah, they just got their stuff together in the nth hour, and luckily that they did, because it could have been BOTT's game. I mean, you know, going into the lower brackets now, the lower quarterfinals, I think I would be careful. I would watch out for BOTT.
I certainly would as well. I mean, they have shown that they have that resilience, but that said, it is the lower bracket, so heavy stakes, and at the same time, congrats for Hero KDA, but you know, they're going to face tougher opponents as well, so it's not going to be easy, but our panel's still going to have to break all of this down, whatever just happened, and maybe an interview as well. Tash and Raph, are you ready for this?
We are so ready coming into this one. Once again, Ascent showing us that it is definitely the defender side of the map. That comeback was honestly insane. It felt like the Hero KDA did not manage to find an answer on how exactly to break that set play, the aggression, or even the hold coming through from BOTT. And honestly, there were just way too many rounds given away to the point that BOTT was able to climb back to an 11-11. Phenomenal, honestly. It wasn't till like it was almost like they were in a dream until they realized, oh my god, this reality is setting out of us. We are now 11-11. We need to make something happen. And then finally, they just wrapped it up and just called it a night.
Yeah, pretty much. It was basically, oh no! Anyway, it's basically that in a nutshell. But I really liked how BOTT just basically dug super, super deep, did not let those rounds get to the best of them, did not let their mental degrade too much, and still fought tooth and nail to nearly reverse that series. And as I was watching that round counter go up, it was like, oh no, because it's also one of those things where on the side of the Hero KDA, it was basically a meltdown waiting to happen up until the very last pair of rounds. But other than that, Quack and Vic actually pointed out that there was a lot of map movement, especially in the post plant. If we looked at the defending team, which was BOTT, they actually just gave up sight completely, tried to pivot off of all those retakes, but for them to go for a double wraparound at the very last round was actually super clever.
Yeah, but for now, let's have a chat with the Hero KDA to just really find out what happened in the second half of that game. So let's see who's on the line. Hello. Oh, we have Lulu. Right, I forgot to mention to everyone that the girls from the Hero KDA actually flew out to Singapore to play together. So, you know, there's so many things I want to ask you guys, but first of all, how are you feeling after that very long game?
Actually, we are very afraid that like we almost choked the second half, but me and my teammate know that like we got this, and we keep our mental like strong so that we don't like really messed up. So like the last 2 round we came up with a strat. Let's say like we're gonna do this, and then end up we actually clean it up and did not go over to OT, which we were very afraid of. Yeah.
Can you share with us a little bit about like what happened in the second half? Like what happened to the point that you guys were giving up so many rounds to a bot that they were able to come back to an 11-11 from a 10-2?
So I think maybe our first few attack rounds, right, we are actually kind of playing into them, I would say. Like they actually read us very well, and they really know like what we are gonna plan to do lah. Yeah. So I think that round, that few rounds, we really really gave up a lot of rounds to the enemy team. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about all of you guys. So, you know, for your team, you guys are from so many different parts of Southeast Asia. What made you guys decide to fly over to Singapore and play together? And like, what's the process like to get you all the way there?
So because we were like thinking, oh hey, LCQ is like the last chance to qualify for Elite, right? So why not maybe we get the land buff? So we wanted to get the land buff. So we suggested to like the Filipinos, or like Hana and Beggar, to came over to Singapore to play with us. Yeah, and I think the land buff really helped us today. Like every single round we win a round, or like we clutch, or like we get ace, we were like fast bumping, you know, like jumping around, and yeah. Yeah, I think
I mean, it
land
is
buff
the
really
first
helped us.
time. Yeah, it is your
Yeah.
first time you guys playing together. So can you share with us what's it like, you know, playing together on ground? I mean, you guys said that the buff did work, but what's it feel like playing together as a team in one area?
Yeah, I just feel very nice that like I know that like whenever basically playing together, I know that my team really got my back, and you know I have them to rely on. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have all of this as well going on behind
Yeah,
you. You guys just bullying each other. So Hannah shared with me that you only started IGLing during Open 3 until now, and you've grown so much since then. So can you share with me a little bit about like why you decided to IGL and how's that going for you?
The reason why I decided to IGL is that like I feel that like we need to have like someone to be able to lead the team without like everyone being very lost. So I think I took up the IGL role so that I can help my teammates to get the idea of like the whole team, what we're gonna do together, instead of, because previously we were like, sorry? Yeah, we have 3 IGL. So,
3 IGLs? Okay,
Yeah.
share with us more about that. How does that work?
yeah, so like 3 IGL, like, and then we have a lot of inputs, a lot of strats, then everybody get very confused. So after the open 2, we decided that like we should came down to like 1 IGL, so that like we can focus on one strat, so that we don't get like very messed up with other strats. Yeah.
So how did they manage to decide on you for the IGL?
How do you guys decide for me to take the IGL?
She's very...
She's our mom.
Oh.
She say like I think yeah, I guess so. Like maybe because I'm loud. Yeah.
I mean, I don't disagree with you after our hangout last time in Singapore. So, yeah, not surprising there, but thank you so much, Olulu, for the interview, and congratulations on that win just now. Super excited to see you guys play together, and I hope to see you guys here on the desk one more time. Bye, guys. Good night.
Bye, guys. Bye. Bye. Bye.
And definitely what I said about like having fun, you can really see that in how they play together as a team. And I love the fact that they took accountability as well for that so many rounds they've given away. So I'm really hoping to see a lot of growth from them. But what do you think, Raf?
Honestly, it's just really refreshing to see the whole team's like, hey guys, let's just come here, let's do our best, and let's see how far that's going to take us. And it's obviously taking them very, very far. And to have actually just the coordination to agree on 1 IGL, especially like when you have a bit more of again, it's kind of like an open form system. I've had something similar when I used to compete, so it's like there's always disagreements, right? But for all of them to say, hey, Olulu is going to be our IGL, and that's final. is it takes a lot, and for them to get this far is already quite a lot also.
Yeah, I can really see, you know, how it's gonna be. But let's have a look at the brackets so far. From, as you know, as Quack mentioned during the game just now, there was a 13-0 on the mainstream, so it's gonna be super exciting to see which game that was. Regardless, gonna be seeing the upper brackets, Nyx versus MLT, and then gonna have the Hero KDA against Neons tomorrow. Now, for bottom bracket, we're going to be seeing NF, Nana and Friends versus BMY, and BOTT versus Deviants. It's going to be super dope to be watching all these games.
I feel like that's a really, really challenging lower bracket already.
Yeah.
But those are the absolute greatest logos. I cannot get my eyes off. Apparently, the name of the dog is Fifi. I think.
Fifi! Oh, that's
Yes.
so cute. That's so cute. But moving on. This is what you're gonna be expecting here on the substream tomorrow. Nyx versus MLT versus Nana and Friends and Be My Team. Now, Be My Team is a team that's quite new. I think it's their first time playing on this big stage. It's gonna be really exciting to see what they can bring to the table. But if you could choose between these two games, which one are you most excited for?
I will always, and this is not because of their logo, I am looking at the Knicks game, honestly.
Yeah, same.
Because of Fifi. I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's because of Fifi. But
I mean,
again,
Nana and Friends has a pretty cute logo too, no?
Yeah, but I'm more of a dog person. I love all animals, but I love dogs. You know, they're great.
The biasness is very real. It's showing on your
I don't know.
shirt as well. Yeah, I mean, I can't guess that you love dogs, man.
Yeah.
I mean, what
You know,
gave that
you-
away?
I don't know. I'm a goldfish person, apparently.
You're a
With,
goldfish person? It just even shows in your memory too. But moving forward.
Hey. What did you say? I'm kidding.
That'll be it for today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and spending time with us here at the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific. Today is day 1. Moving on to day number 2. Don't forget that I'm Raph and I'm Raph. Okay, and he's Tash. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes.
Good night, everyone.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One. Bring them. One enemy remaining.
Headshot.
10 seconds left. One enemy
Here.
One enemy remaining. Hush.
Nice, nice.
One. One.
Off your feet!
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Me a corpse. My ultimate cage trigger.
Last player standing.
Prepare for hellfire! Here.
No charges left.
See ya. Taken down.
Oh, exactly where you are.
Catch them.
Open up the
Strike down B. One enemy remaining.
Bomb buddy out.
One enemy remaining.